Chapter 128, Enemy Attack. Chapter 128, Enemy Attack. The Bienbois camp was an important supply site at Libé's borders. To keep the physical strength of the frontline military forces up, Xiao Jiming successively set up the Shéi, Shoa, and Shoshan camps, one at the southeastern side of Libé, to act as protective barriers to the Bienbois camp. The Bienbois camp was always stocked with reserve military provisions and equipment meant to be supplied to the front lines. There were stables here too, with battle steeds on standby to replace those on the front lines. Dawn had yet to break when Wu Ziyu woke up. He squatted at the tent entrance and had the soldier who was his personal guard pour water over his head. The fighting at the front line is too intense. We start running right on opening our eyes and lie down right on closing our eyes. It has already been half a month since I last bathed. The guard handed him a handkerchief, which he used to wipe his face. Eat well these 2 days. We still have to head north 3 days later to replace Guo soldiers. The Tudolong banner has also been cleared out by the Biancha Baldies. This battle has already made its way right to our doorstep. Wu Ziyu was the youngest general in the current ranks of generals in Libé. He was originally a guard in the prince's residence, and because he had gone drinking and stirred up trouble, Xiao Jiming dismissed him from his original post and had him sent to the military camp. He did not really know how to fight battles, but he was resourceful when it came to transporting military supplies and allocating provisions. Libé had a shortage of military grains in the early spring, and he went to swindle a batch of grains out of the bandits in Zhongbois, thereby resolving the pressing emergency of the battlefields ahead. When Chen Yang escorted the grains to Libé, the one he had met was Wu Ziyu. The latter had been following Xiao Fengshu these 2 months, running all over until his legs were about to break. Finally, it was Bienbois camp's turn to take a break. The soldiers under his command were already all exhausted. I originally thought that it'd be a breeze to drive off the Hanshi tribe now that his lordship is here. The guard took Wu Ziyu's dirty handkerchief and washed it in the water basin. Who would have known that it would become harder the more we fought? The boundary line has already been shrinking until it now lies on the fringes of the Shéi camp. If this keeps up, Bienbois camp would have to shift back. A bare-chested Wu Ziyu wiped his nape with a damp handkerchief. He looked to the east and said, once the Bienbois camp moves back, the hereditary prince's deployment in the southeast will cease to be effective. This place is the bedrock that will enable the Shoshan camp to keep on fighting as usual. We can't afford to lose it. The guard picked up the basin and splashed away the water. He said, we can't afford to play the long game either. Leaving the soldiers aside, there are still military craftsmen in these camps who need to eat. If the second young master had not rebelled and remained in Kudu as the Marquis of Dingju, then we might just be able to fight the battle this way. But he has now killed the emperor, and Jueshi is no longer supplying us with military provisions. The northeast provisions bridle paths reserves won't last for long either. Wu Ziyu covered himself with a towel and looked at the sky with squinting eyes as the water dripped. He did not respond to the guard's gripes. The guard set aside the basin and said, General, how about steamed buns and milk tea for breakfast? The milk is good stuff that has just been transported over from the back. It can't be stored for too long, so we have to drink it as soon as possible. I asked the mess cook to brew tea made out of plain leaves with clotted cream. Wu Ziyu raised his index finger as a signal for the guard to shut up. He listened to the hubbub of splashing water and footsteps all around and looked at the sky, but he did not hear the whistle of today's Eagle Patrol. He listened for a moment before asking, has last night's patrol squad returned? The guard happened to be rinsing his feet with water. On hearing him, he looked up at the sky too and answered, it's not time yet. The earliest they'll return after turning back from Shoshan camp is, at the very least, the 3rd quarter during the hour of Chen. 3. Why am I not hearing the whistles from the Eagle Patrol? Didn't let them out. The guard hesitated for a moment. We were too tired when we arrived at the camp last night, so we didn't report it to you immediately. The eagles we brought back this time are all wounded, having been brutally clawed by the Biancha cavalry's Seika falcons at the battlefield. Even who died? Those who raise eagles all treasure their eagles like they would a child. After we came back here, we dispensed with the Eagle Patrol today and had the physician tend to their injuries. Eagles were not easy to rear. Patience was required when domesticating them, and those that could act as scouting eagles were the cream of the crop. Even though they were not gerfalcons, they were similarly valuable. Xiao Fengshu was fighting a battle in the front line this time, and the battle was not going smoothly for both the soldiers and the eagles. In Libei, horses and eagles were good buddies with friendships that ran deep with the armored cavalry. No matter which was to get injured, the soldiers would not be happy. Wu Ziyu pulled off the towel and bent a finger to whistle. An eagle swooped down from the top of the tent. As Wu Ziyu was not wearing an upper garment, this eagle did not land on him but instead hopped onto the drying pole where the clothes were hung up. Wu Ziyu said, "Release my Kai. We are fighting a battle now. Doing away with the eagle patrol is just like losing an eye. Even if we are in Bianbo camp, we mustn't be negligent and careless." The guard said, "Kai has already been patrolling the battlefield for half a month. General, we have no choice." Wu Ziyu has a gruff voice, yet he was very gentle when he looked up at Kai and commanded, "Go." Kai spread its wings and soared into the sky. It hovered over Bianbo camp for a moment, then charged into the morning sunlight in the east. A bare-chested Wu Ziyu entered the tent and warned, "The batch of battle steeds that have followed us down should be replaced too. The reserve horses have to be taken to the north in 3 days. Guo Weili's defense at the Tudalong banner has been breached by the Hanshi tribe. A group of brothers was killed, and quite a number of horses have sunk in the swamp. He has already sent 3 military reports to urge us. He's in urgent need of new horses." The barefooted guard slipped on his shoes and followed behind him. "I've already gotten the men to prepare the horses early in the morning, but this batch of horses is the last batch. Autumn isn't here yet, and our new battle steeds from Beijing aren't here. I'll talk to him about it." Wu Ziyu put on his clothes. Guo Weili was single-handedly promoted by Xiao Jiming. This person could fight, but he was most suited to be used by Xiao Jiming, because Xiao Jiming was like an iron chain that could pull Guo Weili back every time Guo Weili let it go to his head, thereby preventing the main force from suffering heavy losses. Xiao Jiming was also the one Guo Weili was the most willing to submit to. Now that the commander-in-chief had changed to Xiao Fengshu, the way of combat was different. There was no one to pull him back, and so there were plenty of areas where he ended up on the short end of the stick. Wu Ziyu retreated and brought along a batch of equipment that those at the front line needed to repair. The Libei armored cavalry used a tremendous amount of equipment and relied heavily on army supplies and gears, so they had over 10,000 military craftsmen. These military craftsmen were split up among the various camps. Once the battle started, they had to repair equipment for the armored cavalry day and night. Wu Ziyu's own armor was also badly worn out. He went to the military craftsman's tent to check on it, and on the way, he asked the guard several times, but there was no news of Kai's return. Sparks spattered out of the stoves when it was nearly noon. It was so hot inside that it was hard for anyone to breathe. The weather was too hot, so hot that it made them sleepy. Even the wind outside the tents was hot. Wu Ziyu was sweating profusely as he looked at the ground. This steaming hot temperature had already caused many military craftsmen to suffer from heat stroke. Wu Ziyu got his men to splash cold water, but this was simply a futile attempt, much like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood with a cup of water. "Get the kitchen to boil green beans. Boil as many as you can." Wu Ziyu covered his face with the cool handkerchief and instructed the guard, "The equipment repair cannot be delayed. His lordship and the rest are still donning worn-out armors on their end." The guard nodded in acknowledgement. He was feeling so hot that he was not wearing his armor, and his collar was open. He was about to turn around when he felt a few drops of water dripping onto his face. Puzzled, he wondered aloud, "Why is it raining?" Wu Ziyu's nape was wet with water too, but this water was sticky. He raised his head and saw Kai's figure charging out from the hot sun before it suddenly plunged. But halfway down, 2 Seika falcons swooped out midair and simultaneously grasped hold of Kai before soaring once more. Kai let out a shrill cry as it was torn into shreds, its feathers scattering in the air. Wu Ziyu promptly rose to his feet. Someone atop the watchtower in the distance was already shouting, "Enemy attack." The drums sounded, each beat pounding Wu Ziyu hard in the chest. He immediately gave his commands. "Put on your armors. This is a sneak attack by the Liaoying tribe. They are not Hanshi tribe's cavalry, don't panic. Flaps of tents lifted in unison. From wearing their clothes to putting on their armors, the Libe armored cavalry carried out every step without a hitch. With swift and orderly movements, they gradually turned from individual men into men of iron and steel enveloped within the oppressive, heavy armors. Squad 6, go guard the stables. Squad 3, go guard the granary. If the vanguards led by me die in battle, Bienbo camp is bound to fall. When you see that the situation is critical, don't wait any longer. Release the stables immediately and lead the military craftsmen along the horse track towards the Northeast Provisions bridle path where Zhao Hui's 3 great training divisions of Liuyang are. As Wu Ziyu spoke, he saw that Kai had already fallen to the ground. That shocking mass of red made him pause a moment, then he quickly turned his head away and hauled up the guard. The horses and the military craftsmen can leave when Bienbo camp falls, but the grains can't be sent away, so when the need arises, set them on fire and burn them clean. Do not leave even a single grain of rice to the Liaoying tribe. Head back home. There is still the hereditary prince back in Beijing to assume command. Conventions dictated that the general should retreat with the troops and leave the vanguards behind to stall for time when the situation was bad. But Wu Ziyu knew that the sneak attack this time was a force to behold. There were only 2 possibilities in which the Biancha men could bypass the Shosan camp before Bienbo camp. 5. The first was that they took a shortcut and made their way over in silence. The second was that Xiao Fengshu, Zhuo Qianqiu, and the rest had all perished in battle. The front line had already collapsed, and Shosan camp was completely wiped out even before they had the time to send back the military reports. Regardless of which it was, the men who had come along for the sneak attack this time could not be underestimated. Wu Ziyu did not dare to hand the responsibility of stalling for time to others, he had to guard this place himself. Wu Ziyu passed through the squad as he put on his helmet. Which, Wu Ziyu had yet to finish his words when a large boulder came falling from the sky and smashed into the middle of the newly erected watchtower with a thunderous crash. Even before the sound of the watchtower's collapse could be heard, it knocked down a tent. Stone catapults! The guard shouted at the top of his voice from behind. General, they are coming around from the south. Fucking bandits! Wu Ziyu spat. Get on your horses. It's inconvenient for them to move around since they're bringing along heavy equipment, and they won't dare to make a show of it when taking the detour. Without the ponies from the Gauma tribe, this group of people can't get away. But following right after, the sounds of neighing rang out from the horse stables, and the battle steeds scurried all over amidst the machetes and flames. The other party had the same idea as Wu Ziyu: slaughter all the horses they could not grab and burn away all the grains they could not take away with them. That way, the materials heading north in Libei will be in short supply immediately. They could think of ways to transfer the grains again, but without this batch of battle steeds, Guo Weili's Tsangzhu camp would lose their combat capability. Motherfucker, Wu Ziyu slowly gripped his blade. Tell Squad 6 to leave first with the horses. The guard flipped onto his horse. The tents near the stables were all on fire. He led his men and charged over. His saddle suddenly sank, and the guard felt an ill sense of foreboding. Following right after, the horse beneath him raised its hooves from an attack. A Biancha soldier clung to its abdomen like a spider. The Biancha soldier pulled out a dagger from the side of his leg and stabbed the horse in its belly. The dagger made a white mark on the armor but did not pierce through it right away. The battle steed landed back on the ground, and the guard tumbled off his horse and drew his blade to trade blows with the Biancha soldier. The Libe armored cavalry's armor was too heavy, and the impact was so strong that the Biancha soldier was forced back, his feet scraping against the ground. However, the soldiers' armors were not as hard as the horses' armors. The guard hacked off the other party's head, but he also ended up taking a blow from the other party's blade. This bunch of Biancha soldiers was like locusts that opted to surround the enemy and fight to their death when faced with a trapped beast like the Libe armored cavalry. The helmet Wu Ziyu had just worn had been struck off him. He was surrounded by several people. The fire from the stables had already burned its way to the horses that had yet to run out, their blood-soaked neighing jarring on Wu Ziyu's ears. He was not a general who could fight. The soldiers under his command were also from the Libe armored cavalry's backup transportation squad. They had only just retreated from the battlefield a few days ago, and their already exhausted bodies could not withstand such a strong assault. What's more, he still had to divert manpower to protect the Libe military craftsmen who were just as important as the battle steeds. The guard flipped atop the horse once again and spurred his horse on to knock over the blazing railings of the horse stables. In a split second, the battle steeds within galloped out. Wu Ziyu said, "Let the military craftsmen get on the horses. Remove the armors and hurry onto the horse track." Wu Ziyu was still speaking when he felt a sudden weight on his back as he was forced down by two men before being flung to the ground. The back of his helmetless head struck the ground hard. The next moment, a rope was put around his neck, and both men dragged him in unison. Wu Ziyu tugged at the rope tightening around his neck. It strangled him so hard that the timbre of his voice changed as he hissed at the back of the guard, when you reach the camp, tell Zhao Hui to head north." Beads of sweat dripped into his eyes, stinging them until Wu Ziyu could barely open them. He tumbled amid the smoke and dust, unable to breathe as he watched the sky turn yellow. That group of Seika falcons that had torn Kai to pieces was hovering up there. Fuck! Grief overwhelmed Wu Ziyu. His vision blurred as eyes that stung from the sweat brimmed with tears. He cussed without letting up. Fuck! He had already been dragged to the edge of the sea of fire amidst the chaotic sounds of horses' hooves. Wu Ziyu knocked against the rock and caught hold of the railing. The pain from being burned by fire was excruciating. The Seika falcons in the sky suddenly dispersed, and a falcon cry reverberated through the sky in the wind. Meng gripped the back of a Seika falcon in midair, and both parties engaged in a fierce battle. At the same time, the sound of galloping horses closed in on them from afar. Choked by the smoke, Wu Ziyu could not get a clear look. He could only get a vague glimpse of a tall figure riding steadily on horseback. Surprised, he shouted, "Your lordship." Wu Ziyu felt a grip on his ankle and heard Chen Yang bellow, "Drag him out." The rope tightened around Wu Ziyu's throat. He hurriedly cried out in a hoarse voice, "Drag, my ass. I'm still being hanged by the neck." Chen Yang promptly let go and brandished his blade at the side of Wu Ziyu's neck, scaring Wu Ziyu so much that his hairs stood on end. And just like that, he was dragged out with the rope still around his neck. He rolled as they swatted at him to extinguish the fire. Gasping for breath, he lifted eyes against the sunlight and saw the man on horseback dismount. The man raised a finger between his lips and let loose a long whistle. Meng flung the Seika falcon from side to side as it swooped down. Its feathers were in a mess from all that tearing at one another. The Seika falcon let out a cry of pain. Meng's sharp talons were like blades as they ripped into the Seika falcon. Breaking through the wind, Meng rushed over to Xiao Qie and kicked out its talons to toss the Seika falcon to the ground. "I'm not my old man." Xiao Qie raised his arm to let Meng perch and turned his head back to look at Wu Ziyu. "I'm your second young master." Chapter 129, Graveyard of Dreams. Chapter 129, Graveyard of Dreams. Initially, the guard had already left the camp when he saw the men from the Imperial Army charging in like wolves and tigers. This squad was more excited than afraid. To date, they had never fought a battle to their heart's content, having been held in check back in Kudu and Zhongbua. It had not been easy for them to encounter the 8 great training divisions led by Han Jin, but the other party was like dough that shrunk back at just a squeeze, and now, they finally got to come face to face with the Biancha soldiers. With a frenzied spurt of energy and vigor, the Imperial Army drew their blades and charged. Not many men from the Biancha Liaoying tribe had come, since they were relying on the stone catapults to take the Bianbo camp by surprise. It seemed as if victory was within their reach, but they were caught off guard by these troops that came killing out of nowhere. The Imperial Army resided in Kudu all year round, and the battles they fought were all street fights. Their blades were not as long as the Libe armored cavalry, yet they were artful in wielding them. They were an incomplete squad before Xiao Qie took up the post of the Imperial Army Viceroy, and their main force had another name in Kudu, called the Military Oilmen. They were the best at mucking around and loafing on the job. In other words, this was a slippery squad. They were not an organized wall like the Libe armored cavalry was. As long as they could stab their blades through the enemy forces, they would even resort to using lowdown means. And now, the Biancha soldiers had become the target of a surprise attack. The guard who had turned back cut off their retreat route. The men at the periphery quickly withdrew with the stone catapults, while the Biancha soldiers who were still inside the Bienbois camp could only fight to the death with the imperial army. By the time Wu Ziyu was able to get up, the fire had abated some. With his blade in his hand, Chen Yang checked the corpses and reported to Xiao Qie, "Master, they are indeed from the Liaoying tribe. The stone catapults, being heavy equipment, are inconvenient to move around. If they want to take it with them when they flee, they won't be able to run fast." Xiao Qie said to Tan Tai Hu, "Lao Hu, lead the cavalry and give chase." On seeing this, Wu Ziyu immediately said, "My horse can still run. Buddy, take mine." Tan Tai Hu said his thanks and flipped onto the horse. Ji Yu Jin turned his horse around. "Lao Hu, follow me. We'll go after them together." They led the men away. Half of Bienbois camp had already been razed by the fire. Xiao Qie was looking at the horse stables and granary. Wu Ziyu followed close behind him and called out, "Second young master, although Bienbois camp is a patrol camp, it's also a camp where reserves are stored. This place is still a distance away from the boundary line. There's Shosan camp to the east acting as a shield, and there are also sentry posts and checks along the way." Xiao Qie squinted his eyes from the glare of the sun. He looked at Wu Ziyu again. "Yet they made their way this far back. Where is your patrol squad?" Wu Ziyu recognized Xiao Qie. In his early years, he was picked along with Zhao Hui and Chen Yang to serve as Xiao Jiming's guard in the prince's residence, and that was when he saw Xiao Qie. But the Xiao Qie back then and the Xiao Qie at present were just like two different people. His excessively tall stature meant he was always looking down from above, and being gazed at in such a way made Wu Ziyu feel a lot smaller for no reason. Wu Ziyu averted his gaze. "The patrol squad that went out last night did not return. The patrol squad that went out last night did not return, and yet you, as the commanding general, sensed nothing odd about it even when noon came around." Xiao Qie looked as if he was just engaging in idle chatter. He had an intimidating presence that gave others great pressure, but his attitude was quite mild and calm. Shei camp is the battlefield, while Bienbois camp is the resource supply site for Shosan camp. Every slight disturbance here will affect the battle at the front line. "You're really quite the laid-back one." Wu Ziyu could tell what he meant by these words. Xiao Qie had never held a post in the Libe army. His only military rank now was that of an imperial army viceroy in Kudu. What's more, he was a viceroy whom Kudu no longer acknowledged, so he was in no position to reprimand Wu Ziyu. But the more insipid his tone was, the more it made Wu Ziyu ashamed. News that the second young master was going to return to Libe had been circulating in Libe for over 2 months. Leaving aside the common soldiers, each of the high-ranking military officers like them had their own thinking about it. Of the current military officers in the Libe armored cavalry, other than the few who were seniors from Xiao Fengshu's era, the rest were all juniors whom Xiao Jiming himself had promoted. Xiao Jiming was wounded, and no one knew when he would be able to return to his position. Would the second young master take Xiao Jiming's place upon his return? All sorts of rumors were running rampant. Whether they were those who were ready to throw in their lots with Xiao Qie or those who continued to reject and ostracize Xiao Qie, they were all waiting for Xiao Qie to return and reveal his true colors. 6 years was not a long time, but it was not a short time either. There were all kinds of strange rumors about the second young master. Wu Ziyu was also observing Xiao Qie. "We are the troops that retreated from the battlefield at Shei camp only yesterday. Our main task is to plan and coordinate the transportation of equipment and grains for the battlefield." Wu Ziyu paused for a moment. The original garrison squad from the Bienbois camp has already been switched over to Shei camp, so there are no main force troops here for the time being. What's more, Bienbois camp is located behind Shosan camp. I truly didn't expect. Wu Ziyu's voice gradually faded away. The disquieting atmosphere was getting to him. That niggling, pressing sense of urgency was even more pronounced than the blazing sun. He quickly looked at Xiao Qie. His Adam's apple throbbed, but he did not dare to continue speaking. Meng turned its head a little to look at Wu Ziyu. Its beak, which looked like an iron hook, had yet to be wiped clean. Xiao Qie's nape lay exposed to the scorching sun. He lifted the other hand to cover it and raised his head slightly. He was still looking at the horse stables. Aren't you people the Libe armored cavalry? Wu Ziyu remained standing still in silence. Xiao Qie's left arm was steady. The combined weight of Meng and the arm guard was nothing to him, but he did not let Meng rest for too long. Once Chen Yang was done doing a head count of the bodies, Xiao Qie released Meng into the air again. Master. Chen Yang lifted his head to look at Meng. Should we get a squad to follow? Considering that the Bianxia men brought along the stone catapults to launch a sneak attack, it'll be tough for them to avoid the Shosan camp's patrol. But they were able to make their way here, which shows that Shosan camp has already fallen into the enemy's hands. Xiao Qie did not smile. Father allowed the transportation squad to retreat to Bianbo camp, likely because he still doesn't know that Shosan camp has already been breached. Meng is going over to Shei camp to deliver news of it. We'll rest for a night and head for Shosan camp tomorrow. Second young master has no cavalry or supplies. If you continue on east, you will come face to face with the Bianxia soldiers. Since they are able to take down Shosan camp without so much a noise, then it's very likely that the people stationed there are from the Hanshi tribe who are skilled in the art of storming enemies. Wu Ziyu could not refrain from speaking out. Right now, it's safer to wait for the reinforcement from the 3 great training divisions of Liuyang. I'll send someone to deliver the message right away. The hereditary prince will definitely dispatch Zhao Hui over. If you had sent the message to the 3 great training divisions of Liuyang yesterday when you arrived at Bianbo camp, then there might still be a chance to make it before sunset tomorrow. Send the message now, and it'll take a day and a night to rush at top speed to the Northeast Provisions bridle path. Zhao Hui needs another 1 day and 1 night to rush to the 3 great training divisions of Liuyang from Beijing. By the time he arrives at this place, Bianbo camp will be of no more. Xiao Qie pointed to the spot where the watchtower collapsed. Rebuild the watchtower now. Don't set it up in areas facing the east, shift it to the southeast corner. Do a head count of the grains and battle steeds, and have the military craftsmen prioritize the repairs of the camp's defense walls that the stone catapults have smashed. If young master is worried about the Bianxia soldiers returning, then you should move the grains and battle steed to the Northeast Provisions bridle path. Wu Ziyu caught up with Xiao Qie. There's simply no time to rebuild the Bianbo camp. Shosan camp is only tens of li away from this place. The horses of the Hanshi tribe can make their way over within a day. Xiao Qie took a few steps up the railing and jumped over it to the other end. He turned around, motioned Wu Ziyu not to follow him, and asked in passing, honestly speaking? Wu Ziyu did not understand what Xiao Qie meant by this. He continued at lightning speed, all we can do now is to abandon the Bianbo camp and try our best to reduce the loss of supplies. As Xiao Qie stepped back, he asked, well, don't you have the slightest notion to step out of this place and give chase? By now, the sun has begun to tilt. Wu Ziyu stood on this side of the ruins, baffled by Xiao Qie's gaze. The burns on his back stung from the scorching sunlight. With a frown on his face, he watched as Xiao Qie turned back. He could not help shouting with all his might, I can't win them. Second young master, I said it before, I'm from the transportation squad. Xiao Qie did not reply to him and merely waved his hand at Wu Ziyu with his back to the latter. The meaning was clear, Wu Ziyu could shut up now. He stood before the collapsed granary, his expression cold and detached, and his lips, tightly pursed. He stood there for a very long time. Xiao Fengshu sat unreservedly in the tent and raised his head to drink up the last mouthful of milk tea. The salted milk tea brewed with plain leaves had already gone cold from being set aside. The clotted cream felt moist in his mouth, and there was a milky aroma. His shoulders were bare, and the military medic was applying medicine. Amua is a good opponent. Xiao Fengshu moved his shoulder after it was bandaged. I've been observing the Hanshi tribe for the past 10 years or so, but I didn't expect their attack power to be so strong. When people grow old, their reactions slow down. I'm no longer the man I once was. Libe's advantages are prominent, and its disadvantages are, likewise, obvious. Zhuo Qianqiu grabbed up a handful of sand and watched as they trickled down between his fingers. Amua changed his attack strategy for you. He definitely won't dare to make a sudden assault like this in the past when he was facing off against Jiming. Jiming is skilled in the art of war. The camps he set up on the boundary line are all interlocked. The armored cavalry heads out to face the enemy with chains on their back, supplied by Xiao Jiming himself. Once the situation changes, Jiming can haul the main force back any time to avoid heavy losses. Now that Jiming has retreated and you're back in command, the speed in which news is passed on is a lot slower. What's more, your style is completely different from Jiming. The vanguards don't dare to go all out when they charge, and the reserve troops' initial rhythm is all messed up. Will Amur let this opportunity slip? Xiao Fengshu got up to get dressed. Scars covered the bulging muscles on his back. He said he was old, but this intimidating body of his was far more sturdy than before. He put on his robe and started to put on his armor meticulously every step of the way. If Dazhou is still in the period of resurgence, then Jiming would be the best commander-in-chief of the Libei armored cavalry. Ha has performed extraordinarily well, and is the best candidate to keep Libei at the top of its game. Xiao Fengshu strapped on his blade and continued with a stoic expression, but Dazhou is already in a state of collapse, and our dogged strategy to be the wall is no longer suitable for the Libei armored cavalry. Amur is the great hero heaven bestowed upon Bianxia. He roams around the various tribes, wanting to create a new world. Jiming's conservative strategy is just giving him enough time to grow and develop. Qianqiu, you and I both need to face up to one thing, and that is Bianxia is no longer a bunch of incohesive small tribes that rely on looting and plundering to make a living. They are like rivers converging together to become the boundless sea under Amur's leadership. Has it ever occurred to you that by the time Amur unifies the 12 tribes, Bianxia will become a behemoth capable of devouring Dazhou? To fight and defeat him, it can only be now. I'm the spear of Libei, and Jiming is its shield. At the same time the Libei armored cavalry shed off its weight, they are gradually falling into the trap of complacency. An armored cavalry that has lost its desire for victory is akin to a wolf that no longer feasts on meat. Sooner or later, it will be replaced by some other armies. Xiao Fengshu was expressionless when he spoke to this point. Jiming's defeat is not a bad thing for him and for the Libei armored cavalry. I put him in the military camp when he was just a teenager not because I hope he can maintain the so-called glory and honor of 0 defeats. There are no legends on the battlefield, even I myself will suffer a defeat. I have to make the current Libei armored cavalry understand earlier that what we want is not constant victory, but to win. Even if we lose, we will climb swiftly back on our feet. As long as our limbs are not broken, we can still fight. Both Jiming and I have successively accomplished what we ought to have done, and now, it's time for Libei to feel the hunger. Xiao Fengshu paused for a long time, his gaze meaningfully deep. The Libei armored cavalry is in urgent need of a new commander-in-chief. This person must be different from us, even to the extent of being our polar opposite. He has to tear off the layer of scholarly elegance that Jiming has implemented. He has to be avaricious and savage. He has to make the Libei armored cavalry ravenous and let their wolfish nature rear its head once again. Chapter 130, Jade Earring. Chapter 130, Jade Earring. At the time Bianbo camp was attacked, Shen Zichuan was taking a nap. Qiao Tianya sat under the eaves fiddling with his zither, while Ding Dao and Li Xiong surrounded the copper crock playing with the fishes. It was quiet inside the room. The sunlight spilled over half of Shen Zichuan's shoulders. He had just settled the details of the census register registration with Zhu Gui and the rest last night, and they had begun to do an inventory count of Zizhou's granary reserves this morning. Autumn was just around the corner. If they wanted to do business with Chazhou, this was the best time. He busied around until the afternoon, and that was when he took the opportunity to doze off for a moment while he was sitting at his desk. An unspecified amount of time later, he woke up. Shen Zichuan leaned back against the Taisha chair and pinched the center of his eyebrows. After taking a moment to compose himself, he called for Qiao Tianya. The bandits from half a month ago have already returned to Mount Luo. Have there been any movements from Lei Jingzhe? Shen Zichuan took up his brush and continued to write what he had yet to finish earlier on the paper. Even if there are any signs of activity, it will reach us a few days later. Qiao Tianya picked a chair to take his seat. Besides, the Marquis is thorough in his arrangements. When Lei Jingzhe returns to Mount Luo, he will be the target of criticism. Just trying to resolve his own internal affairs on Mount Luo alone will take him about a month or so. Sun Zichuan said nothing and continued writing. Finding him to be somewhat distracted, Qiao Tianya added, "Master only slept 4 hours last night, and you still have to go over to the Jews' residence to discuss official matters with them after dinner later. There's no harm in taking a rest while you can now." Sun Zichuan said, "I'll sleep after I return." Is Fei Sheng still idling around? Since he wants to do something, give him something to do. Qiao Tianya rubbed his fingers and said, "I've been thinking about it these few days. You've been leaving him out in the cold for more than a month. If this goes on, I fear he will harbor resentment. The gears in this person's brain sure turn fast. He knows Xian isn't willing to take him in, so he wants to remain in Xizhou. Zhu Gui and Kong Ling fear his imperial bodyguard's background and don't dare to use him, so he can only follow Shifu around, hoping to get a job from me through Shifu." Sun Zichuan set down the brush to let the ink dry and continued, "Now that Ji Yujin has returned to Libei, we are indeed short of people to scout for us." When Qiao Tianya and the rest arrived in Xizhou, the various imperial bodyguards who had followed them out of Kudu also arrived one after another. But even if these imperial bodyguards were to gather, there were only about 100 or so men, half of which were Fei Sheng's old subordinates. At first, when Sun Zichuan set Fei Sheng aside without using him, it was because Fei Sheng did not have the intention to follow him. That gaze of his was fixed squarely on Xiao Qie. A pity Xiao Qie was unwilling to take him as a subordinate, so Fei Sheng could only settle for the next best option and remain by Ji Gang's side, deferring to him on every issue. In Xizhou, Fei Sheng was not involved in any of the matters, yet he would often put himself within Sun Zichuan's sight. His intent was simply too obvious. Fei Sheng had it all read pretty accurately. Even if Sun Zichuan left him out in the cold for a moment, Sun Zichuan would eventually have to use him still, because he had observed Sun Zichuan's every move, and he knew that Sun Zichuan lacked manpower. Qiao Tianya leaned over slightly and asked across the table, "What does Master want him to investigate?" "2 things. Sun Zichuan answered. "The first is to get him to keep constant track of the price of tea and rice in the various Zhongbo prefectures and the prefecture of Huaizhou. Xizhou's proposed price will be in the middle. If we want to avoid suffering any losses, we will have to get a good idea of the prices in these places. The imperial bodyguards used to have the same assignment back in Kudu, so he can assign men to carry out this task. The second is for him to get to the bottom of Lei Changming and Lei Jingzhe's relationship with the Yang clan of Hezhou. Especially Lei Changming. I want to know all the details of this person's life." Qiao Tianya was a little surprised. Lei Changming was merely a live target Lei Jingzhe set up for himself on the outside. Why is Master not investigating Lei Jingzhe but Lei Changming instead? Sun Zichuan paused for a moment before saying, "When I was taking a nap earlier, I recalled the way Lei Changming looked before he died. I find him a little odd. The custom of wearing earrings is the most prevalent among the noble clans in Kudu and the 8 great cities. Li Xiong is an orphan Lei Jingzhe raised. He rarely socializes with these people and has only met them once, so it isn't surprising that he can't remember it clearly. But Lei Changming was the bandit chief of Mount Luo. He had dealings with the prefectural prefects and garrison troops commanders of the 2 prefectures of Dunju and Duanzhou. He even had dealings with Yang Heru, the youngest young master of the Yang clan, a family of wealthy merchants. He should have come across men wearing earrings countless times, yet he kept focusing on my jade earring before his death." Sun Zichuan furrowed his brows slightly. He could clearly recall Lei Changming's expression before his death. If Li Xiong had not mentioned it, he would not have noticed it either. Lei Changming's deranged and delirious gaze was clearly looking at another person through this jade earring. This matter was originally inconsequential. Anyone who heard it should not be taking it to heart. This was because Sun Zichuan's jade earring was nothing rare, it was merely something that Xiao Qie had polished out of leftover material while he was fleeing. Compared to the box of earrings he gave to Sun Zichuan back in Kudu, this one was nothing valuable. Others could tell at a glance how treasured it was only because of its roundness and smoothness. The noble clans considered it a blessing to let their most precious children wear jade earrings. But Sun Zichuan felt subtly bothered by it. He intuitively felt that there was something in there he would want to dig deeper into. There were still some secrets regarding the uncle and nephew pair of the Lei clan that Ju Gui and Kongling were not aware of. Li Xiong sat by the copper crock, fiddling with a red string. But he was clumsy and kept failing in his attempts. Ding Dao scooped up the fish, and water splashed over Li Xiong. All of a sudden, Li Xiong snapped the string broken in anger and threw it at Ding Dao. He pulled a long face and said, "I'm going to look for my big bro." Ding Dao, with his sleeves still rolled up, said, "Better not. What's so good about your big bro? Why don't you treat Xiao Yaya and me as your elder brothers and follow our young master? Our young master gives out sweets every month, and he never withholds our salaries." "I don't want money." Li Xiong suddenly stood up. "I want my big bro." Ding Dao cast a glance at the main room and saw Qiao Tianya still discussing matters with Shun Zichuan on the other side of the partially hanging bamboo blinds, so he pulled down his sleeves and said, "Why don't you come with me to grab some meat?" "I'm not eating." For some reason, Li Xiong was agitated. He scratched his cheek and demanded anxiously, "Why aren't you people letting me go? I want to leave the city. I want to return to Mount Luo." Ding Dao felt that Li Xiong was truly a brat. He could not reason with Li Xiong, but if they were to come to blows, he was no match for Li Xiong either. Seeing that Li Xiong was about to make a scene again, Ding Dao suddenly hit on an idea. "You miss your big bro so much. He must be really a formidable one, huh?" Li Xiong answered, "My big bro is the #1 hero in Mount Luo. Of course, he's formidable." Ding Dao clapped his hands together and said, "So what if he's a hero on Mount Luo? Is he as formidable as my master, my young master? I don't think of him as a hero." Sure enough, Li Xiong was furious. He glared at Ding Dao. "Your master and young master isn't formidable at all. He's so skinny, my big bro can kill him with just one punch." Ding Dao spat inwardly to himself, feeling a little displeased, but he still tried his best to put on a happy act. "Oh, then that's pretty formidable. Your big bro is Lei Jingzhe, right? His uncle is Lei Changming. I know all about it." Li Xiong was already envious of Ding Dao to begin with, and he was not willing to lose out to Ding Dao here. To prove that Lei Jingzhe was stronger than Xiao Qie and Shun Zichuan, he hurriedly said, "Lei Changming is formidable too. He can lift the little people upside down, but my big bro is even more formidable than Lei Changming." Seeing that he had taken the bait, Ding Dao played along and asked, "What kind of martial arts move is lifting the little people upside down?" Li Xiong had blurted it out offhandedly. Now that Ding Dao was asking, he racked his brain to recall Lei Changming's life. Memories flashed through his mind. That is, lifting children upside down. Lei Changming loved to do things like this. He suddenly remembered something. "Oh, I remember it now. Earring, round and white earrings. The children Lei Changming hung upside down wore them too." Shun Zichuan planned to head out after his meal. As he was changing his outer clothes, he heard Ding Dao and Li Xiong running around the courtyard, yelling and screaming. The maidservant retreated with a bow to the door and was about to instruct them not to make a din when Shun Zichuan looked back and said, "It's fine. Let them play." Qiao Tianya originally wanted to put his zither on the small table under the eaves, but on seeing this, he feared the two kids would recklessly crash into it while they were playing and damage it, so he sent it back to his own room. When Shun Zichuan was leaving the courtyard, Ding Dao followed behind him, looking as if he wanted to say something. But seeing that it was already late, he swallowed back his words and said as he stuck to the moon gate, "If it gets dark, I'll go over with a lantern and wait for you." Shun Zichuan beckoned to Ding Dao. Once the latter walked over, he said, "After your meal later, head over to Grandpa's courtyard. He wants to teach you the 24 stances of the Ji clan. I'll be back by the first quarter at the hour of high 2 at the latest." Ding Dao nodded and saw Shun Zichuan to the door, feeling a little loath to part with him. He had heard a bunch of stories in the afternoon. He did not know if Li Xiong was lying to him or if it was all real. It was almost dark now, and he was a little afraid too. As soon as Shun Zichuan left, he hurriedly brought Li Xiong over to look for Ji Gang. There were still quite the number of guards and the imperial bodyguards staying in that courtyard. With more people around, he was not afraid anymore. Shun Zichuan arrived at the Jew's residence. The study was brightly lit, with several advisors sitting within. The summer night was warm, and the windows on all three sides of the study were open. They had also lit incense to repel mosquitoes. The room felt stuffy when it got crowded. Kong Ling feared that Shun Zichuan would feel uncomfortable, so he had the doors kept wide open. These are the grains that have been counted today. Vice Commander, please look it over. Zhu Gui presented the book to Shun Zichuan and said from his seat, the autumn harvest is just around the corner. The way we see it, this is the most appropriate time to discuss business with Chazhou. During autumn in the past, the company of traveling merchants from Hezhou and Jueshi has to pass through Zhongbo to head for the area where Libes and the Huiyang tribe's mutual trade market is to deal in goods. However, the war is intense this year, and with this business undoable, they will most likely head for Chazhou to make up for it. Kong Ling lifted his robe slightly and sat down. If we were to fall behind them, then no matter how cheap we sell the grains when the time comes, Chazhou will not have the money to buy. So this matter has to be done as soon as possible. That's the thing. Shun Zichuan looked over the quantity of grains carefully and said, this matter is the most important right now. If all goes smoothly, life in Xizhou will be better next year. No such trade was made in the past, so the merchants from Jueshi and Hezhou could not have anticipated it, but they should more or less get wind of it when our men go over to discuss business. This involves us getting a slice of their pie. They might not necessarily be willing. That's the hard thing. Zhu Gui chimed in. Leaving aside the question of whether the negotiations with Chazhou's prefectural prefect and the bandits can go smoothly, we have to rack our brains just to guard against the others. Our Xizhou's garrison troop has been established for less than a month. The military drill ground isn't ready, and the soldiers are still untrained. If the others were to have designs on the grains and plot against us, we wouldn't be able to win against them. Shun Zichuan had been waiting for a few days for Zhu Gui to say these words. He closed the book and tapped soundlessly on it with his finger. Xizhou has no commanding general at present. You gentlemen and I are not well versed in the art of training soldiers. However, the Imperial Army left some soldiers and horses behind at Beiyuan hunting grounds to keep guard. If Your Excellency is willing, why not let them train the garrison troops first? We have to come to an agreement with Chazhou first before we give them the grains. Has the negotiator been decided? I'll get Qiao Tianya to lead the Imperial bodyguards and escort him for protection. Zhu Gui looked at Kong Ling before looking back. I can't leave Xizhou, so I can only send Cheng Feng over and assign some clerks who can do the accounts to tag along. If the vice commander is willing to dispatch some men to protect them, that'd be really for the best. Zhu Gui did not understand, but Kong Ling understood it perfectly well. He composed himself and said to Shun Zichuan, but I'm a greenhorn when it comes to doing business, and I feel very apprehensive not knowing if there are experts there. So I'd like to ask the vice commander to bestow upon me an ingenious stratagem I can bring along. Shun Zichuan smiled and said, Mr. Cheng Feng, you are too modest. Where on earth would I have an ingenious stratagem? If it's permissible, I'll go with Mr. Cheng Feng on this trip. How would Zhu Gui dare to let Shun Zichuan venture deep into the tiger's den where dangers lurked? Xiao Qia hasten over within a day was still echoing in his ears. He hurriedly said, the vice commander is. Kong Ling was already making his bow and expressing his gratitude. I feel reassured with the vice commander around. This man really knows how it is done. Shun Zichuan looked at Kong Ling with a gentle expression. Truly too clever. Chapter 131, Spider Web. Chapter 131, Spider Web. It was already the end of the 6th month, so the departure date was scheduled for the 7th month. After Shun Zichuan left, the advisors withdrew from the room, and Zhu Gui asked Kong Ling, why did you insist on letting the vice commander go? It's complete chaos in Chazhou. If the vice commander were to meet with mishap, there would be no way Xizhou could explain it to the Marquis. I was initially thinking of getting you to go and have yourselves disguised as merchants during the journey. We are still on friendly terms enough to negotiate with Luo Mu, the prefectural prefect of Chazhou. Kong Lin poured tea and nodded when he heard him. After swallowing it, he replied, we can still disguise as merchants with the vice commander going, and there are imperial bodyguards going along too. It's much safer than our own plan. Zhu Gui pointed at Kong Ling and said, "You're generally smart as a rule, but this time you're a fool. With the vice commander's appearance, how can he disguise as a merchant? Those sharp-eyed ones can tell something off at just a glance." Kong Ling looked at Zhu Gui for a moment with tea leaves in his mouth. He felt that Zhu Gui really did not understand, so he said, "You're truly an honest one. Let me ask you, from the rebuilding of Tizhou's garrison troops to the planning of our business in Chazhou, which one of them is not a proposal of the vice commander? Tizhou has been truly benefiting from him, but there are no free meals in this world." Zhu Gui said, "I don't understand." "I do. We currently can't afford to recompense them for military expenses. That's why we are supplying the Imperial Army with grains and giving them Beiyuan hunting grounds. Doesn't this more or less repay our debt to them? Tizhou is also doing its best to repay the vice commander for his kindness to Tizhou." Kong Ling swallowed the tea leaves he had chewed on until bitter. "We can't repay it now, and all the more we can't repay it in the future." The Marquis repelled the bandits from Mount Luo, leaving plenty of time for Tizhou to rebuild itself. "We currently can't even afford to supply half a year's worth of grains for the 20,000 Imperial Army soldiers. We did give them the Beiyuan hunting grounds, and I'm telling you, that will be the Imperial Army's camp-cum drill grounds in the future. No matter how we try to draw a line between them and us on our end, Tizhou already belongs to the Imperial Army in the eyes of others. Moreover, once the business in Chazhou gets moving, how are you going to repay the vice commander for this bonus? Also, the vice commander said he's going to assign Qiao Tianya to protect me, but who is Qiao Tianya? He's the former Imperial bodyguard vice commander in Kudu. His rank is way higher than you if you were to compare. When we enter the capital in previous years, we not only have to get off our sedans to pay our obeisances to him when we see him, we also have to move aside to make way for him. The vice commander assigned him to protect me, but how is a mere commoner like me worthy of receiving such a favor? And between him and me, who exactly will be in charge when we reach Chazhou? Yet you still agreed to it so readily. That's why I said you are truly an honest one." Zhu Gui had never been an official before. He was already holding office in Zhongguo right from the start. His teacher was also his superior and benefactor. Zhu Gui served as a tax circuit intendant under him. He did a good job of it, and he was a man of knowledge too. His teacher valued talents, and so he betrothed his daughter to Zhu Gui. As such, Zhu Gui was spared a lot of the nastiness that took place in the official circles. He was later promoted to the position of Tizhou's prefectural prefect based on his qualification and experiences. Before the defeat of the Zhongguo's troops, his career had been pretty much smooth sailing. He was not like Liang Xueshan and the rest who were trampled upon by the officials from the noble clans in Kudu. He never had to endure that kind of hardship, so he truly did not understand much of that circuitous and convoluted stuff. Zhu Gui was stupefied on hearing this. He said hesitantly, "I am worried too. I have to worry about your safety when you head over with the others to discuss business. The garrison troop is recently established, and the Imperial Army has left. The only ones at present who can be of use are the Imperial bodyguards by the vice commander's side." Kong Ling said, "Initially, when the vice commander said he wanted to remain in Tizhou, it was because we could not trust the Imperial Army then. Before the Marquis left, you and I no longer harbor the same doubt, but the vice commander still stayed behind. To Tizhou, he is the rain that bedews all things in silence. I fear he has already planned it all before entering Tizhou. It's too late for you and me to realize it now." After getting along with Xiao Qie these days, Zhu Gui felt that Xiao Qie was hard to speak to, but he was very efficient when it came to handling matters, and he showed others the respect due to them. He was someone who laid his cards on the table. However, Shun Zichuan was different. Shun Zichuan sat in the seat of honor when he discussed matters with them, yet he treated all those advisors courteously and even respectfully addressed Kong Ling as Mr. Chengfeng. He was open to discussion when an issue cropped up, thereby giving the others the impression that he was a humble and unassuming person who showed respect for the learned. Zhu Gui's wariness of him had already vanished over time. Zhu Gui stood up, his hands still grasping his robe. He was rendered speechless for a long time. No matter how obtuse he was, he understood it now. Shun Zichuan had been going all out to help them all because he saw Tizhou as good as his. He said in a daze, "If the vice-commander is willing to restore Tzizhou to its former glory, then I wouldn't mind giving this prefectural prefect position to him." Kong Ling looked out into the night. A grey moth, attracted by the light from the study, pounced towards the side of the eaves, only to barge into the spider web concealed between the upturned eaves. After a moment of silence, Kong Ling said, "Ju Gui, it's time to dispense with the title prefectural prefect. With Hai Liangyi's death, the moderates in Kudu have come under attack by the students. There is no longer anyone who can maintain the peace in Dazhou on his own. The empire is falling apart. If Kudu is the deer too, then Tzizhou is the rabbit. Without the wolf and fox to guarantee our safety, Tzizhou will be the meat in the eyes of the jackals in Kudu, and you and I are powerless against them." Ju Gui and Kong Ling were fellow students in their youth. They had many years of friendship between them, and Ju Gui had rarely seen him so solemn. Thus, he said, "I know how much care and thought you have expended on it. All I ask is that the vice-commander will live up to our expectations today and won't let us down. I'm afraid of such a person." Kong Ling remembered the night when he met Lei Changming. Shun Zichuan had simply changed on a whim, chatting with a smile while surrounded by sharp blades all around. He spoke so genuinely, and even the expression in his eyes was sincere. Not only had Lei Changming believed him, but even Kong Ling himself had also believed the act. It was precisely after that incident that Kong Ling began to size up the man, Shun Zichuan. Kong Ling retracted his gaze and said with a slightly troubled heart, "I stood out too much tonight and is already considered to have crossed the line. I fear the vice-commander will remember this. I'm your advisor, and I shouldn't have shown off before the vice-commander. I should watch myself in the future." While both of them were having an in-depth discussion in the study, Shun Zichuan returned to his residence. Ji Gang was already resting, so Shun Zichuan did not send someone over to disturb him and simply returned to his own courtyard. He crossed the veranda and saw Fei Sheng still on night duty in the courtyard, keeping guard with his men. It was only when Shun Zichuan went into his room that Fei Sheng relaxed a little. Qiao Tianya shared some of his remaining tobacco with Fei Sheng. When he saw the light in the main room extinguished after a while, he got the men to put out the lanterns in the courtyard as well. "It's hard for Master to fall asleep without the Marquis here." Qiao Tianya stood under the tree and said in a hushed tone. "And his sleep is fitful too. So if you hear any noise in the second half of the night, don't let anyone enter and disturb him." The gears in Fei Sheng's head turned, and he knew what was up. He shifted the pipe away and puffed out a breath into the night. "Understood. The Chashi sinkhole is a nightmare. Thanks." Qiao Tianya, however, did not smoke his pipe. He braced an arm on the tree trunk and listened to the croaks of the frogs in the pond for a moment. "You've been idle for so long. Master finds it a pity for you to be a guard. There are 2 missions. I'll get Shifu to hand you the authority token tomorrow morning." Fei Sheng understood very well that Shun Zichuan wanted to use him, but did not intend to keep him close by. At least, he would not be able to replace Qiao Tianya. He smoked in silence for a moment, then knocked the pipe a few times, and answered with a smile, "Sure, I look forward to it. But give me a hint. What missions?" Qiao Tianya looked at Fei Sheng and said, "Keep track and record." 3 easy peasy. Fei Sheng probed, "And the other one?" "Investigate both men from the Lei clan, especially Lei Changming. Report every detail of his life to Master." Qiao Tianya smiled. "It's truly a waste of talent to hand this task to you. Actually, Ding Dao works fine too, but he's too young, and I fear he has no sense of priority when it comes to carrying out the task, so you are still needed. You're an expert when it comes to this. How about it?" Fei Sheng smiled too. He nodded and said, "As long as it's Master's instructions, there's nothing that can't be done." Qiao Tianya went on. "On my end, there's another matter that I'd like your help with." Fei Sheng twirled his pipe. "You and I are brothers, so no need to stand on ceremony." "What is it?" Qiao Tianya retracted his arm and said, "I'd like you to check the whereabouts of a person for me when you send someone out to keep track of the prices." Fei Sheng took note of it and cast a few glances at Qiao Tianya. "Who?" Qiao Tianya answered, "Yarrow Wenyu." It was in the dead of night, and the imperial army had yet to rest. Wu Ziyu was drinking milk tea with Chen Yang. The military medic applied medicine for him, and he simply squatted on the ground and asked Chen Yang, "What exactly does the second young master intend to do?" As Chen Yang sorted out the name registers of military craftsmen in the Bianbo camp, he said, "It's master who has the final say." "Why ask me?" Wu Ziyu said, "You and I are old acquaintances. Can't you just give me a little hint here?" Chen Yang compiled the name registers and looked at Wu Ziyu, unruffled. "If you want to have a personal chat, we will drink and dine here. If you want to discuss military affairs, I'd first have to address you as the battalion general. What am I supposed to answer you when you mix personal and official affairs together?" Wu Ziyu put on his clothes and said, "Well then, I'll lay it all out clearly for you. The second young master wants to head over to the east to fight the invaded Shosan camp. I don't think it's workable. It can't be done. The current Libe armored cavalry in Bianbo camp is my squad. We are not the vanguards, we are the transportation escort squad between battlefields. We can still play with the Liaoying tribe, but if we have to fight the Hanshi tribe, then I'm sorry, I'll retreat with my men right away." Chen Yang nodded. "Excuse my inability to escort you farther." Wu Ziyu clicked his tongue. With a look of impatience, he asked, "What do you mean by this?" Chen Yang set aside the name registers and said, "If you say these words to my master, this is how he will answer you too. If you want to leave, then sure, just go." Wu Ziyu said, "When I talk about leaving, it's not because I'm afraid of fighting a battle with the Hanshi tribe, but because I can't afford to fight a battle against them at present. Why throw an egg against a rock and court defeat by fighting against overwhelming odds? The battle steeds and military craftsmen from the Bianbo camp are valuable resources for Libe. What good will it do to waste more time here with those Bianbo people? Send them on to the Northeast Provisions bridle path as soon as possible, and we will have reinforcements from the 3 great training divisions of Liuyang. It won't be too late to turn back again then." "Won't be too late." Xiao Qie just so happened to lift the curtain. He stooped over to enter, then wiped away the water on his hands. "How did you come to this conclusion? Tell me about it." As soon as Xiao Qie entered, Wu Ziyu felt it growing darker in the tent. The military medic packed his medicine case, bowed in farewell to Xiao Qie, and withdrew from the tent. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Wu Ziyu did not dare to continue looking at Xiao Qie. Xiao Qie tossed the handkerchief to Chen Yang and made his way over to sit by the stove. There was still milk tea being kept warm on it. It had been a long time since Xiao Qie had last drank it. Ji Yujin came over from behind and poured a bowl for Xiao Qie. Silence descended in the tent, and Wu Ziyu felt unaccustomed and uncomfortable. Even when he erred in Xiao Jiming's presence, it was not as oppressive as being in Xiao Qie's presence. Xiao Qie drank a mouthful and asked Wu Ziyu, "Any more fresh milk?" Wu Ziyu shook his head hastily and said, "No, just this one pot, and this one was specially kept for the Bianbo camp to satisfy its cravings." "How about plain tea?" Wu Ziyu answered in the affirmative and said, "How would we not have something to perk ourselves up? There are plenty of tea leaves in the granary. If you like it, I'll get someone to pack some for you." Xiao Qie propped up his elbow and looked at Wu Ziyu. "Even if you stand here all night, I'll still leave before dawn tomorrow morning. You run at the sight of an attack. Aren't you people the Libe armored cavalry?" This was the second time Wu Ziyu heard Xiao Qie say "you people the Libe armored cavalry." He was fuming inside. He endured it for a moment and was just about to say a word when Xiao Qie spoke up. "Go pack some. Ji Yujin, seal it in the case later and send someone to deliver it to Tsizhou tomorrow morning. While you are at it, tell Lanju that all is well." How would Wu Ziyu know who Lanju was? The way he heard it from Xiao Qie's tone, Xiao Qie wasn't taking the war seriously. Instead, he was thinking of gifting tea to someone else. Unable to bear it, he blurted out, "Second young master, when we are talking about military affairs, I'm not the second young master. I am the viceroy of the Imperial Army, Xiao Xian. I asked if you are the Libe armored cavalry, and not once did you answer me in the affirmative. Libe doesn't have an independent transportation escort squad in Libe, it only has the Libe armored cavalry. Your soldiers ride the same battle steeds at the vanguards and are equipped with the same long sword 4 as the vanguards." Xiao Qie stared at Wu Ziyu, drank up the milk tea, and said in a slightly mocking tone, "Is this all a commanding general of Libe has to offer?" Chapter 132, Troops Advance. Chapter 132, Troops Advance. When Wu Ziyu ran from the battle site to Bianbo camp, he passed by Shosan camp and also went to Changzhou camp. However, in the eyes of the commanding generals from these battle camps, he was not considered a commanding general. He was only good for grain delivery during discussions relating to military affairs. When the Hanshi tribe launched a sudden assault on the Libe's mutual trade market in the 8th year of Xianda, the fastest squad to respond to the enemy attack was the transportation escort squad led by Wu Ziyu. That was the one and only battle he had ever fought. "You are the commanding general of Bianbo camp now that the main forces of the Bianbo camp have been dispatched into battle up north. The Imperial Army currently wants to scout for news of the Shosan camp, and I hope to have the assistance of the Bianbo camp." Xiao Qi'e set down his bowl and continued, "It's obvious that the Liaoying tribe's surprise attack this time has been planned for a long time. Cut off access to the Shosan camp's horse track, and the Bianbo camp will lose its source of information in addition to its protective barrier. It's indeed true that you can ensure the safety of the supplies by retreating this moment, but the site of battle, with Shei camp as the boundary line, will completely end up surrounded by the Biancha people on both sides. No matter how many people there are in Zhao Hui's 3 great training divisions of Liuyang, they will still have to split up and assign a team to bypass Beijing and head for the battle site in the northeast as long-distance reinforcement. By then, even if there are supplies left, all the frontline troops will have been wiped out." Xiao Jiming chose to use Bianbo camp as a supply site because it had horse tracks directly connecting it to Shosan camp and northeast provisions bridle path. It could swiftly provide supplies, as well as rapidly send in troops for reinforcement. Once this place was gone, Xiao Fengshu, who was still on the front lines, would be cut off from his backup forces. There were no direct connecting horse tracks leading to the northeast from the northeast provisions bridle path. Zhao Hui would have to take a detour, which would still take 4 days at the earliest. In these 4 days, Xiao Fengshu would have to face the Hanshi tribe to the east and the Liaoying tribe to the south without reinforcements and supplies. The Biancha men could just deploy the tactics of taking turns to fight them, and it would have been sufficient to wear down Xiao Fengshu's elite forces, who were already exhausted from the long battle. Wu Ziyu's fury had already been extinguished. He stood in silence for a moment before saying, "The 3 great training divisions of Liuyang under Zhao Hui's command is one of the Libe armored cavalry's elite forces. The Liaoying tribe that has launched a sudden assault here won't be able to stop him. He can abandon the faraway route in the northeast and head over to the battle site from this place. The 3 great training divisions of Liuyang, as the cream of the crop in Libe, have exchanged the most blows with the Hanshi tribe. Amuer's understanding of them won't be inferior to your and my understanding of them. You know that Zhu Hui can forcibly break out of the encirclement and rush to the battlefield from here, so Amuer should have also thought of it at the start of the surprise attack. Today was such a good opportunity for a sudden assault, and yet he only sent the Liaoying tribe over. Guess what he's thinking?" Wu Ziyu's expression gradually turned dark. Of the 36 stratagems, there was a stratagem called letting the adversaries off in order to snare them. Wu Ziyu's squad encountered a surprise attack today at the Bianbo camp, and in the midst of the crisis, his guard rushed on to the northeast provisions bridle path with the supplies. By the time Zhao Hui received this batch of crucial supplies, it would have already been too late. Reinforcement from afar was the most inadvisable and unwise. So he could only turn his attention back to the seized Bianbo camp and make the corresponding adjustments to his strategy based on the number of soldiers from the Liaoying tribe as provided by the guard. Once he came, it was very likely that Amuer would have already withdrawn the Liaoying tribe and replaced them with the Biancha's elite cavalry to lie in wait here. Zhao Hui would then be up against an all-out assault from Amuer. Win or lose, Zhu Hui would be held up at the Bianbo camp, and Xiao Fengshu, over at the site of battle, would be wholly stranded without reinforcement. Amuer simply understood the Libe armored cavalry all too well. Zhao Hui can't come. We can't win either. The army provisions on the battle site are rapidly depleting. His lordship is still going to have to fight an arduous battle in a few days. Wu Ziyu walked over to the shelf, pulled down the map, and spread it out forcefully on the ground. Shosan camp is close to Shoa camp. When Amur launches a sudden assault up north when the time comes, it'll be his lordship's back that is attacking. Tantai, who was done washing up and walked in barefooted with his robe hanging off him. When he saw them gathering around the map, he squatted at one side to look too. What are we to do? Wu Ziyu lifted his eyes and looked at Xiao Qie. We'll lose if we advance, and we'll lose if we retreat. Any move we make will be within Amur expectation. Tantai, who touched the scar, caused by a blade on his face, and said, not really. He doesn't know about the Imperial Army. We are the troops he couldn't have anticipated. He pointed to Shosan Camp. This place is close to Mount Luo in Zhongbua, where bandits abound. The Liaoying tribe must have had the help of the bandits to be able to evade Libe armored cavalry's Eagle patrol and bring along heavy equipment, that is, the stone catapults, around to the south of Bianbo Camp to launch a sneak attack. I don't know much about all these devious schemes, but there's something the vice. Young master said that makes sense. Xiao Qie raised his eyebrows slightly. What did Lanju say? Smart people don't do redundant things. Tantai, whose expression turned grave. Why would Amur go to all the trouble of stopping Zhao Hui? If it has been going smoothly for him in his battle with his lordship at the battle site, why would he need to split up his forces and send them here? Xiao Qie bent over slightly and looked at the map. As he twirled his thumb ring, he said, that's right. Making such plans shows that Amur is having a hard time on the battlefield too. It's already the 7th month now. If the war drags on beyond autumn without any progress, Amur will have to face the bitter coldness of winter. All the Biancha grain reserves this year have been delivered to the battlefield. The longer the war drags on, the more unfavorable it will be for Biancha. Wu Ziyu remembered something. It just so happened Xiao Qie spoke up. After my eldest brother was injured, Amur changed the battle strategy he has been using these few years. When I was in Xizhou, I heard that the Biancha cavalry had already fought their way to the Tudolong banner. In the past, their cavalry always fled after a fight, yet it wasn't the case this time. Not only did they not run, they even advanced in full force. Amur has already lost his patience back in the desert. He's progressively encroaching upon Libe, trying to occupy our grasslands and camps. It can be seen just from this point alone that Bianbo Camp is vital. If we lose this place, Libe will have to take a big step back. Shosan Camp will soon fall, and our so-called line of defenses in the east will completely collapse. But if we can hold on to Bianbo Camp, we will be able to give father some breathing space to recharge himself. With him at the site of battle, Amur will not be able to shift this boundary line even the slightest. At this point, Xiao Qie pointed out Bianbo Camp's location to Wu Ziyu. You just have to hang in there until the first snowfall of this year, and you'll deal a heavy blow to Amur. No matter what, we cannot lose Bianbo Camp. Mark a north-south boundary line here. We can only pull forward, we must never retreat again. Wu Ziyu said, since Amur wants to trap Zhao Hui's 3 great training divisions of Liuyang here, how can we stop him with the 25,000 men we have at present? Shosan Camp is a key strategic point. If Amur had the Hanshi tribe stationed there to guard it, then all the more we will have no chance to launch a counterattack. Xiao Qie retracted his arm and thought for a moment. The Biancha cavalry is already used to the passive rhythm of the Libe armored cavalry. Amur dared to place such a bet because he was sure that the troops in Bianbo Camp would not dare to head east and launch a sudden assault arbitrarily. Their surprise attack troops were caught off guard. Going by the distance, they will retreat to Shosan Camp only tomorrow morning. If we set off before dawn, we will arrive at the border of Shosan Camp just at the time when they are resting. Wu Ziyu shifted the legs on which he was squatting and looked at the map without a word for a long time. It was only when his legs went numb that he hardened his heart and decided. If you have made up your mind to go, we can let you use the remaining battle steeds in Bianbo Camp. The Imperial Army isn't a cavalry, and so has no need for battle steeds. Besides, the battle steeds of Libe are too heavy, and they make quite a commotion when they run. They aren't suitable for launching a surprise attack. Xiao Qie swept his gaze around to look at Tan Tai Hu, Chen Yang, and Ji Yujin. Finally, he said to Wu Ziyu, let the Imperial Army say hello to Amur this time. Before dawn the next day, The imperial army set off. Although Jiyu Jin was still injured, he still assumed the position of a scout. Tan Tai, who followed Xiao Qie, and only Chen Yang was left behind in the Bianbo camp. Wu Ziyu did not understand, but seeing as Chen Yang had no complaints about it, he did not probe further. Dew was still visible at this time. The imperial army had only been walking among the grassy fields for a short moment, and already their armors were wet with dew. They did not follow the horse track, but the path the Liaoying tribe took when they retreated. This place isn't that far away from Zhongguo's borders. Master, why isn't there a relay station arranged here? Tan Tai, who looked south and said, cross this grassland and run for a day and a night, and you'll be at Mount Luo. The defenses of the Libei armored cavalry are all set up with the Biancha cavalry in mind. Xiao Qie looked for a moment with his blade at his side. The bandits did not dare to go this way before. But times are different now. Whoever throws in their lots with the Biancha baldies are fucking bastards. Tan Tai, who said hatefully as he plucked at the grass. The speed at which the imperial army advanced was not slow, and it was already afternoon when they arrived within range of the Shosan camp. Jiyu Jin lay prone among the grass and remained still for a long time. Tan Tai, who followed suit and waited for a moment, but he could see nothing of interest ahead, so he asked, "What do you see?" Jiyu Jin reached out his hand to brush aside the grass and said, "Wu Ziyu is right. There is cavalry from the Hanshi tribe in Shosan camp, the horse dung is fresh. And they have set up patrols around the camp with far more vigilance than the Bianbo camp." Then Jiyu Jin turned over and squinted up at the sky. No whistles, and no Seika falcons. The Liaoying tribe that carried out a sneak attack on Bianbo camp yesterday was indeed just a front. This isn't a good place to fight a battle. Tan Tai, who said, "The campsite has an open view, and it's all grassy fields. There will be nowhere for us to hide if we go any closer. This is the Shosan camp." Jiyu Jin felt for the tobacco in his robe and stuffed it outright into his mouth to chew on. "Not only will we have no place to hide, but there are also iron spikes too on the outskirts of the camp, and defensive barriers 3 set up in the front and at the back. All 4 corners have a watchtower too. How about going through the ditch?" Tan Tai, who looked back and said softly to Xiao Qie, "They still have to eat, drink, shit, and take a piss." Xiao Qie did not answer, and Jiyu Jin looked a little embarrassed. He lowered his head and lay low among the grass, saying in an even softer voice, "There were indeed ditches that lead out in the past. Didn't Master use this move to take down the Biancha soldiers during the battle at the eastern mountain ranges?" The hereditary prince felt this to be a loophole and so sealed off the various camp ditches upon returning. Tan Tai, who wordlessly shut his mouth and lay low too. The advancing troops' selection of a site to set up camp was very important, and the latrine was the most important of all. Generally, filthy ditches like this could not be close to the army provisions and the tents for dwelling. It had to be deep, or lead out. As a commonly used camp, a ditch that led out was naturally the most convenient for the Shosan camp. But Xiao Qie previously dug his way into the Biancha camp with just a small number of cavalry and fought from within the Biancha tribes until the Biancha tribes were utterly routed. This left a deep impression on Xiao Jiming. In order to play it safe, the ditches of Libei's military camps were reconstructed into deep ditches with wastes to be disposed of on a fixed schedule. Who would have known that such a change would instead go on to be a problem for Xiao Qie a few years later? How were they to fight now? Xiao Qie looked at the sky and said, "No worries. I have a way." Chapter 133, 9 years. Chapter 133, 9 years. At the 3rd quarter of the hour of U1 the sun made its descent in the west. At this time, Huhelu too was having his meal. He was the Biancha commanding general who launched a surprise attack at the southeastern camp of Libei. He was born in the Chungjiu tribe, and at almost 40 years of age, he was in the prime of his life. After Amur took command of the 4 tribes, Huhelu not only became Amur's adopted son, but also a capable general under Amur's command. Coincidentally, he was also the one who led the squad Xiao Qie launched a sudden assault on 9 years ago at the eastern mountain ranges. Huhelu was an irascible and narrow-minded man, but he was also quite resourceful and knew when to advance and retreat in a war. Guo Weili had previously suffered in his hands. Both men had hurled insults and spat spittle at the other on the battlefield more than once. The reason Amur had transferred Huhelu to the southeast was because the Tudalong banner had already been captured, and also because Huhelu was a fearsome one when it came to military field operations. He once had Gwaweli surrounded in the swamp for a day and a night, routing Gwaweli's main forces and sending the morale of the Changju camp plunging. The hero wants me to treat the Libe military craftsmen well, but these people won't yield at all. It's a waste of food to keep feeding them. Huhelu stripped the mutton flesh clean from its bone and said to his vice-general in the language of the desert, "I'm thinking of transporting away all the equipment and food here and slaughtering off this batch of military craftsmen. The Changjo tribe still has some remaining troops in the east that can temporarily hold the supplies for the hero. Before you left, the hero specifically instructed you not to hurt the military craftsmen." The vice-general, Baying, was a man with a dark complexion. He was no longer young, but as he was a follower of Huhelu, he never had the chance to be promoted. He faced Huhelu and tried to persuade him, "The hero has high regards for this batch of military craftsmen. Don't infuriate him." Huhelu threw the dagger in his hands onto the tray and grabbed a handkerchief to wipe his hands. He got up and looked out through the gap of the tent flap that had been hung up. "But they infuriate me." Huhelu bent over slightly and looked askance at the bound military craftsmen detained outside in the open field. "You understand the language of Dajo too. They called me a butcher of the eastern mountain ranges, and they even want to screw my mother." Baying said, "They have been exposed to the sun for 4 days without food and water. Even the Seika falcons of the Liaoying tribe have to consume meat at this point in time in order to survive. It is said in Dajo's art of war that if you want to make them submit, you should not only make them feel fear, but also gratitude. You have already made them afraid, so you can give them water and food next, untie them, and show them concern with a pleasant countenance. Then they will be grateful to you and to the hero too." Huhelu stroked his short stubble and did as advised. But they overturned the water he sent them, and the curses continued until the hour of high. 3 Huhelu could not sleep well. He decided to abandon the Dajo way and use his own method, so he ordered his men to skin the military craftsmen who had made noises and had them hung up on the pole rack before the open space. Xiao Fengshu doesn't have enough to eat at the sight of battle. Standing in the open space, Huhelu gestured at his belly with his hands and said in the language of Dajo, "How can he fight a war on an empty stomach? You people are so fat. It's a win-win situation if I have your meat delivered to him after air-drying them." Huhelu whipped all those people to teach them a lesson. Military craftsmen who could not fight war were worthless in his eyes. He even felt that it was a kind of a burden to be retaining these military craftsmen. Only by killing them as soon as possible would they be done with the matter once and for all. He hung up the head of the commanding general of the Shosan camp on the watchtower and slaughtered all the captured battle steeds. If not for his fear of Amur, he would not have remained in the Shosan camp to await orders. He had already defeated the Shosan camp. He wanted to charge forward and be the first among the 12 tribes of Biancha to breach the Northeast Provision's bridle path. Silence reigned supreme all around at the 3rd quarter of the hour of Cho. For the Liaoying tribe did not succeed in their sneak attack of the Bianbo camp yesterday, which sent Huhelu flying into a rage. As punishment, the squad from the Liaoying tribe was deprived of food and sleep. They even had to take the night watch. The soldier standing on the watchtower was already so exhausted and sleepy that his eyes glazed over. The night sky was presently quiet and still, with only a gentle breeze blowing in the air. The soldier on the watchtower rubbed his eyes. Under the faint light of the torches, he saw the grass a distance away from the camp stir in the wind. The walls of the Shosan camp were high and strong. Limited by the location of the watchtower, the soldier could not see the movements at the foot of the city walls. As the soldier yawned, he heard rustling. He initially thought that it was the rustle of the grass amidst the wind, but this sound soon intensified into what sounded like tidal waves right in his ears. The soldier's ears twitched, and he leaned over the railings of the watchtower to look out beyond the camp. It was too dark. All of a sudden, a row of arms reached out from the battlement, followed right after by a row of men flipping up in unison. Both sides looked at each other, equally stunned. The soldier from the Liaoying tribe reacted swiftly. He promptly let loose a long whistle even while they were trading wide-eyed stares. The sound resonated through Shosan camp, and Huhelu, who had only just fallen asleep, immediately got up and put on his boots quickly. Huhelu lifted the tent flap and was about to mount his horse when Baying stopped him. We still don't know the details of the enemy forces. I fear we will fall into an ambush if we rush out after them this rashly. Huhelu hesitated for an instant, but in this instant, a rain of arrows burst forth from the top of the fortress walls. Enraged, he shoved Baying aside and said, "Those from the Bienbois camp are all wimps, and there is no elite squad from the Libe armored cavalry stationed here. They just want to launch a sneak attack under cover of the night and throw my deployment into disorder. Get on your horse. The battle steeds of Libe can't outrun us. The hero's command isn't here yet." Baying tugged at Huhelu's reins and said quickly, "This is too strange. It's true that Bienbois camp has no more troops, but since they dare to take the initiative to launch an attack, then they must have come prepared. Huhelu, this is a trap. We should remain here at Shosan camp. Don't go out. They can't breach this fortress." Huhelu spurred his horse on, causing Baying to stagger a few steps. He pointed his horsewhip fiercely at Baying. "You've gone silly from reading their books. To hell with your defense. We are the heroic fighters who pursue our enemies on the prairies. If we remain here, we will be defeated." There were merely 500 men in the squad that had scaled the walls, but they occupied the great boughs on the battlements, thereby preventing the Biancha soldiers who were responding to the attack from climbing up. The sharp-eyed Huhelu had already seen the ropes on the battlements and the unfamiliar soldiers, who were still continuously climbing into the fort one after another. "That's not the Libe armored cavalry." Baying flipped atop his horse behind Huhelu and chased after him. "They're not the Libe armored cavalry." But Huhelu did not care who the other party was. He had fought Gwaweli, one of Libe armored cavalry's elite forces, at the boundary line of the Tudolong banner, and then he had moved southeast and defeated the Shosan camp. He was a mighty general blessed by the gods of Jedale. He was on track to become an invincible legend on the battlefield. He had the power to fight, even if he were to come face to face with Zhao Hui's main forces. The heavy, overhanging gate of the camp opened with a loud rumble. Huhelu led his elite troops out on their horses, but what met Huhelu was not the gentle night breeze, but flames ignited by a lit arrow. The horse track outside the camp had been padded with hay. The fire burned, but did not blaze. Billows of thick smoke that followed right after completely blocked off the horse track Huhelu was advancing on. Huhelu choked, unable to urge on his horse. The thick smoke threw the battle formation of the Biancha cavalry into disarray. There was no way to see the path ahead in the dark of the night. Worried that there was an ambush ahead, Huhelu turned his horse and led his cavalry around the track towards the grassy fields. Within a few moments of riding, the hooves of their horses suddenly sank. The horses of the Gauma tribe were fast. The cavalry in front stumbled and tumbled, and the cavalry at the back, unable to rein in their horses in time, crashed into those before them and went down together with them. Huhelu rolled into the grass and saw the newly dug pits in the ground along with the iron spikes. He was familiar with these spikes. These were all traps the Shosan camp initially put up around the camp, but he never expected someone to move them right under his feet without so much a noise. "Retreat." Baying followed in pursuit behind them. "It's an ambush." Huhelu climbed to his feet and suddenly heard a loud bellow. Tantai who had been lying in ambush among the grass for many hours, drew his blade and charged. More than 1,000 Imperial Army men crawled out from the billowing grass and engaged the Biancha cavalry, who had fallen to the ground, in a battle. Tantai who had been wanting to fight with the Biancha cavalry all his life. He did not recognize Huhelu, but he recognized these horses. The tragic massacre of the cities after the defeat of Zhongguo remained fresh and vivid in his mind as blade collided against blade. Tantai who, as his name implied, bellowed and moved swiftly like a ferocious tiger, his strike so powerful as he faced up against Huhelu that Huhelu was repeatedly forced back into a retreat. The Biancha cavalry was too used to fighting against the Libe armored cavalry, and the Imperial Army's advantages over them soon became apparent. The Imperial Army completely departed from the ways of the Libe armored cavalry, wielding their blades with even more deviousness than anyone else among these pitch-dark clusters of grass. Huheilu's elite troops, having lost their horses and faced with even shorter blades than the ones the Libe armored cavalry used, were unable to meet the attacks as they usually would. Those terrifying heaviness of Libe was gone. On the ground, the Imperial Army's blades moved just as fast as the Bianca cavalry's machetes. But Huheilu soon realized that this squad was pretty much small in numbers. They could not even encircle around him. Although Tantai who was fearsome in his strikes, he was merely fueled by righteous order. These people had no reinforcements to speak of at all in these vast plains. Their so-called ambush was merely those horse traps they had dug. Rage overcame Huheilu. He slashed down a man and pressed forward towards Tantai who, bellowing, "So it's just a few rats." Tantai who was injured. He kicked Huheilu away, wiped away the blood and sweat, and continued to attack for all his worth. The more Tantai who fought, the more Huheilu was convinced that the other side had no reinforcements. Otherwise, the reinforcements would have long come to help after all this time. Both sides fought viciously for nearly an hour. Eventually, Tantai who withdrew in disarray. They had no horses and could only beat a hasty retreat among the grass. Huheilu's bloodlust was already at an all-time high by this time, so how would he be willing to let Tantai who go? He immediately regrouped the battle steeds and led his men in pursuit of the latter. He brandished his machete, his curses sounding vague in the night wind. This provocation by the Imperial Army had enraged him so much that he was determined to kill them and sacrifice them to his blade. Holding on to his injured arm, Tantai who dashed wildly without even looking back. He was panting heavily, and he nearly tripped on several occasions. Huheilu was close on his heels behind him. Tantai who could not run faster than the horses, and it did not take long for the Bianca cavalry to catch up right behind him. A sweat-drenched Tantai who covered his nearly sliced buttocks and shouted at the open fields before him, "Fuck your ancestors." Battle drums suddenly sounded on the horizon, the sound of it so thunderous and deafening that it made all their ears ache. Sensing something amiss from the change in situation, Huheilu promptly reined in his horse and surveyed his surroundings with his cavalry. Dense clusters of men stood up among the grass all around, wearing grass crowns as they remained concealed under cover of darkness. For a moment, Huheilu could not get a clear count of them. Huheilu's horse restlessly stomped its hooves. He looked ahead as the torches were lit in successive order, stretching like a long dragon from where Tantai who had run into the far distance. The concentrated sound of drumming sent the alarm bells in Huheilu's mind ringing as he sensed imminent danger. He immediately concluded that he had played into the other party's hands. The main forces of Libe were here, and their numbers far surpassed the Bianca cavalry's. "Retreat!" Huheilu commanded sharply as he yanked his horse into turning around. "Retreat!" Huheilu's horse broke into a run. He heard the sound of running horses flanking him. Lang Dao Shuejin took the lead and charged to the head of the crowd. To Huheilu's surprise, it caught up with him. Huheilu turned his head aside and promptly felt terror-stricken. He almost thought it was Xiao Fengshu, but Xiao Qie was even taller than Xiao Fengshu. As they galloped in the dimness of the night, Huheilu got a clear look of the pair of eyes that was completely different from Xiao Fengshu's, a pair of eyes brimming with greed so insatiable that it shook him to the core. Huheilu felt a chill on his nape. He suddenly had the impression that there was no running away under that gaze. Sharp fangs were pressing in, close at hand. To break free of this oppressive pressure, he lashed out at his horse hard. Huheilu remembered it now. 9 years ago, at the eastern mountain ranges, this wolf pup had bitten off a chunk of his meat. His troops, with exponentially more men, had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of a youth covered in filth. The horse galloped wildly in pain, breaking up the incohesive formation of the cavalry. Huheilu could already see the Shosan camp. He wanted to call out to Baying for reinforcement, but he had only just opened his mouth when the sky spun before him as his head rolled off into the grass. Xiao Qie had already charged his way into the Bianca cavalry's formation. Lung Li blade flung off droplets of blood as he slashed. Spatters of the warm, spurting blood stained his cheeks. At the same time he reined his horse in, he wiped the blood off with the thumb that had the thumb ring on. Huheilu's horse was still galloping when the headless body jolting on its back slid off and tumbled to the ground before the camp, a pool of blood spreading beneath it. Chapter 134, Mengjing. Chapter 134, Mengjing Huhelu was known among the Chungjo tribe as the person most likely to become the hero. Although he was a cruel and savage man by nature, he was pretty skilled in fighting battles. His squad comprised the best from the various Biancha tribes, and these cavalrymen only had fear and no reverence for Huhelu, but it was precisely because of this fear that the shock hit them like a ton of bricks. In just a few blinks of an eye, Huhelu was cut down, and going down along with him was the Biancha cavalry's morale. Huhelu had hastily concluded that there were countless Libe reinforcements behind them, and this consequently snuffed out the determination of the now general-less Biancha cavalry to fight on. They scattered in all directions, with Xiao Qie as the center. Countless torches formed into a long line that pressed in towards them from behind, like a procession of 1,000,000 valiant soldiers. Within the Shosan camp, Jiyu Jin was also launching a surprise attack. Beiying was trapped both on the inside and outside. Seeing how composed Xiao Qie was, Beiying was also of the impression that Xiao Qie was leading the main forces of Libe. The crux was that when Beiying cast a glance over, he could see the obscure dark shadows behind those torches that seemed to stretch all the way into the horizon. Beiying did not want to repeat the same mistake. Holding his horse by the reins, he took a few steps back and gave the command to abandon camp and flee. The Biancha cavalry beat a retreat so hastily that they did not even collect Huhelu's corpse before they faded into the night. Xiao Qie stopped where he was. Tantai, who led his men and put on a show, shouting and baying for blood as he chased after them for a few li. Only when Beiying dared not look back did he swiftly withdraw and returned to Shosan camp. Even by the time Beiying looked back, he could still see those torches extending into the distance. If Beiying had been willing to look a little more closely, or perhaps if he had been able to calm down, then he would have realized that tonight's sudden assault was riddled with loopholes. Huhelu's ability was a cut above the others, but as he had said himself, he was the commanding general in military field operations. Getting him to guard the camp and go on the defensive was to put the cart before the horse. If he had heeded Beiying's advice and remained in Shosan camp instead of heading out, he could have swiftly dealt with the small batch of Imperial Army Jiyu Jin had led in, and he would have then gained the upper hand. The Shosan camp was an impenetrable fortress with its gates shut. Xiao Qie had no supplies, and that meant he had no military weapons to launch an assault on the fortress, so there was no way he could forcefully storm his way in. But Huhelu had gotten complacent with his repeated victories after the start of spring this year and could not hold his own against trickery and deception. He thought it was a sudden raid by the Bianbo camp when he saw Jiyu Jin scaling the walls, and he thought it was the Libe armored cavalry's reinforcements when he saw all those uncountable torches. When he eventually saw Xiao Qie, he had already been thrown into turmoil, and that was how he was defeated without ever fighting a battle. Xiao Qie lifted Huhelu's head and scrutinized that face with the stubbly beard for a moment, but he could not remember who this man was. He handed the head to Tantai who refused to take it, so he passed it over to Jiyu Jin and said, "Clean up all the bodies in the camp. Bury our brothers from Libe nearby, and bury the soldiers from Biancha far away. The weather is hot, so the corpses can't be kept around for long. Let's not start an epidemic." Jiyu Jin took the head and recognized this to be Huhelu. He never expected Xiao Qie to hack Huhelu dead at their very first encounter. Guo Weili had fought with this man for half of his lifetime, but in the end, the man was gone in just one night. Xiao Qie removed Lungli blade and asked, "Why? You recognize him?" Jiyu Jin replied, "This man is called Huhelu. Master, he's the one who beat back Guo Weili in the north and occupied the Tudalong banner." Xiao Qie had been running for 2 nights in a row. He still had other matters to attend to at present, so he merely nodded his head in acknowledgement before sending Jiyu Jin away on his task. He called out to Tantai Hu and tossed the blade over for him to hold as they both headed inside together. "This camp sure is big." Tantai Hu surveyed the surroundings and marveled, "The construction of these walls can almost rival those of a decent city. There are even large bows on the battlements and trap pits at the foot, which would allow battles to be fought from close quarters and afar. My big brother spent a lot of money on this place." Xiao Qie looked at the walls and said, "Memorize the layout on that wall. If there's anything you don't understand, You can keep it in mind to ask Chen Yang or Jiu Jin later. Tomorrow, I'll get the military craftsman to pass the map of the camp layout to you as well. Memorize it too until you know it by heart. Tan Tai Hu hurriedly accepted his orders. Any discerning person could tell from this that Xiao Qie was planning to entrust Tan Tai Hu with heavy responsibilities. From Kudu to the present times, Xiao Qie had brought Tan Tai Hu along with him every battle. Despite being barely literate, Tan Tai Hu still made an effort to learn how to read from Chen Yang, just so he would not let Xiao Qie down for Xiao Qie's recognition and appreciation of his worth and abilities. It was to see the military craftsman that Xiao Qie had been in a hurry to enter. He had laid it all out clearly for Wu Ziyu, but there was one thing he did not mention: he had no plans to return to the Shosan camp after he had reclaimed it. This place had the best of both offense and defense, and it was also a protective shield for the Bianbo camp. It could provide Xiao Fengshu with support from the north, and access the northeast provisions bridle path from the east. It was simply too suitable a location for him. Whoever wanted to ask him for it would have to come and negotiate with him in person. By the time Xiao Qie managed to lie down, it was almost dawn. He slept in the tent for several hours. Chen Yang hurried over from the Bianbo camp while he was sleeping and did not disturb him. Xiao Qie only woke up when it was near dusk. As he stood outside the tent with his head lowered to wash up, he heard Meng returning. Xiao Qie secured his arm guard and blew a whistle at Meng. Meng hovered in the air for a while before landing on Xiao Qie's arm. Xiao Qie took out the prepared strips of meat from the leather bag and fed them to Meng. As Meng ate, he looked at the large walnut on Meng's leg. "His lordship is well." Chen Yang smiled. "His letting you know he's safe and sound." But Xiao Qie did not smile. He was, in fact, quite unhappy. He removed the walnut and grasped it in his hand for a moment before tossing it to Chen Yang. By specifically releasing Meng back, Father is conveying his military orders. "Open it up and read it to me. This old man is up to no good." Chen Yang opened the walnut and smoothed out the paper. Xiao Fengshu's handwriting was bold and wild. He said he had long known that Amua would send men around to the southeast camp, but he made no mention of why there had been no measures taken in advance. He also asked if Meng had secretly attacked you, and that Meng was too combative, just like Xiao Qie. Finally, he told Xiao Qie not to act recklessly and to remain where he was and await his orders. Xiao Qie extended a finger and turned the letter over. He skimmed through a few paragraphs in front and pointed to the few brief and concise sentences at the back. Chen Yang coughed and read out in a steady voice, "No one knows a son better than his father. By the time this letter arrives, it'd have been too late. I know you will definitely go for Shosan camp. In that case, you can handle the escort and transportation on behalf of Wu Ziyu, as the general in charge of military supplies." Dead silence all around. Tan Tai, who could not understand Xiao Fengshu. Even if the Prince of Libei would not praise Xiao Qie, he still ought to have deployed Xiao Qie over to the site of battle. Letting Xiao Qie render meritorious service as soon as possible was the best commendation and recognition he could give. Under the present situation in Libei, making Xiao Qie a logistical general behind the scenes was akin to suppressing back the abilities he had displayed in Kudu. Was his lordship insane? Or would he not hesitate to hide Xiao Qie away for another 9 years just to appease those in the hereditary prince's camp? Xiao Qie pursed his lips into a tight, thin line and endured it for a while. Without saying a word, he turned his head to look once again at the setting sun descending in the west. A few days later, the company of traveling merchants set out from Tizhou and made their way down south along the public road to Chazhou. Kong Ling played the role of the steward, while the imperial bodyguards disguised themselves as the attendants and servants of a wealthy family. Shun Zechuan, using illness as a pretext, remained within the horse carriage and rarely showed himself in public. Kong Ling brought along the travel permit issued by Tizhou, which saved them from a lot of trouble on the way. Nowadays, those who were able to get the proper official documents could not be underestimated. What's more, with the large number of guards they had, the common bandits did not dare to rob them recklessly, for fear of offending someone powerful. The beggars they came across on the way multiplied after they left Tizhou's territory. Even children as young as 8 or 9 years old were forced to swindle as a means of livelihood. They made all kinds of wild, exaggerated claims, even touching on the supernatural, all in an attempt to cajole the passing merchants into spending money for peace of mind and a safe passage. It was still fine the first few days, but it rained the next few days. With the weather abruptly turning cold, Shen Zichuan fell ill. Swindlers and charlatans abounded everywhere they passed by, with unscrupulous shops lining the streets one after another. Even if Kong Ling dared to call a physician over to take a look, Qiao Tianya would not dare to let the other party get close to Shen Zichuan. The good thing was that his illness was not serious. His fever persisted for only 2 days before it slowly receded. Shen Zichuan was now spending more and more time bent over at his desk, so it was inevitable for him to neglect his martial arts training. After he had sent Qi Hualian off on the Qi Hualian's final journey, he would often find his body easily overwhelmed, and he was prone to falling ill as the seasons changed. In fact, there had been warning signs of this as early as the epidemic case back in Kudu, where he had simply fallen ill without warning. The carriage rolled over the mud and arrived in Chazhou in the rain. When Luo Mu, the prefectural prefect of Chazhou, received Kong Ling's visitation card when he was in his concubine's room, he turned it back and forth to look it over repeatedly, as though he was going to perform some magic tricks and conjure flowers out of it. Still, he remained seated and refused to move his butt. His 14th concubine was new, they had only just held the banquet a few days back. As his recent favorite, it was inevitable for her to be spoiled and pampered. The concubine, who could read a few words, took the card from Luo Mu's hands and asked, "Who is this Kong Ling?" Luo Mu held her on his lap and answered, "Kong Ling, a poor scholar." In his early years, he was a subordinate of Tan Tai Long, the commander of the Duanzhou's garrison troops, but after Tan Tai Long's death, he went to work for Zhu Gui. The concubine giggled as Luo Mu's beard nuzzled against her. As if afraid of being contaminated by the aura of poverty, she shook the visitation card with her little finger sticking up and asked, "Then how did he come to know master?" Luo Mu replied self-mockingly, "We were fellow students." "Oh my, then you'll have to play the good host to him." This concubine was always giving Luo Mu's principal wife the attitude. Her elder brother was Caiu, one of the bandits in Chazhou whom Luo Mu relied on for backing. She thus harbored the intention to make Luo Mu divorce his principal wife. Plotting to use these outsiders' visit as a pretext to get the rights to host a banquet herself, she frivolously swatted at Luo Mu with the card and said, "I'll host a banquet for you, and you can invite my elder brother over too to put them in their place. I heard that a batch of the Libei's military grains this year came from Xizhou. These people have money." Luo Mu did not answer. He merely said, "Why waste all that money? We can just dismiss him with a few steamed buns. He's most likely here to borrow money. I'm not going to meet him." The concubine would not budge and threw a little hissy fit like a spoiled child before Luo Mu. The visitation card slid to the ground. Luo Mu's eyes followed the visitation card as it fell. He loosely grasped the concubine's arm and said, "It's not too late to do so when we meet him again in Xizhou. Look, the card has fallen, pick it up." Seeing as persuasion did not work on him, she rose to her feet and threw a tantrum. Her embroidered shoe stepped upon the visitation card, and she stomped on it lightly a couple of times. "I have yet to entertain any guests on master's behalf ever since I married into the family. We are both formally wedded to you, but why am I lower in rank than her?" Before she could finish her words, she saw Luo Mu's expression turn frosty. He bellowed, "Move away." Concubine Cai had been doted on and spoiled ever since her marriage to Luo Mu. She had never been shouted at or scolded before by him. This thus came as a shock to her, and she took a few stunned steps back. Luo Mu bent over to pick up the visitation card. There was a shoe print on it, and he could not wipe it away. He kept away the visitation card with a glum face, then took the concubine's hand and said with a forced smile, "Don't bother yourself with the affairs in the front hall. I'll have a detailed chat with elder brother myself. I won't be staying today, but I'll come and see you again later." Without even waiting for his concubine to get over her shock, he lifted the curtain and left. It was still raining outside. The attendant opened up the umbrella, and Luo Mu walked under it. "Is he still there? Invite him to the front hall. I'll go see him now." When Luo Mu arrived at the front hall, Kong Ling had already been waiting for a while. On seeing Luo Mu heading up the steps, he rose to meet him. Both men smiled the moment they saw each other. Luo Mu gestured for Kong Ling to take a seat. They exchanged pleasantries for a moment before getting down to business. It's also at His Excellency's direction that I've made a trip here to see you. Kong Ling drank the tea and said, Xizhou has gradually shown improvements these few years. The fields are recovering well, and there is an abundance of grains. However, the population in Xizhou has been on a steep decline, and we can't consume that many grains. Store the remaining grains for a year, and they will either turn moldy or end up being gnawed on by mice. Luo Mu listened attentively as Kong Ling spoke and noted how healthy his complexion looked. He did not have that much white hair either. Kong Ling met Luo Mu's gaze and gave him another smile. So, we were thinking. The prefecture of Chazhou is still buying grains from Hezhou and Jueshi these years at a high price. You're really getting short-changed. So why not work out a collaboration between our prefectures? Both prefectures are close to each other, which greatly facilitates the transportation of goods. We are willing to offer you a lower price than Jueshi for the grains. How about it? Luo Mu realized there were wrinkles around Kong Ling's eyes when he smiled. Looking as though he had just awakened from a dream, he averted his gaze and thought for a moment before saying, I more or less get what you mean. It's a good thing, but it can't be done. Seeing as Kong Ling still had more to say, he raised a hand to stop him. Chazhou is not Xizhou. It's indeed bold and resolute of Zhu Gui to just go ahead and do it, but just how much of this courage is built upon his father-in-law? In his early years, His Excellency Liu resolved to eradicate the bandits in Xizhou, and that's why Xizhou is free of bandits today. But this is not the case for Chazhou. Kong Ling had expected this. He fell silent for a moment, then said, Mengjing, is there not a chance at all? On hearing Kong Ling call him by his courtesy name, Luo Mu hastily turned his head away. Kong Ling thought Luo Mu was in a difficult position, so he said, Xizhou has now rebuilt its garrison troops. As long as this deal can be sealed, we are willing to contribute to the important task of suppressing bandits in Chazhou in the future. Mengjing, the world is in turmoil at present, and all kinds of heroes will no doubt rise from among the people. As long as you live among them, you cannot avoid the strife. You and I have a friendship that goes way back from being fellow students under the same teacher. Why not use this opportunity to free yourself from the control of the bandits? You and Zhu Gui are in Xizhou, so you aren't aware of my difficulties. Luo Mu turned back and continued, if the bandits in Chazhou were that easy to dispose of, then why didn't you come to me instead of going to seek refuge with Zhu Gui? Kong Ling wanted to explain, but Luo Mu had already risen to his feet. The current grains are all purchased at high prices from Jueshi and Hezhou. Various bandit chiefs have a hand in this, and it is from this profit that they live off on. You now want me to buy grains from Xizhou instead, which means you're cutting off their source of income. There is no negotiating this deal at all. If news of this were to get out, you and I would be in danger. I think you'd best go back. Luo Mu got his attendant to see the guest out. He strode a few steps out of the threshold and looked back. They had not met for many years. Strangely enough, no matter how old Kong Ling looked now, the way he looked as a student still remained firmly etched in Luo Mu's mind. The rain spattering under the eaves dampened Luo Mu's shoulders, and he remained standing in this position for a long time. Kong Ling had missed plenty in his life, just like this moment, where he could not see Luo Mu's gaze clearly against the backdrop of light. He merely said, I'm determined to succeed on this trip. If talks fall through today, I'll return tomorrow. Mengjing, I'm confident that it will work out, as long as you're willing to discuss it with us. Luo Mu was dumbstruck for a moment. Who else did you bring with you? You used official paperwork from Xizhou when you entered the city, and you delivered your visitation card to meet me. You've already exposed your whereabouts. I'd advise you not to act rashly. You should return to Xizhou after a few more days. Without waiting for Kong Ling to answer, he lifted his robe and went down the steps. A little later, Shun Zichuan ate his medicine and listened as Qiao Tianya reported both men's conversation word for word. Unable to help it, he turned back and looked at Qiao Tianya. Qiao Tianya nodded in understanding and said, they have been fellow students for many years, their friendship is naturally unlike others. In Master's view, how should we negotiate this deal? Luo Mu is an interesting character. Although it's a mess in Chaozhou, his position as the prefect of Chaozhou remains firm and unshakable. We'll negotiate however we ought to. Shun Zechuan's nose was a little congested, and his speech sounded a little muffled. Since he's still standing, it means he has a mind to remain so. Everything he has said today is all grandiose words, they aren't necessarily from the bottom of his heart. Think of a way to avoid scrutiny. I want to meet him. Chapter 135, Earring. Chapter 135, Earring. The rain stopped the next day, but the sky was still overcast. Concubine Cai, who had been rebuked yesterday, pleaded illness early in the morning. Luo Mu did not sleep well during the night either. After his breakfast, his servant came to report that Caiu had sent him an invitation to a gathering. Luo Mu took the invitation, knowing full well Caiu's purpose for the invitation today. He wiped his hands. Without even changing his robe, he straight out said, "Prepare the sedan. I'll go over now. Let's not keep elder brother waiting for too long." Caiu was a known bandit in the prefecture of Chaozhou. Yang Heru of Hezhou addressed him as Pa One. Caiu was usually generous with his money, and he liked to assist the various bandits financially, so he was well reputed among them as a loyal and righteous man who was always ready to offer help. However, he did not get along with Lei Changming from Mount Luo. No one knew the reason why. All they knew was that before Lei Changming's death, both men would pay no heed to the other during the bandits' gathering-cum-feasts. When Luo Mu arrived at the Cai's residence, Caiu had already treated them to a round of drinks and food. Caiu's residence was even more luxuriously built than Luo Mu's, with more than 1,000 servants inside. However, he was not a man who was particular about unnecessary and convoluted formalities. After all, most of his visitors were bandits and robbers. As such, the feasts he held were literally wine and meat feasts that boasted of all kinds of roast meats and strong wines. The moment Caiu saw Luo Mu, he leaned back and beckoned to him with a smile. "Mengjing, you're late. As punishment, you have to drink 3 cups of wine. Take a seat, quickly." Luo Mu had always been servile and docile before Caiu, so he complied and took his seat. Even when he saw the weirdly dressed strangers at the table, he did not probe. Caiu waited for Luo Mu to finish his drink before he said, "I heard my younger sister was bothering you yesterday." Looking panicked, Luo Mu started, "Elder brother, you were right to tell her off." Caiu pressed down on Luo Mu's arm and said with a smile, "You are her husband, and the man is in charge of the front hall. There are indeed many matters that aren't up to her to dictate as she wishes. She's used to being willful and spoiled at home, and even when she has gotten married, she has no respect for her elders. In the future, just tell her off where it is needed. There's no need to give me face. She's been so pampered that she's getting more and more out of hand." Caiu knew everything that happened in Luo Mu's inner chambers like the back of his hand. He did not apply that much pressure on the hand that was pressing down on Luo Mu, but it was precisely because of this that it seemed to take him no effort at all. If he told Luo Mu to head left, then Luo Mu would not dare to go right. Luo Mu was an official who passed the rounds of imperial examinations at the various levels to make his way to Kudu the proper way, where he then underwent official inspections to be assigned this post outside the capital. But so what? In Chaozhou, Luo Mu was just a yes-man. As they said, the sky is high, and the emperor is far. The local cities in remote places were beyond the reach of the authorities in the central administration. Banditry in Zhongbo was already a serious issue during the reign of Yongyi. Before the defeat of Zhongbo's troops, they did not give 2 hoots about the Prince of Jianxing, Shen Wei, and after the defeat of the Zhongbo's troops, they gave even less of a damn about Kudu. Fine sweat oozed from Luo Mu's forehead. Satisfied on noticing this, Caiu retracted his hand and said with a laugh, "Come to think of it, it's really unheard of. Half a month ago, I heard that there was going to be a change of emperor. That imperial bodyguard's commander, Han Cheng, was so anxious that he ran back to his hometown just to find a child to be the imperial heir. But who knew, Secretariat Elder Hai did not agree and banged his head in the hall to his death. Blood and brain matter splattered all over Han Cheng, scaring Han Cheng so much that he peed in his pants right there and then. All of them burst out laughing in unison. News that had spread by word of mouth had long rendered Han Cheng as a boorish, hunchback scum that bowed to powers that be. After Caiu was done laughing, he let out a long sigh and said, "But even though we are outlaws dealing in illegal trades, we still have to speak of loyalty and benevolence. Respect to the Secretariat Elder for his act. As the saying goes, men who wield brushes die in remonstrations, while men who wield swords die in battles. Dazhou has been through 3 changes of reign. Emperors have died one after another, and yet upright and unyielding ministers like this are few and far between." Luo Mu listened to him, but did not interrupt, nor did he look up. He seemed intent on eating, even if he only dared to pick up the food before him with his chopsticks. Although he looked dignified in appearance, he gave off the impression of someone weak and cowering. Caiu did not look at Luo Mu again. He was speaking with gusto now. But perhaps the Secretariat Elder himself did not expect the throne to now go to a woman after the Han clan's child failed to sit on it. There has never been such an incident ever since the founding of Dazhou. Isn't this a violation of the law of nature too and the reversal of gender roles? 3. This is an omen for the collapse of the Dazhou Empire. I'd rather listen to the words of an ignorant child than listen to the orders of a woman. What would it look like for a man of indomitable spirit to pay obeisance to a woman? Chidong has a Qi Zhuyin. I think she just happened to be in the right place at the right time when the Empress Dowager was in power. Otherwise, how could she have gotten the chance to be the commander-in-chief? If Kudu were to have a female emperor next, gosh, what a mess. A chorus of agreement rose all around. One man with a beard smacked the table and said, "Elder Cai is right. That's what it is." What is it with the female emperor? The first few emperors are indeed awful, but having a man as the head of administration is the law of nature, as Lao Zifor said. I'm not willing to concede either. Imagine if the entire court of civil and military officials were to kneel and pay obeisance to her as monarch and subjects, they would be an entire lair of cowardly good-for-nothings. No wonder we keep getting attacked by the 12 tribes of Biancha all these years. A daughter she is, yes? Getting married and keeping domestic peace are her duties. No harm done if they dote on her and raise her into a pampered, delicate lady. But it's a disaster to let them go out and fight battles or lead the government. Having said that, Caiu sighed with emotion. I heard the students in Kudu are all rather willing. I think they've all gone dumb and silly from studying. They can't even tell good from bad. Their conversations went from the political affairs in Kudu to the military affairs in Chidong, then from the military affairs in Chidong to the war in Libei. Finally, the topic turned to Lei Changming. The bearded man said, Lei Changming was another one who got a lucky break to have encountered young Master Yang when the young master was in distress. He gave him a hand, and that was how he could rise in the world. But he was a person who couldn't last long. He was overbearing as heck, and even wanted to establish a regular army in Mount Luo. But look what happened. He encountered the Imperial Army and immediately met his end, no? Caiu snorted coldly. The person next to him said, Elder Cai and Lei Changming could be said to be the twin heroes of Zhongbua, but how is Lei Changming deserving of the name? He doesn't even come close to our Elder Cai. Caiu was not moved by this flattery. He spread his arms open and sank comfortably into the chair. Do you know why I turn my nose up at Lei Changming? I find him filthy. He emphasized the last word, just as the maidservant came over with his smoking pipe. He took 2 puffs and continued, Lei Changming worked as an armed escort in his early years. All of you know this. But why did he stop later? The reason he gave the others was that he had married his younger sister off to the Zhu clan in Duanzhou. He wanted to live in comfort, and that was why he didn't want to carry on doing such work anymore. But that was not true. Well, he had an addiction. At some point, Luo Mu had set aside his chopsticks. As Caiu blew out puffs of smoke, he said, when I first joined this trade and was about to complete my training, my Shifu said that one must be benevolent and righteous even if one were to be a bandit or a robber. There are some things you can't touch and can't do. Those are depraved acts that will bring you bad karma. There have been plenty of traveling merchants with families coming and going in Chazhou all these years, but I'd never laid my hands on the widows and orphans when I came across them. However, it was a different story for Lei Changming. He'd also escort family members when he was escorting goods in the past. There was one time he was doing a job in Dengju, and the man who was the head of household died midway through the journey, leaving behind his hapless widow and orphan who couldn't even afford to pay the fees for the escort and transportation service. When they arrived at Dengju, the original in-laws on the husband's side only wanted their grandson, but not the daughter-in-law. The woman was unwilling to part with her child, and so, forced into the corner, she thought of attempting suicide. Lei Changming brought both mother and son back home, saying he was going to provide for them. At that time, I was still a robber in Chaozhou, and I thought well of Lei Changming when I heard of this incident. I felt he was different from people like me. He was the chivalrous hero that Shifu spoke of. I held him in esteem, and I'd take notice of him when I was out there working. I wanted to find an opportunity to become sworn brothers with him. But when I went to Dengju later, I heard that he had quit. It was only when I found the place that I learned that both the woman and child had died. How did they die? He brutalized them after drinking, laying his hands on that 5 or 6 years old child. The woman resisted, and he beat her to death. The child, having been tormented beyond recognition, lived for only a few days before he died too. Caiu waved away the smoke and frowned as he had the maidservant take the pipe away. He went to Duanzhou, and this indulgence of his never changed. This man valued his own reputation, and he never dared to do it openly. Young Master Yang was still very young when Lei Changming saved him. I could be said to be friends with old Master Yang at that time, and the Yang clan had helped me before. So even though I had yet to see the young master then, I treated him as my own precious son. On hearing of this incident, I immediately gave chase for 4 days and nights in a row before I reached Mount Luo and got him back. At that time, the young master was wearing a bright, jade earring. He was fair and lovely, and very smart too. As soon as he saw me, he called me Pa. Such a lovable child. Seeing as the young master was unharmed, I didn't bother to settle scores with Lei Changming. Each time Lei Changming met Caiu again later, he would self-consciously feel small. Caiu held him in contempt, and he did not approach Caiu either. To each his own. The young master is a good child. He was very grateful to Lei Changming for saving him, so he repeatedly extended a helping hand to the bandits in Mount Luo. Caiu had initially meant to ask Luo Mu about Kongling today, but he got carried away talking about these past events. By the time he'd remembered, Luo Mu had already left. Luo Mu got into the sedan chair, but he had not gone far before he changed course and headed for the cosmetic shop with the intent to buy some rouge powders that were all the rage in Kudu to coax concubine Cai. The largest rouge store in Chaozhou was owned by a merchant from Jueshi, and Luo Mu was a regular customer there. The moment he stepped off the sedan, a steward came over to welcome and serve him tea in one smooth motion. Finally, he bent over to inform Luo Mu, "Apologies, Your Excellency Luo. Unfortunately, we are all out of stock. All the good stuff is being prepared in the shop at the eastern end and has yet to be delivered here. What do you say if we deliver them to your residence tomorrow? Would that be fine?" Luo Mu nodded and made to leave when he recalled the way Caiu was pressing down on his arm earlier. Changing his mind, he turned back and asked, "Which shop at the eastern end?" The steward called over an assistant to personally lead the way for Luo Mu. Upon arriving at the place, Luo Mu noted that while the shop was not a large one, it was indeed close to the horse tracks and convenient for unloading goods. He entered and saw only a few people inside. The assistant led him further into the courtyard in the back, then served him tea and told him to wait for a moment. Luo Mu sat for a moment. The curtain lifted, but the one who came through was Kongling. "Why are you?" Luo Mu asked in astonishment. However, Kongling did not answer. He lifted the curtain and stepped aside, and a man in white behind him bent slightly at the waist to enter. The instant Shun Zechuan raised his head, Luo Mu rose to his feet. Shun Zechuan came in a sedan chair, and so he did not get wet. He looked at Luo Mu and gestured for him to sit. Qiao Tianya, who was following behind them, came in to change the tea and handed a fresh cup of hot tea to Shun Zechuan. Seeing that Luo Mu was still standing, Kongling said, "Mengjing, this is, Your Excellency the Vice Commander." Luo Mu respectfully paid his obeisances. I've long heard of the vice commander's reputation. This pupil Luo Mengjing is all ears to the advice you have to offer. I've previously heard Mr. Chengfeng speak highly of your Excellency Luo for your prudence and excellent judgment. As I see it today, this is indeed the case. Shun Zechuan smiled slightly. I'm no longer the vice commander of the Imperial Bodyguards now. Without an authority token and an official post, I'm merely a commoner. It is I who should pay my respect to your Excellency. How would Luo Mu dare to accept his bows? The official in the Emperor's inner ministerial circle, Shun Zechuan, just his position as the northern judge of the Imperial Bodyguards alone was enough to strike fear in the hearts of the local prefectural prefects. In the past, the Imperial Bodyguards collaborated with the Ministry of Justice, Court of Judicial Review, and Chief Surveillance Bureau to carry out field works at the local areas to audit the accounts and review the local officials' accomplishments. Shun Zechuan was also on good terms with Center Yu of the Chief Surveillance Bureau and Kong Chiu of the Ministry of Justice. Luo Mu did not just hear of him. Originally, the main objective of local officials like him who had been assigned posts outside the capital was to gain experience. After building up their political achievements and taking their credentials into account, they would be able to get a promotion to Kudu and become an official in the capital. Their inspections, evaluations, and the lives of both them and their family all lay in Shun Zechuan's hands. The key to this was evident in the way Luo Mu called himself this pupil. 5 Shun Zechuan was different from the judge preceding him. His origin was not legitimate. His birth father was the Prince of Jianxing, Shun Wei, whose Zhongguo's troops were defeated. Back then, when he entered the capital, he was escorted by the Imperial Bodyguards who had picked him up from the Libe armored cavalry. Rumor had it that he was to be executed, but not only did he survive, but he was even repeatedly promoted by Emperor Tianchen, who made an exception for him. The post of the northern judge concerned both factions in Kudu, and yet even Hai Liangyi had been willing to give his assent. What's more, this person was young, which only filled the others with even more trepidation towards him. It was only then that Luo Mu understood that it was not just a front when Kong Ling said he was confident of success. He was genuinely certain of success. Fortunately, Shun Zechuan was merely just saying and did not get up to pay his respects. Luo Mu calmed himself down a little. Not daring to sit, he let his hands drop as he stood before Kong Ling and said, "Please excuse this pupil for not welcoming Your Excellency after Your Excellency has personally come all the way to Chazhou. I'll immediately send someone. I followed the Marquis of Dingju out of the capital, and I'm now already a traitor of Kudu, so there is truly no need for Your Excellency to stand on ceremony." Shun Zechuan drank the hot tea, soothing his throat a little before he continued, "I've been in Zhongguo for quite some time, and I've long wanted to meet Your Excellency Luo. Fortunately, I have Mr. Chengfeng to accompany me today." Kong Ling looked at Luo Mu and smiled. "Mengjing, there's no need to be so formal. The vice commander is now the pillar of Zizhou. It's also to resolve the bandit issue in Chazhou that he came this time. We are all on the same side." Luo Mu looked at him, his gaze not as blatant as yesterday. He asked cautiously, "How did you know I'd come? Chazhou is only this big. There are plenty of matters that one can find out with just a little inquiry around. That 14th concubine of yours has backing, and she has a temper to boot. She loves the Rouges from Kudu. You've always had a penchant for pleasing others by catering to their likes, so to coax her, you will naturally make a personal trip down yourself." Kong Ling smiled at Shun Zechuan and shook his head. The vice commander doesn't know it, but Mengjing was very popular with the ladies while he was still in the academy. He was a flirtatious one too. Even before he entered the ranks of officials in the imperial court, he was very knowledgeable about all this stuff. Luo Mu relaxed a little when he heard Kong Ling bring up the academy. "I conducted myself with decorum when I was studying. How could I have been flirtatious when I was with you all day? On the contrary, you had countless friends and could fraternize with just about anyone." The atmosphere eased up a little at their banter. Kong Ling led Luo Mu to take a seat. Shun Zechuan sat in the seat of honor. When he spoke, it was not as overbearing and aggressive as Luo Mu expected. "Mr. Chengfeng has probably already told you about the purpose of our trip here. It wasn't convenient to have a thorough discussion yesterday, so it's inevitable that Your Excellency will have misgivings. Please speak your mind freely today, we can discuss any difficulty you may have. Shun Zichuan was mild in his speech, and his expression was natural and at ease. However, there was clearly no room for discussion in his last sentence. Beneath his seemingly placid attitude was an unshakable resolve to get what he wanted. Luo Mu only had to hear this one phrase from Shun Zichuan to understand Shun Zichuan's intent. Discuss any difficulty you may have. What was the purpose of a discussion? To allow him to take swift action sooner. Shun Zichuan did not give Luo Mu a chance to refuse at all. The moment he opened his mouth, he had left Luo Mu with no other choice. When Luo Mu looked up again, his timidity was gone. He said, "If the vice commander can suppress the bandits in Chaozhou, then I'm willing to take the vice commander's lead. However, Caiu isn't Lei Changming, and the vice commander doesn't have the Marquis's 20,000 strong soldiers either. It will be indeed tough to rely on the strength of just one man alone." Shun Zichuan said, unruffled, "With our meeting today, we can stand up to 1,000,000 strong soldiers." Chapter 136, Sowing Discord. Chapter 136, Sowing Discord. Shun Zichuan spoke with such confidence, as Chaozhou was not a place that could be secured through sheer military might alone. During the reign of Yongyi, the prefectures of Dunju and Duanzhou in Zhongbua were the richest and most prosperous. Back then, Shun Wei was in command of the garrison troops of the respective prefectures. He possessed both money and military forces, yet he still could not get rid of the bandits in Chaozhou. Before Shun Zichuan made his way to Chaozhou, Zhu Gui and the advisors in Xizhou had prepared a detailed report on Chaozhou, and they all unanimously thought that the matter regarding Chaozhou had to be dealt with strategically. Caiu was indeed no Lei Changming. The biggest difference between the bandits in Chaozhou and the bandits of Mount Luo was that while the bandits in Chaozhou were still merely bandits, those in Mount Luo had banded together. They not only established their territory, but also had plans for expansion. It was clear that Lei Jingzhe, who was hiding behind Lei Changming, was no longer satisfied with being a bandit. He had the desire to entirely cast off his old self, while Caiu did not. Hence, they had to fight against those of Mount Luo, and scheme against those in Chaozhou. Luo Mu was perhaps not as devoted as Zhu Gui in serving the people, but since Shun Zichuan had tacitly assented to Kong Ling's visit, that meant they needed Luo Mu. Having served as the prefectural prefect of Chaozhou for over 10 years, no one understood the ins and outs of Chaozhou better than Luo Mu. "Your Excellency was assigned to Chaozhou during the reign of Yongyi, during which you have made many celebrated achievements and previously remonstrated with Shun Wei to suppress the bandits. However, Shun Wei thought Dunju was too far from Chaozhou, and with Fanju between the two prefectures, it would be too inconvenient and a waste of money for the troops to travel long distance. As the odds of success were too small, Shun Wei rejected the request." Shun Zichuan did not even blink when he brought up Shun Wei's name. "I noticed that Your Excellency's position on governing affairs started to change from that moment on." Luo Mu waved his hand and said, "What illustrious achievement is there for me to speak of? The vice commander is speaking too highly of me. I have accomplished nothing after my arrival in Chaozhou. During the reign of Yongyi, Chaozhou was notorious for its bandits. That year, Kudu considered sending officials over, and Jiang Qingshan and I were among those who were assigned. When I came down here, I had plans to distinguish myself and show what I'm made of, but it was too difficult." Luo Mu's expression gradually grew heavier. "During the first 2 years, my objective was focused on reviving the garrison troops. Although Shun Wei did not approve, he did not stop me. The Ministry of War thought that it was feasible and increased Chaozhou's military spending according to the recommendations I made in my memorial, and from this, I had the Chaozhou's military garrison troops equipped. I was complacent then, wholeheartedly focused on suppressing the bandits. It was only when the fighting began for real that I realized it wouldn't work at all. The bandits of Chaozhou can be traced back way before the reign of Yongyi. There was already a group of bandits here in Chaozhou long before the establishment of Chaozhou's garrison troops. Hezhou in its earliest times was not as prosperous as it is today, and back then, the Yang clan had not made its fortune yet. The traders who used this route were mostly wealthy merchants from the 13 cities of Jueshi, and the bandits of Chaozhou kidnapped these traders to make their living. By the time the imperial court took notice, it was already too late. The bandits had already planted their roots in Charzhou and developed into various gangs and factions. This caused the people of Charzhou to be exceptionally rowdy, as there were fewer rules and regulations compared to other places. Census Registration 1 proved to be the trickiest here, as pretty much half the people had been bandits before and were not considered decent citizens, so they could only be registered as military households. Back then, when the officials of the Eastern Palace discussed this matter in this place, they thought of having these people enlisted in the army so that these people could be part of a regular army. With military fields and a monthly salary, they could just about feed their families and maintain a livelihood, and there would be no need for them to become bandits and violate the law. At the same time, the officials could regulate the movement of the people, allowing them to stay in Charzhou to farm with peace of mind without creating trouble all around, in turn strengthening the prefectural prefect's law enforcement capabilities. However, the officials of the Eastern Palace had made a huge mistake. They were all talk and no action, taking strategies that Zhongbua had used in other prefectures and implementing them directly in Charzhou without adapting to local circumstances. The bandits of Charzhou became an official army, but the land was not this easy to cultivate. They followed the rules for merely a short while before they started to leech off the army salary while continuing to be bandits at the same time. They did not even need to feign diplomacy, they could just loot and plunder under the guise of catching bandits. They chased after themselves, forever going round in circles with the imperial court. It was difficult for the assigned prefectural prefect to resist the already well-established might of the bandits, and it wasn't long before Luo Mu suffered losses and was dealt a ruthless lesson by the bandits. And that was not just all. In the later periods, bandit chiefs like Caiu appeared in Charzhou. They spoke of the chivalry of the martial fraternity, and were also willing to spend money to finance and assist their like-minded brothers. Over time, their reputation spread, and they were much more popular and admired than all those stereotypical literati. The prefectural prefect was no more than an empty shell that existed in name only. By the time Luo Mu spoke to this point, Shen Zichuan could more or less understand why Shen Wei had not been willing to deploy troops. Because Shen Wei did not dare to. Shen Wei was conferred the title of the Prince of Jianxing, which was just that, a nice-sounding title. In essence, there was no difference between him and a delegated official like Luo Mu. He was also an outsider. He initially did not approve or oppose Luo Mu's proposition because he was adopting a wait-and-see attitude. If Luo Mu succeeded, then he could follow suit. If Luo Mu failed, he could then hold him accountable. He was not willing to step to the fore to offend the bandits in Charzhou, because he knew very well that compared to Luo Mu, Caiu, and these people were the real local officials of Charzhou. But times are different now. Shen Zichuan's throat felt slightly hoarse, and he coughed a couple of times. Caiu is currently living off the dividends from the Yang clan, and the money he makes are tears of blood, which bandits in power like them profit off the suffering of refugees. There is no lack of basic necessities like food and clothing in Charzhou, but people dying of starvation is a common sight outside Charzhou. Over time, the common folks will come to harbor resentment. To tell the truth, Luo Mu weighed up his options and said cautiously, after the defeat of the Zhongbua troops, the grain supply in Charzhou shrank to pathetic portions. Back then, the Grand Secretariat cleaned out the granaries in the various prefectures and transferred the grains to Jueshi in the name of disaster relief. By all reasons, it was necessary to sign a receipt of loan with Zhongbua, but Shen Wei was dead, and Kudu never sent over a person to take charge. The 6 prefectures each handled their affairs in their own ways. It was an uphill task just to make a living, and they all had no energy to pursue the issue of food arrears. Of course, they could not afford to pursue either. Recent years saw a rise in law-abiding families breaking the law in desperation. These were people who were starving and could see no way out, so they could only sink low and become bandits. Initially, the bandits in Charzhou led by Caiu were willing to provide financial assistance to the poor, but then, the Yang clan of Hezhou joined the fray, wanting to make use of Caiu's influence and power to push out the Shi clan's businesses in Zhongbua, and it is for this reason they came to buy and sell grains. They joined hands and made a big fortune out of it. Caiu is now sitting on a mountain of money, and he grew increasingly fond of hearing others buttering up to him as he ages. Gradually, he lost the chivalrous heart he used to have. He tore down the porridge booths too and grain stores he had set up outside and settled down with peace of mind as the local overlord of Chaozhou. Voices of resentments fill the streets of Chaozhou. He is no longer the person he used to be. However, when the mighty fall, they still command more respect than the common man. Cai still had some influence left in the south of Zhongbua and in the territory of Hezhou. That Pa Yang Heru addressed him by also carried a lot of weight. It was hard for those small gangs Luo Mu had privately funded to make a mark. He could only remain anxious but helpless about Chaozhou's existing food shortage predicament. A brief silence fell over the room. The partially opened windows offered a glimpse of the orange jasmine still adorned with the dew of rain. The sky was overcast. A long time had since passed, and Luo Mu was running out of time to remain here. Despite the open windows, Sun Zichuan still found it stuffy. The teacup under the pulps of his fingers had gone cold. He voiced something contradictory to what was said earlier. If Caiu is still on his guard, then he should understand that the so-called voices of resentments filling the streets are merely underhanded tricks by the other gangs. As his brother-in-law, Your Excellency can give him a reminder or two in this regard. Luo Mu was slightly taken aback. He did not understand what Sun Zichuan meant. Sun Zichuan brushed the tea foam aside with the white jade-like lid of the teacup and said, with Lei Changming's death, Caiu is the great bandit whose name has spread far and wide in Zhongbua. This is the perfect moment when he is in high spirits. It doesn't matter if it's Chaozhou or the Yang clan, he will tolerate no one else getting a share of the spoils. What's more, a man in his twilight years fears not being the man he once was the most. If he were to think that the present wrath of the people was the underhanded work of the younger generations, he will definitely not let them off. It was then Luo Mu understood. He could not help but think to himself just how a ruthless move this was. Sun Zichuan wanted to make Caiu regard public wrath as infighting between the gangs. He wanted him to think that there was someone inciting the others intentionally. Once Caiu thought this way, he would intensify his efforts to suppress the smaller bandits in order to tighten his grasp on the money in his hands. The small bandits were already discontented. If they were to be beaten down by Caiu again, then their 30% of discontent would balloon to 70%. As long as both sides bore a grudge against the other, it would be hard for them to join forces again. They might even clash and give tit for tat. The small gangs Your Excellency has previously funded in private can be of use here. Once each of them has been badly and brutally beaten by Caiu, you can give them a helping hand and a generous gift of grains. Get them to band together and become brothers that bond together in a time of adversity. Sun Zichuan finished his tea and motioned for Qiao Tianya to refill it. He looked at Luo Mu and continued, when the small come together, they will naturally become a force to be reckoned with. It's just like a group of jackals hunting their prey. What we need to do is not to fight him head-on, but to add fuel to the fire and fan the flames. Hearing this gave Luo Mu the chills. He only had to drop Caiu a few hints, and he would be able to make Caiu destroy himself. The stratagem of sowing discord was not uncommon, but Sun Zichuan had only been in Chaozhou for merely one night, and he was able to get such a clear handle on Caiu and Chaozhou. Luo Mu could not help but recall Sun Zichuan's original identity, the Imperial Bodyguards. Once we take Caiu out of the picture, we will be able to discuss the trading of grains between both prefectures in detail. Sun Zichuan said calmly, Your Excellency's experience of having to endure shame and humiliation will become an edifying anecdote in Chaozhou in the future. The fact that the commoners can fill their stomachs will be Your Excellency's most distinguished political achievement. Even in other prefectures, you'd be a local official admired by all. Your Excellency Luo, please watch your step. Goodbye. Soon after Luo Mu left, it started raining again. Sun Zichuan rode the carriage back to the courtyard. When he stepped off the carriage and saw the overcoat over Qiao Tianya's arm, he said, The weather is still warm in the 7th month. There's no need to go so far as to wear this. Why did you even bring this? Holding up the umbrella, Qiao Tianya said, I wasn't the one who thought of it. It was Shifu who specifically gave the instruction. Sun Zichuan strode through the door. He had gotten Ji Qingqing, who was far away in Jueshi, to to purchase this courtyard under the guise of doing business. It wasn't big, and was very old. The front porch was waterlogged, and there were not that many flowers or greenery planted in the yard. Ever since I arrived in Zhongbua, I've been neglecting my martial arts practice, and subsequently, I've made Shifu worry. After going back, don't bring up my illness to him. As Shun Zechuan spoke, he looked back partially and smiled at Kong Ling. It has also been hard on Mr. Chengfeng this entire journey. Kong Ling hurriedly deflected the acknowledgement. I saw the lush orange jasmines bathed in the dew of rain planted by the windows earlier when I was sitting inside the house. They are very soothing on the eyes. Shun Zechuan said offhandedly. Let's plant some in the residence after heading back. They had only just started up the stairs when they saw Fei Sheng, who had been waiting within, step out to greet them. Not daring to be sloppy in his tasks, he faced Shun Zechuan with a smile and greeted, Master has returned at long last. Shun Zechuan asked, Looks like you have good news to report? Master is wise. Fei Sheng lifted the drapes for Shun Zechuan. Before I set off, I received the items the Marquis sent someone to deliver over. I know they are important, so I did not dare to stop on the journey and hurried all the way back to deliver it to Master. This person loved to speak in such an ingratiating way. Qiao Tianya found it funny and laughed out loud behind them. He followed them in and teased, I always find it interesting when Fei the 11th comes. Amusing. And fun. Shun Zechuan removed his outer wide-sleeved robe and said, Let me see. Ignoring Qiao Tianya, Fei Sheng took the items over from his subordinate and presented it before Shun Zechuan. Shun Zechuan touched the leather bag, it was still cold. The Marquis sent someone to deliver it back to the residence with the specific instructions to keep it chilled on ice. We don't have any ice at home, so we had to borrow from Madame Ju. A pity it wasn't covered on the way back and melted not long after. Shun Zechuan was curious deep down, but he did not let it show before the others. He pinched the leather bag with his fingertips. It was filled with liquid inside. He opened it, but before he could see it, he caught a waft of a pungent smell. On smelling it, Qiao Tianya, who was not that far away from them, asked, Isn't this milk? That can't be. Fei Sheng said in puzzlement. Why would the Marquis send milk all the way from afar? It can't be kept overnight. They looked at Shun Zechuan. Shun Zechuan did not mind the smell. The corner of his lips lifted slightly in a smile. Sensing their eyes on him, he looked askance at them and asked, What? Who would dare to say anything else? Shun Zechuan closed it and opened up another box. As expected, there were loose tea leaves within. He stood for a moment and let loose a soft sigh, thinking that he really understood Xiao Qie all too well. Milk was the same everywhere to the others. But to Xiao Qie, milk from Libei was milk from Libei. It could never be replaced by milk from elsewhere. He saved his own portion, and despite knowing that it could not be stored for long, he still wanted to have it delivered to Shun Zechuan. What if it was delivered on time and was still drinkable? They ought to try all the delicious food and beverages together. That was what Xiao Qie thought. The others did not understand, but Shun Zechuan knew it best. Chapter 137, Letter Reading. Chapter 137, Letter Reading. Shun Zechuan was writing a letter in the room, so Qiao Tianya and Fei Sheng took their leave. Fei Sheng felt the itch to smoke, but did not dare to do so while standing under the eaves, worried that he would reek of smoke should Shun Zechuan call for him later. He stood still for a moment, but when he saw that Qiao Tianya wasn't moving along, he knew what this was all about. Something's the matter, huh? Fei Sheng took a few steps outwards, leaning against the banisters along the corridor. Tell me first, what kind of relationship do you have with that unpolished Jade Yuanjua? We've met before, but we're not close. I have some impression of him. Qiao Tianya mentioned casually. The more Qiao Tianya tried to make light of the matter, the more suspicious Fei Sheng was. He asked, Yarrow Wenyu isn't a court official but a commoner who spends most of the year traveling out there. It's even difficult for Marquis Helion to meet him. Where did you encounter him? Fate brought us together. Qiao Tianya did not answer seriously. I didn't expect it either. Isn't this why I'm asking you to help me ask around? As Fei Sheng could get nothing out of him, he gave up probing and reported. Secretariat Elder High, before he met with mishap, had previously wanted Yarrow Wenyu to leave Kudu and return to Jincheng, the hometown of the Yarrow clan. There are students of Grand Preceptor Yarrow there who could watch over him on behalf of the Secretariat Elder, but Yarrow Wenyu didn't go. Xiao Tianya uttered an "oh" and remained standing under the eaves to watch as the rain continued to fall. Fei Sheng continued, Yarrow Wenyu had probably realized at that time that Secretariat Elder Hai asked him to leave because he had already made up his mind to remonstrate to the death. So Yarrow Wenyu got on the carriage and circled around once before returning to wait in the residence for Secretariat Elder Hai to finish court. Who would have known that what he ended up with was news of Secretariat Elder Hai's death instead? Droplets of rain dampened the toes of Xiao Tianya's boots as he watched the gradually intensifying haze in the courtyard. His gaze fell upon a puddle, and he saw his own reflection. Fei Sheng paused for a moment. It was only when he observed that Xiao Tianya's expression was normal that he continued. When Secretariat Elder was buried, tens of thousands of people came to send him off. Yarrow Wenyu was his only student, and he conducted the funeral for Secretariat Elder as a son would for his own father. It didn't take a few days for the students from the Imperial College to start a riot. All of his books were torn entirely. If not for Kong Qiu hiding him in time, he may very well have ended up getting ripped to shreds by the students. However, he seems to have vanished into thin air after the matter of the Emperor's daughter was revealed. My informers in Kudu couldn't find a trace of him either. Xiao Tianya shifted his gaze to him and repeated, "Vanished?" "That's right, he vanished." Fei Sheng lifted the arm he had placed against the banister and drew a circle in the air. "When I escaped from Kudu with you, I lost contact with my informers for a period of time, and I only re-established contact with them a short while back. By then, Yarrow Wenyu had already vanished. Kudu is the territory the Imperial bodyguards are most familiar with. If my men say he disappeared, it's more than likely he's dead." Xiao Tianya immediately replied, "Impossible. Kong Qiu still wants to revive the moderates, and Yarrow Wenyu is an indispensable candidate. Whether it's for official or personal reasons, Kong Qiu would never let him die." Fei Sheng stared at Xiao Tianya, waiting for him to finish before saying, "My claim that he's already dead is supported by evidence. Hear me out first. Initially, he was just missing. Kong Qiu and Center, you were both looking for him too, but to no avail. The last place he appeared at was Mount Body, where Hai Liangyi was buried. When my men went to investigate, they found an abandoned carriage. He had been kidnapped. But if it was purely a kidnapping, the perpetrators would no doubt approach Kong Qiu to negotiate or, at the very least, discuss the conditions for release. That is only how Yarrow Wenyu could be useful as a ransom. However, Kong Qiu heard nothing from them at all, and it wasn't just Kong Qiu, even the Yarrow clan of Jincheng didn't receive news of him." Xiao Tianya furrowed his brows. If a riot hadn't broken out in the Imperial College, Yarrow Wenyu would be the new star of the moderates, but the Yarrow clan suffered a drastic decline after the Imperial College's riot. He can no longer bear the responsibility of commanding all the students in the world. To Kudu, he's a useless pawn. There must be a reason to kill him, but if you ask me, there was absolutely no need to. Right. Fei Sheng turned his head around and asked in puzzlement. He is without an official position or title, but he is the eldest lawful son of the Yarrow clan. Killing him will only bring nothing but problems. I don't understand it either. Shen Zichuan called out to them from the room. Xiao Tianya ended the conversation and lifted the drapes to enter. He never broached the subject again. Luo Mu, for the sake of prudence, did not bring up the matter to Caiu directly. Instead, he coaxed his concubine until she was happy and allowed her to follow him in and out of the study. The private letters, which were partially concealed in the study, were copied down by concubine Cai's maidservant before being surreptitiously delivered into the hands of Caiu. Upon seeing the letters, Caiu immediately flew into a rage. He summoned Luo Mu to his residence and hurled a stream of verbal abuse towards him. "I thought you were an honest man, that's why I was willing to marry my sister off to you. Was there a single time that I didn't contribute generously to help you out whenever your residence faced a difficulty? I treated you like a dear brother-in-law, yet you were scheming against me behind my back. Luo Mengjing, look at yourself. If it weren't for my support, you'd have been just a nobody." Do you really think of yourself as a big shot? Cai was an uneducated and crude man used to mixing around in the lowest stratum of society. He was so vulgar and coarse when he cursed that Luo Mu fell to his knees before the table to repent. Elder brother treats me well, how could I dare repay your kindness with enmity? These private letters are anonymous. I have no idea where they came from either. I've been feeling nervous and afraid, unable to sleep at night and spending the day in a daze, all just to find an opportunity to bring up this matter with elder brother. Cai got even angrier. He tossed the private letters onto the desk and pointed at Luo Mu. What opportunity were you looking for? You and I are just a courtyard apart. Have you been crippled that you can't get over here? If I hadn't found out sooner, you would have already fallen into cahoots with them. Cai was so furious that he felt uncomfortable. He stood up to take a few steps, repeatedly stroking his chest. You certainly are a piece of work, Luo Mengjing. I was just wondering why there were so many people scolding me all of a sudden after spring this year. Turns out you were all trying to stab me behind my back. A shameless group of filthy trash. Back then, when I was renowned, you were all just babies who have yet to wean off milk. I always gave all sorts of financial assistance to you, yet you turn around and bite the hand that helps you. Why? You've gotten greedy after seeing how profitable the grains are? Bah. Do you think you people are worthy of doing this business? Are you people even capable of handling it? Luo Mu was seized with terror. He wanted to speak, but Cai bellowed, keep kneeling. I showed you due respect when we're outside and thought of ways to support you, yet you don't cherish it and stubbornly choose to fraternize with those ingrates. I'm telling you, if it weren't for my younger sister's love for you, you wouldn't be going home today. Sweat was pouring from Luo Mu like rain. He kept his head lowered and said nothing. Cai just sneered when he stood looking at Luo Mu's sweat-soaked back. He spent the first half of his life on knife edge, and he finally settled down now that he was older. Who didn't respectfully address him as Elder Cai each time he went out for business? All the major and minor bandits of Zhongbua had to give him face, and not even Lei Changming, whom he despised to the core, dared to behave out of line before him. It was only after Luo Mu kneeled for an unknown period of time that Cai's anger dissipated some. In his eyes, Luo Mu was a spineless man. If he dared to keep those letters hidden for so long, it was surely because he had been instigated by the other party. This meant the other party was genuinely plotting against him and was just about to take action towards him. Cai's heart was still fluttering with trepidation, but then he thought the better of it and ended up feeling so resentful that he was gnashing his teeth in anger. He had always thought of himself as a very generous man. Even though he had taken a large cut of the profit from the grains, he had still saved a share for those under them so that they would not starve to death. But these people did not know how to be grateful. Since they're so heartless, I have no choice but to be unrighteous. Cai sat down beside the window where the light was spilling through and said maliciously, "Those insatiably greedy bunches are just like snakes trying to devour an elephant. I'll catch a few and make an example out of them as a warning to the others to make them understand that I, Cai, may be old, but I'm not so old that I'd subject myself to humiliation from others." While Cai was publicly making a show of dealing with the smaller gangs on one end, Shen Zichuan's cold was gradually getting better on the other. Fei Sheng was very efficient in his record-taking. He not only had all the prices of goods in Chazhou documented in the book, but had also sent someone to Fanju to do the same. During the first few days, Shen Zichuan did not spread the news that Xizhou was here to trade in grains. Kongling had only gone around Chazhou to buy non-local products, making it seem as though they had made the trip especially to purchase these goods. When someone came to ask about their visit, Kongling's reply was ambiguous and dismissive. After a few days, the number of people who came to probe lessened. Kongling followed Shen Zichuan out to the shops owned by the Shi clan. The shops operated by the Shi clan here mainly dealt with parallel imports, rouges, and medicinal herbs. Starving refugees swarm the land outside the city, while the city remains peaceful and wealthy. Troubled times or not, the ones who suffer will always be the common people. Kongling picked up the medicinal herb, took a sniff, and praised, "This is good quality stuff." Shi Hongxian was a man of foresight when it comes to business. Shen Zichuan glanced around the shop. Regular people generally would not dare to open such a shop here for fear of getting robbed, or poor business. In these last few years, Zhongbo can't even afford to feed itself. Who would have thought that men with power in the city would be far more extravagant than the merchants of Jueshi? All that's lacking is exactly this kind of shop. Money makes the mare go. Anything is possible with money. Kong Ling lamented. When Shen Zichuan spoke to him about Shi Hongxian, he was talking about his own money vaults. Kong Ling understood the weight behind his words. This was recognition for taking his side in Cizhou. Kong Ling felt his chest tighten, thinking that he had been far too impulsive that day. As the saying goes, one should hide his inadequacies by staying quiet. It was not a good thing to display his own intelligence before a brilliant master. Kong Ling did not reply and played dumb, and so Shen Zichuan did not continue the conversation. He took a look at the accounts for a moment and carefully asked the shopkeepers about news on Jueshi's end. The shopkeepers presented him with some trinkets as a tribute of respect, but Shen Zichuan rejected the jadeware and the likes and merely accepted a fan that had caught his eye. However, he had already gotten accustomed to the fan Xiao Qie had gifted him, and it did not feel quite right to be holding this new fan in his palm. While he could make do with this fan, he was still counting on Xiao Qie to not forget about the matter when he returned. The rain finally ceased in Chazhou, but it started to fall in Libei. While the weather in Zhongbo was still hot, Libei was already starting to turn cool. With the winds picking up in the 7th month, it would get colder after the end of the rainy season. Ever since receiving Xiao Fengshu's letter, Xiao Qie had been in a bad mood. He was still stationed at the Shosan camp but had set up a patrol range with the Bianbo camp, taking both camps under his watch and keeping his guard up on all sides. Wu Ziyu was initially going to send the battle steeds up north after 3 days, but he had already been delaying it for some days. He couldn't leave on his own and had to follow Xiao Qie. After receiving the letter, Xiao Qie was now the commanding general in charge of military supplies in Libei. Wu Ziyu did not have a say no matter where he went. He had to listen to the deployment orders of the respective division's quartermasters. Xiao Qie came down from the walls of the camp and headed back to the tent in the rain. The sky was about to darken, and the mess cook was banging a pot as a signal for mealtime. The Libei armored cavalry and the Imperial army were like chalk and cheese as they each squatted on one side with their backs facing the other. On one hand, the Libei armored cavalry, having tasted successive defeats, could not get past the humiliation and were thus awfully on edge. On the other hand, the ways of the Imperial army were rather unorthodox, and everyone was an old hand at cracking jokes and jesting around. They had few rules to follow once they stripped off their armors, and they were all a playful bunch who loved their fun. This was not something the Libei armored cavalry could agree with. Xiao Qie received a handkerchief from Chen Yang to wipe his sweat. The tent was wide open, and the drapes were not lowered, or it would be too stuffy inside. Before he could sit down, he saw Jiyu Jin enter. "Master, young master's letter is here." Xiao Qie took it and raised a hand as a signal for them to leave. He brewed himself tea and drank it as he unwrapped the bundle that was neither too big nor too small. There was nothing much inside, just a neat stack of clothes under a bulging bag. He paid no attention to the clothing, but opened the bag first. The bag contained only 2 items inside, a bunch of pressed, dried orange jasmine, and a letter. The letter was a little damp after being soaked for a long time. When Xiao Qie picked it up, he could still smell the scent of flowers. He drank up the tea in one gulp, then opened the letter. The letter was short. By the time Xiao Qie finished reading it, he had already swallowed his tea. He turned his head towards the entrance of the tent, where Chen Yang and Jiyu Jin still stood, and said with composure, "Lower the drapes. I'm cold." Jiyu Jin wanted to ask, "Didn't you find it ridiculously stuffy a moment ago?" But Chen Yang had already removed the hooks and let the drapes down. The moment the drapes shielded him from view, Xiao Qie read the letter over and over again. Finally, he collapsed heavily onto the bed and held up the letter, reading it word for word. "Days have passed since we parted, I know you yearn for me. So here's a little gift to comfort you with. Touching it is akin to touching me." Xiao Qie stared at that line of text and repeated it once more. "Touching it is akin to touching me." Xiao Qie's throat felt dry. He inexplicably started laughing, his gaze a little fierce. Written at the very bottom in light and cursive penmanship were the words, "It's hard to sleep by my lonesome self. When will you return? A good night's sleep is only possible when you hold me in your arms." Xiao Qie loosened his grip and gazed towards the ceiling. Half a moment later, he flipped himself over and buried his face into the pillow. But it was as though Shen Zichuan was lying right next to him, nibbling his ear and whispering in that lazy, laid-back way of his, "A good night's sleep is only possible when you hold me in your arms." Chapter 138, Strategist. Chapter 138, Strategist. When Shen Zichuan woke up in the morning, the day was just starting to break. After Shen Zichuan had his breakfast, he boarded the carriage and headed back to the cosmetics shop with Kong Ling. It was still business as usual in the front hall. Qiao Tianya and Fei Sheng stood guard in the courtyard, while the imperial bodyguards kept careful surveillance both inside and outside the shop. Half an hour later, Luo Mu's sedan arrived too. He was wearing his usual attire, a deep red robe with a slanted collar. The shopkeeper at the front desk was sharp. Seeing as the attendants following behind Luo Mu were unfamiliar, he raised his voice and said, "It'll be scorching hot soon, and it'll be tough on you all to be standing outside. Men, lead these brothers into the room for some tea and a rest." Those few attendants exchanged glances. Presuming that Luo Mu would not be able to escape, they followed the shop assistant into a room. After entering, they insisted on hanging the curtains up so that they could keep an eye on the entrance of the front hall. The shop assistant followed beside Luo Mu and offered a handkerchief to Luo Mu to wipe his hands. Luo Mu wiped his hands as per usual and took a look at the goods on the counter. The shopkeeper greeted him with a courteous smile and said, "The last time Your Excellency came by, we didn't have all the goods. This time we have prepared them well in advance. There are even new jade pieces and trinkets that have just arrived from the east. They are all in the back. This way, please." Luo Mu appeared to be hesitating as he cast a glance at the attendants. The shop assistant continued, "This short distance will not take too much effort. Some goods are hard to come by, it's not very convenient to bring them to the front for you to choose from, and it doesn't look good on you when you view them there." Only then did Luo Mu reluctantly nod and follow the shopkeeper to the courtyard at the back. Qiao Tianya personally drew the curtains. Luo Mu said his thanks and bent over to enter. He first paid his obeisances to Shen Zichuan, then looked at Kong Ling. It was only after seeing that both their expressions were relaxed that he took his seat. Shen Zichuan noted that Luo Mu was dressed as a literati today and presumed that he must have chosen his clothes and shoes carefully before leaving the house. Although he sat impeccably upright after entering, he would subconsciously look at Kong Ling wherever there was a conversation. The moment Kong Ling opened his mouth, Luo Mu's eyes would be fixed on him. Caiu has been going all out to hit out at the smaller gangs these days, but he knows not to go too far. He understands the principle of interdependency given that they share a common lot. If one falls, the other will be in danger too, and he also fears he will end up isolated by all if he crosses the line. So at the same time he strikes out at the smaller gangs, he attempts to win over the remaining younger generation by offering low-priced grains to help the masses. As Shen Zichuan was at the side, Luo Mu was already trying to hold his gaze in check. This approach is to sell the grains cheaply to the gangs who had not been stirring up trouble. Kong Ling asked, "How much is that?" Luo Mu answered, 1 tael for 5 dough of grains." Kong Ling smiled and said, "The price isn't really that lowered. His so-called low-priced grains merely means he makes just a tiny bit less profit than the others out there. Caiu used to be generous in helping the needy, and he never used to think much of money and worldly possessions, but he's so miserly now that he's older. At this price, the grains could not be called low-priced grains. Instead, they ought to be called expensive grains. Chaozhou's current rate for the grains was 1 tael of silver for 2 dough of rice, while the rate in Kudu was 1 tael of silver for 2 dan of rice. One Caiu was making big bucks off the profits. What's more, it was profit that forced the common folks into dead ends. To think he merely changed it to 1 tael of silver for 5 dough of rice just to win over the others. It was clear he was hankering over the money and could not bear to drop the price too much. Shen Zichuan brushed aside the floating foam in his tea and said, "Caiu is in a predicament too, with no way to back down. Everyone inside and outside the city is now complaining about the high price of the grains. If he were to drop the price drastically to win those smaller gangs of bandits over to his side, the common folks would hate him even more, so naturally he wouldn't dare to do so. It's not just Charzhou. Public wrath is running high even in Fanju. Luo Mu was the most acquainted with Caiu's business. At the beginning of this year, Lei Changming broke off contact with the Yang clan for some unknown reason, and Yang Heru no longer gave financial aid to the bandits from Mount Luo. That was why they thought of seizing Cizhou and robbing Cizhou's granary. Part of the reason was that they could not afford Caiu's grains. Let Caiu sell for a few days first. Shun Zechuan turned over his folding fan and tapped it lightly against the table. It doesn't matter if it's 1 tael for 2 dough, or 1 tael for 5 dough, the common folks and the smaller bandits all can't afford it. Caiu forced himself to show such kindness naturally because he hopes those under him will acquiesce to him and stop opposing him. But his attitude isn't humble enough, and this will only backfire on him. It's not just the common folks. Kong Ling lamented. Even governmental officials can't afford to buy with their monthly salary issued by the imperial court. On our way here, we saw people selling themselves everywhere outside Charzhou, even to the extent of selling off all the children in the family in the hope that they would have a chance to live. People aren't worth much nowadays, and even if they sell the children, it's all at low prices. Luo Mu had long heard of this. Besides, who in Zhongbua will be willing to spend money to buy the people given the present situation? Only the brothels in Fanju will be willing to take them in. And even if they sell down someone from a decent origin into a low-class trade, the money won't be enough for them to exchange for 1 dough of rice. Shun Zechuan was still not familiar with the situation in Fanju, so he asked, since Fanju has difficulty feeding its people, then where does it get the money to operate all these brothels? Luo Mu answered, they are run by bandits too, for the specific purpose of dealing in the flesh trade with the bandits from Mount Luo and the prefecture of Dengju. Prices are extremely low, and even this bit of profit is all swallowed up by the procuresses of the brothels. Perplexed, Kong Ling asked, but they have to feed all those people they brought back to do business, right? Do they buy grains from Caiu too? Luo Mu shook his head. Humans are worth less than dogs. They are fed swill and weeds. If they starve to death, the bandits can come and buy more again. Anyway, the prices are so cheap they won't suffer any losses either way. Kong Ling sat in a daze. Anguish gradually came over his face. Zhongbua has been reduced to such a state. If the imperial court had been willing to lend a helping hand, the situation would not have deteriorated to this point. I said many years back that Hua Xiqian, Shun Wei's name was still wedged in his throat. Knowing Kong Ling well, Luo Mu feared he would say something unfavorable and leave a bad taste in Shun Zechuan's mouth, thus he hurriedly switched the subject and said, so what should be the next step according to Vice Commander's plans? Instead, Shun Zechuan replied, if Shun Wei had not cowered and recoiled from battle, Zhongbua would not have been so badly defeated. I hold Mr. Chengfeng in the highest esteem for his concern for the common people, so there is no need to make a special point of avoiding certain subjects. Shun Zechuan was so sincere that Luo Mu felt embarrassed instead. Kong Ling felt his heart sink. He had recently been both following and avoiding Shun Zechuan. He was a clever man. He was willing to work for Zhu Gui because he was familiar with Zhu Gui's character. However, he still felt some unease towards Shun Zechuan, and one of the biggest reasons was that he thought that following Shun Zechuan was a dangerous move. Masters that were difficult to read were the hardest to serve. The more calm things appeared to be, the more he had to tread with caution. Kong Ling could side with him, but he was unwilling to assist Shun Zechuan the way he supported Zhu Gui. Shun Zechuan had been dropping hints repeatedly this entire trip, but Kong Ling feigned ignorance and turned a blind eye to it all. And now, he was filled with even more trepidation when he saw how Shun Zechuan was not only not angry but even giving him a way out. Seeing the changes in Kong Ling's expression, Shun Zechuan gently turned over his fan and paused for a moment before speaking. Suppress the news that Cizhou is here to sell grains for a few more days. Wait until the bandits prioritize their own interests and are no longer willing to be pushed around by Caiu before releasing the news. When that happens, keep the reserved grain wagons from entering the city. We'll set up the porridge booth right outside of the city. Tell the refugees that Xizhou is here to sell the grains at a regular price. Luo Mu probed, what if they have no money? Shun Zichuan smiled and looked towards Luo Mu. Isn't this all funds for Chazhou's future garrison troops and wasteland reclamation? The common people may be poor, but you've acquired quite the sum of money while sticking to Caiu. Furthermore, once Caiu is out of the picture, most of his family assets will fall into your excellence's hands. Use those taels to do business with Xizhou in exchange for winning the people's hearts, and that would solve your excellence's future problems. Now, I still need to remind your excellency that Xizhou is here to do business, not to tighten its belts just so it can offer financial aid to others. Sweat materialized on Luo Mu's forehead. He dabbed a little of it off with a handkerchief, nodding as he said, but of course. When Shun Zichuan returned to the courtyard this time, he did not return with Kongling Xiao Tianya, with a bamboo hat on his head, sat at the head of the horse carriage with both arms behind his head as a pillow. He said on the other side of the curtain, "Does master not want him anymore?" Unable to stand the heat, Shun Zichuan closed his eyes in the stuffy interior to take a rest. He listened to the peddlers hawking their wares along the street for a moment before he said, "I've tried both carrot and stick, but he's determined to turn me down." With a young stalk of grass between his lips, Xiao Tianya said, "That's to be expected. He has been lying low and hiding his abilities in your presence all because he fears being coerced. After he graduated from the academy, he did not go along with Zhu Gui and Luo Mu to join the imperial court as an official. He had simply wanted to be a commoner. Men like him are natural-born strategists. His only pride is the ability to choose his own future." Shun Zichuan opened his eyes partially. "It's not like he's my only option." Shun Zichuan did not want to impose his will on Kong Ling and force him into it, but he really lacked manpower. At first, he thought the pair of Kong Ling and Zhu Gui were the best arrangement. Both men, when put together, could maintain the stability on one end. At the very least, it would not be a problem for them to maintain the stability in Xizhou. But now, Shun Zichuan was lacking a talent who could give counsel. What he lacked was no longer a pair of eyes or a pair of hands, but a strategist who could assist him in devising strategic and tactical plans for the overall game. Kong Ling had quite the reputation in Zhongbua for his talents. He was fellow student with both Zhu Gui and Luo Mu. With just his personal friendships with both men, he would be able to assist Shun Zichuan with many issues in both the prefectures of Xizhou and Chazhou, just like how he was able to deliver a visitation card to pay Luo Mu a visit outright. He also had the social connections he had built up in the Dunju army from his time as Tantaihu's advisor. As long as these people were still alive, they could be of use in the future. Besides, Shun Zichuan did not think highly of Kong Ling back then. When Lei Jingzhe plotted to hoodwink them, Kong Ling had been so easily deceived. But that shout Kong Ling made before the city of Xizhou made Shun Zichuan take note of him once again. It was not until Kong Ling had swiftly taken his side right before they set off for Chazhou that Shun Zichuan fully set his mind on taking Kong Ling into his employ. But Kong Ling did not have the intention to swap masters. Shun Zichuan was too young. His background not only left much to be desired, but he also studied under Qi Hualien. Qi Hualien had been through many ups and downs in Kudu, and he also served as the head of the Eastern Palace for many years. What kind of student would such a teacher produce? Qi Hualien was the emperor's teacher. Kong Ling simply did not dare to continue thinking further. The most crucial thing was that he feared Shun Zichuan. He was unable to trust Shun Zichuan. In Kong Ling's eyes, Shun Zichuan was a cold-hearted man who could readily cast aside personal relationships. If it had been Zhu Gui today, he would never speak of such words to Luo Mu. Vexed, Shun Zichuan raised his head to look at the curtain of the carriage that was swaying because of the jolts and bumps. Sunlight flickered through the gaps onto his knees and blossomed over that particular patch of his white robe. After Qi Hualien's death, Shun Zichuan wore white. He never asked Xiao Tianya where Han Cheng placed his teacher's body after he left Kudu. His anguished wails that night were known only to Xiao Qie. But the names of Xue Xiuzhua, Han Cheng, and the Empress Dowager, along with the city walls of Kudu that had been stained red in that pouring rain, were all seared into Shun Zichuan's heart and mind. He had to stand firm. He needed a strategist. Shun Zechuan said to himself silently. A strategist who could stand up to Xue Xiuzhua as an equal. Chapter 139, The Price of Grain. Chapter 139, The Price of Grain. Knowing that he had humiliated Shun Zechuan with his rebuff, Kong Ling barely approached him over the next few days. Instead, he focused his attention on inspecting the goods in the respective stores, too busy to even pause. On the other hand, Shun Zechuan behaved as he always did and continued to greet him as Mr. Chengfeng whenever he saw him. This filled Kong Ling with even more dread, and he deferred to Shun Zechuan in every matter. Just as they had expected, Caiu's low-priced grain did not impress the smaller bandits. With Luo Mu in the midst acting as a go-between and pulling the strings, several parties gradually started developing feelings of dissatisfaction towards Caiu. Caiu had a taste for extravagance in recent years, and each year when he celebrated his birthday, he would surely receive rare and priceless gifts. He would also rank his friends and relatives close and far according to the presents they gifted him, and this subsequently stirred up a great deal of unhappiness among a great number of them in private. At the same time, news that Caiu was distributing cheap grains suddenly spread outside the city, and with the price falling lower and lower, the starving commoners outside the city grew more and more outraged. Caiu used to consider himself a respected elder of Chazhou, and yet he was ignoring them all with the city gates shut, leaving them to fend for themselves. Shun Zechuan was right. It wasn't that he did not understand, but that he was in a predicament with no way to back down. The grain in Chazhou was presently supplied by Hezhou and subsidized by the Yang clan. By taking all these grains, Caiu had to pay back interest to the Yang clan, and the portion he could not pay back had to be paid out from his own pockets. Lowering the price would only disadvantage himself, and as he was unwilling to make a loss, he could only force himself to push on ahead. He had already sent multiple letters in succession to Hezhou to inquire about the situation. This was what Shun Zechuan had been waiting for. Caiu could never imagine that over one night, the entire city would be in discussion over the price of grain. Where did these people come from? Caiu called for the maidservant to help him put on his clothes, and asked his trusted aide, "Why have I heard nothing about Xizhou's grain wagons entering our territory?" His aide replied, "They took the public road and suppressed the news of their arrival outside of the city. It never managed to reach us." Caiu's expression was somber as he put on his boots and took a few steps. "I'd found it strange when Kong Ling entered the city. What would Xizhou be doing here for no rhyme or reason? Turns out it's to steal our business. They've prepared so thoroughly, all to challenge me. What did they say?" His trusted aide picked up the hem of Caiu's robe from behind. "I've sent someone to make inquiries this morning. The price of the merchants from Xizhou is 1 tael for 7 dough of rice." On hearing this, Caiu promptly sneered. "I thought they were here to play bodhisattva and save the people, but they are also just here to profit from others' misfortune." "Has there been any reply from Hezhou?" The aide estimated the time and answered, "At this point in time, the letter hasn't been delivered yet." Caiu stood by the door and contemplated it in silence alongside the murmuring stream in the courtyard and the clear, melodious chirps of the birds under the covered walkway. He had spent a huge sum of money on this compound with the intent to pass it down to the younger generations as a family residence. He still had a few sons who were waiting to take over the family business and properties from their old man, and there were more than 1,000 people in his family whose livelihoods depended on his sale of grains. He did not dare to lose this business. 1 tael for 7 dough. Caiu muttered. 1 tael for 7 dough. Isn't Xizhou belittling me a tad too much by thinking of snatching away my business at this price? Since they lowered their price, then we will go even lower. Go tell the grain stores under us that I'm going to reduce the price to 1 tael for 8 dough out of pity for the commoners outside the city. The aide hesitated. But the young master has yet to reply. If, lower it. Caiu's expression gradually grew grave. The young master still addresses me as Pa. Even if we can't make a profit this time, I can thicken my skin and go to Hezhou to ask for a favor. With the young master at the head of the Yang clan, no one would dare to do anything to me. Xizhou came bearing down on us so menacingly this time. There will be trouble in the future if we don't make them think twice and bow out. Caiyu's trusted aide had only just left the house, and Shen Zichuan knew all about it. Fei Sheng's network was everywhere. When he whispered the information to Shen Zichuan was handing out free porridge outside the city. The weather was bright and clear today. Shen Zichuan left the city at the hour of Maro 2 and started giving out free porridge to the poor and needy from the hour of Chen 3 right up to the hour of Shun. For the sun was so scorching hot at this moment that the muddy ground was cracked. Refugees all sought shelter under the shades of the trees. Shen Zichuan gave a slight nod after hearing Fei Sheng out and said, since he has taken the bait, he won't be able to escape. Go to Luo Mu and get him to tell the smaller gangs of bandits not to get anxious. Caiyu's price of 1 tael for 8 dou can be further reduced. Fei Sheng was clearly aware of Shen Zichuan's intent, but he just had to play dumb before the latter and ask like a student eager to learn, then, Master, are we going to reduce our prices too? We can't let Caiyu get his way. Shen Zichuan tossed the handkerchief to Qiao Tianya and said, of course, but we'll have to wait for nightfall before we reduce the price. Because he had matters to attend to during the day. A white-robed gentleman wearing a white jade pearl with 2 or 3 attendants in tow suddenly appeared outside the city of Chazhou and stayed at the porridge booth from morning to night to personally distribute the porridge to the people. The refugees who received the porridge made a little inquiry and found out that these grains from Xizhou were initially meant to be sold in Chazhou, but Caiyu refused to let them into the city. Since they pitted the commoners outside the city, they used those grains to hand it out to them instead. Shen Zichuan's attitude was cordial and amiable, and he spoke humbly and politely. What's more, he was good-looking. If there were any households with orphans and widows, or with the old, weak, ill, and disabled, he would not only give them food but even send the physician over to take a look at them. He even absorbed all the consultation fees and cost of the medicinal herbs himself. In less than 2 hours, the refugees who had come forth on hearing of his name had converged into a flock. Whenever the others asked about Shen Zichuan's name, Qiao Tianya and Fei Sheng would answer with His Excellency Ju's aide and Mr. Chengfeng's comrade. Even still, Shen Zichuan was young, and he had a distinguished air about him when he moved and acted. Speculations started swirling around in no time. None of the common folks knew who this young master was, and that subsequently made him appear all the more mysterious and conspicuous. Caiyu was restless with anxiety as he kept waiting at home until the hour of Cho 5, all the while not daring to close his eyes. When he heard someone coming to report, he hurriedly stood up to let his trusted aide in before asking, "How is it? Is there an update on Kongling's end?" The aide had been running to and fro the entire day, and even if he had taken the sedan mid-journey, he still could not endure this degree of exhaustion. His back was presently drenched in perspiration. He wiped his sweat with his sleeves and gasped for breath as he answered, "It went down. As old master predicted, Xizhou has also lowered the price again." Caiyu worriedly asked, "By how much?" The aide replied, 1 tael for 9 dou of rice. Caiyu's expression was calm. This price was within his expectations. He paced. "We lowered by 1 dou, and they followed suit. It seems that they do not have enough confidence either." The aide followed alongside Caiyu. "Old master, then should we still lower the price? If we lower it any further, it's going to reach 1 dan. From 2 dou to 1 dan, Caiyu was already thinking about the kind of punishment he was going to face when he went to Hezhou after this disaster. However, he could only continue forcing the issue right now. He clenched his jaw and said, "Lower it further. To 1 tael for 1 dan. When Luo Mu heard the news in his residence, he said to Kongling, if Caiyu continues to lower the price, it'd be difficult for him to raise it again in the future. He's fallen for the ploy hook, line, and sinker. Kongling faced the window and confirmed that there was no one else around before speaking. It's all thanks to the vice commander's foresight. Thinking of Shen Zichuan made Luo Mu sigh. If it had been me, I would have been deceived too. How could Caiyu have known that Xizhou was planning to veer towards Kudu's price? This is a lucrative business. Every increase of 1 dou of grain per tael is a loss of real money. Riches cannot be brought to the grave. How long can he profit off misfortunes in Zhongbua? You're a fool. If Caiyu had any foresight, he would have shown restraint this year. Tizhou had no confidence due to a lack of resources 6 years ago, but we've been recuperating and rebuilding our strength in these 6 years. The transportation of the army provisions for Libei's military from Tizhou last year was decided on by Secretariat Elder Hai and the Marquis. Think about it, Kudu already knew then that Tizhou had the ability to bear this responsibility. Once Tizhou is revitalized, those with ambition from the respective prefectures will also vie with each other to rise to the top. When the time comes for these places to recultivate their grain fields, the price of grain in Zhongbua will surely fall. This path to fortune cannot last for long, the only question is who will be the one to crush it. Having spoken to this point, Kong Ling paused for a moment. Both the time and place are right. The vice commander meant to make a killing in Zhongbua. Upon noting that Kong Ling was in a daze, Luo Mu asked, I noticed that the vice commander has intentions of using you, yet you continuously turn a blind eye to it. Chengfeng, could it be that the vice commander can't be compared to Zhu Gui either? Kong Ling gazed at the tree shade outside the window and replied only half a moment later, my abilities are mediocre. The only reason I can support Zhu Gui is that he can only be the prefectural prefect of Tizhou in this lifetime. Keeping the calm in one corner of the world is easy enough that someone of my caliber can do it. But stabilizing a vast territory can only require talents who are pillars of the state. The vice commander is no mere fish in a pond, I dare not be so presumptuous as to claim connections with such a man. Luo Mu was struck dumb. Neither the men inside or outside of Chazhou slept well this night. Caiu drank cup after cup of strong tea, afraid to shut his eyes lest the other party surreptitiously lower the price again the moment he lay down. He had never been a man with business acumen, and he had been only relying on his status as a bandit to keep up a farce for the Yang clan. And now, he was a bundle of nerves, having been driven to a state of anxiety. The people from Tizhou remained passive for a long time. Only the porridge booth outside the city was still operating. Caiu had heard that more than 1,000 people had converged outside the city, but he was sure that what he had in his hands were the bona fide armed forces. The gathering outside the city was merely a motley crew. Even if they were to converge together, they could not affect the situation. Time continued to pass by. When afternoon came around, Caiu decided to take a nap fully clothed, but he had only just shut his eyes when he heard a report coming in. He hurriedly sat up and let a maidservant support him on his way out. The moment he saw the aide expression, his heart sank. How much did they lower it to? The aide anxiously reported, Old Master, the price drop this time is crazy. They've dropped it to 1 tael for 1 dan and 3 dough of rice. The people who were adopting a wait-and-see attitude yesterday are already starting to leave the city one after the other. They are all making a beeline for the Tizhou's grain wagon to buy grains. Caiu was rendered speechless for a moment. That low? The aide replied, it's already close to the price of grain in Jueshi. If it keeps getting lower, we will have to give up all our profits after spring this year to repay Huzhou. Caiu held on to the man and said in disbelief. Didn't Tizhou just send army provisions to Libei? Now that Libei has rebelled, they'll be getting all of their provisions from Tizhou in the future. If Zhu Gui sells off all of the grains, how is he going to account for it to the Prince of Libei? Furthermore, what are they even earning by lowering the price this much? The trusted aide followed behind Caiu, similarly panicking as he spoke, exactly. If they continue lowering the price, it will be no different from Jueshi. Wouldn't that be making a loss? What profits could there even be? Caiu was getting on in years, and he had not slept all night. He was presently so unsteady on his feet that he had to let someone help him to the seat. They're determined to steal our business, hatred bubbled up in him. How dare they? Go gather my men. Tonight, we'll overturn their grain wagon, capture Kong Ling, and kill all those that came along with him. I have ferocious bandits on my side, why would I be scared of them? Zhu Gui, that ignorant brat. I'll see if he has the guts to fight me head on. The aide slapped his knee, thrilled as he spoke. That's the way, old master. We should have retaliated long ago and not wasted all that effort playing nice to them. I'll go right now. Chapter 140, City Outskirts. Chapter 140, City Outskirts. As Caiu gathered his men with great fanfare on his end, The refugees outside the city had already amassed into a horde. It took merely one night for the news that someone had set up a booth to give out porridge to spread more than 10 li around. Refugees who were so starved that they were sallow and emaciated came in droves and crowded around the Tsijo's porridge booth so closely that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Xiao Tianya watched as the people came swarming to them. There were no longer enough hands at the front to help maintain the queue of people who came to receive their porridge, so he signaled to Fei Sheng with his eyes. Fei Sheng backed away in understanding and led the imperial bodyguards to guard the wagon. He also swapped the guards from Tsijo over to help with the maintenance of the queue order. These imperial bodyguards were all dressed in black robes with blades on them, and every one of them looked capable and tough, thus producing a deterrent effect on the restless people all around. Master. Xiao Tianya raised his arm to hold back some people and whispered to Shen Zichuan. It's getting dark. We've already been here for 2 days and a night. It's almost time. You should retreat to the rear. Shen Zichuan had just finished chatting with an elderly among the refugees. He did not look back upon hearing him, but he put away the blue handkerchief that he had taken out and said, "There's no harm in staying." Xiao Tianya surveyed the surroundings and looked at the people around them jostling against one another. These were all emaciated refugees. Worried that there would be a conflict in a while and someone might fish in troubled water to make a grab for the grains and hurt Shen Zichuan in the process, he said, "Master, stand behind, or stay close to the wagon." Shen Zichuan looked at the forest bathed in the sunset glow of red clouds that looked like torn pieces of red cotton. The setting sun was already midway in its descent. It would not be long before the sky turned dark. He had already stayed outside the city for 2 days and a night, and now, he withdrew his gaze and said, "There's no hurry." The sky gradually darkened, and the various stores along the streets in the cities all hung up their lanterns. Chaozhou had no wine taverns and tea houses at present, but owing to the proliferation of human traffickers here, there were plenty of brothels set up at remote corners. Caiu wanted to rally his men, and the ones he called were all the various heads and chiefs within his own gang. These people relied on Caiu for a living and rarely did any proper jobs to earn their keep. Instead, they liked to bully the weak and tyrannize the city. They loved to make their way to the brothels and laze around in there all year round. When they were called out one at a time, they were still holding up their pants, looking all bleary-eyed. Many of them were dead drunk. Caiu's trusted aide did not dare to offend them and had to coax and flatter them before he could get these people to step out. While they were taking a roll call and lining up in formation on this end, Luo Mu and Kongling had also started making their moves on their side. Kongling bowed to the various chiefs of the small-time gangs that Luo Mu had helped in secret and said, "As everyone knows, Tsijo is here this time to sell grains. As long as we can get through this crisis safely tonight, the price of rice tomorrow can only be even lower." One of them asked, "Talk is cheap. How do you expect us to believe you with no proof or guarantee?" So Kongling turned aside and gestured to Luo Mu and said, "My words can't be trusted, but surely you can believe His Excellency Luo's words." Luo Mu had repeatedly extended a helping hand to these gangs, funding them with quite the amount of silver in just this half-month alone. They had been beaten down by Caiu so badly lately that they did not even dare to step out of their alleys in broad daylight. They were not given a share of that cheap one-tail 4-5 dough grains. Caiu had already driven them into the corner, and it was all because of Luo Mu's financial support that they could survive, so naturally, they were willing to believe Luo Mu's words. Luo Mu cleared his throat and said, "At present, all the granaries in the city are managed by Caiu alone. The prices are indeed exorbitant. Even people like us can't afford it, let alone the common folks. Tsijo's offered price is just right, it's close to Kudu's price. What's even rarer is Tsijo's promise never to inflate the price in the future. I have already signed the documents with Tsijo. It can't be fake when it's all been written down in black and white." The various chiefs put their heads together to discuss it among themselves. Kongling continued, "I know all you fellows are worried about the Yang clan, but it's better to just get it over with than to prolong the agony. Instead of allowing the Yang clan to lean on Caiu's authority to control the lifeline of Chaozhou, why not let my fellow brothers here decide yourselves? Moreover, the only reason Caiu is willing to lower the price today is because Tsijo's grain price is too low. If we can't get rid of him tonight, then once Tsijo's grain wagons leaves, the price of grain in Chaozhou will rise back up to what it was originally. If one wanted people to work together as one first had to talk to them about the benefits. Kong Ling knew this very well. The original price set by Tsijo was 1 tael for 1 dan and 8 dough of rice, but Shun Zichuan had not mentioned this amount at all during these past few days of price reductions, and this was precisely because he was waiting to use this information to inspire the people at the right moment. Kong Ling paused for a moment before continuing. According to the vice commander, as long as everyone is willing to pitch in, once CAIU has been taken down, the price of grain will be lower than 1 tael for 1 dan and 3 dough, by 3 dough. The moment those words were out, the people began to seethe with excitement. The price of grain in Kudu was just 1 tael for 1 dan and 5 dough of rice, yet Tsijo was willing to offer 1 dan and 6 dough. The impact had far exceeded that of CAIU's small gesture. What they were concerned with was not just the grains, but also their future means of subsistence and survival in Chaozhou. Most importantly, the first batch of grains this autumn were not paid out of their pockets, but by Luo Mu. After CAIU was knocked off his pedestal, Chaozhou could still loot from the granaries of CAI's residents. With the combination of these two sources of grain, they would not have to worry about getting through winter this year. Sounds of ascent beneath rose in harmony, and in no time, morale was running high. Kong Ling nodded to Luo Mu, then said to the various chiefs, CAIU's men haven't left the city, so there's no need for everyone to fret, we naturally have plans in place. At around the hour of Z, 2 CAIU's men left the city. These bandits were all using army supplies from the armory belonging to the garrison troops of Chaozhou, and even though the equipment was old, it was fully intact. With swords, blades, and shields all in place, they had, at a glance, the appearance of a proper army. When the trusted aide had sent someone to check up on the situation in the morning, there were only 1,000 or so people outside the city, but when he headed out of the city for a look now, the crowd was too dense for him to see through. Clearly, the number of people had doubled. The number of men and horses under CAIU in the city amounted to only 1,500, and he had brought 1,000 this trip, and yet they felt a little cowed as they crowded around the city entrance. Why are there suddenly so many people here? One of the chiefs in the back craned his head. It's crowded to the ends of the earth. The aide turned around, smiling obsequiously as he said, they're too hungry to even walk. How can they be considered people? What's important are the grain wagons. Old Master has already said, as long as everyone can take it down, the grain from Tsijo can be split between each of the chiefs here. The chiefs silently observed and saw that they were indeed just some refugees in rags, and the number of guards from Tsijo was pathetically small. Thus, they said, with this assurance from the big boss, we'll do it. See those guards from Tsijo? We'll split up according to the number of wagons. The more you kill, the more share of the grain you get later. The crowd of the people rubbed their palms, eager for a fight. They did not even need the aide to give a command before they swarmed forth. Shun Zichuan had only brought the porridge to his mouth when he heard the battle cries. A bunch of bandits charged out from the public road and brandished their blades to start slashing. Fortunately, the Tsijo guards were guarding at the periphery, and both parties began to combat at close quarters. Fei Sheng immediately opened his mouth and shouted at the group of refugees, robbery. CAIU sent his men over to snatch the grains. Fei Sheng shouted at the top of his voice. His shouts were not loud, but the refugees nearby were already scared out of their wits. They jostled and bumped into one another and shouted after him, robbery. CAIU sent his men over to snatch the grains. Upon hearing this, a chief on the other end grew emboldened and roared with savage laughter. We're here to rob grains. Whoever dares to stand in our ways will be sacrificed to our blade. Brothers, charge. The Tsijo's guards were too few in numbers to withstand the momentum of the bandits' charge, what's more when all the refugees were right behind them. As they jostled together, cries of those being trampled on rang out all over. On seeing this, the bandits started to harbor the intent to toy with the people, and so they yanked out the elderly, the weak, women, and children and terrorized them with their blades. Not only are we robbing the grains, but we are also going to kill. The bandits dragged along a woman with a child in her arms by her hair, and the gleaming blade frightened her so much that she was trembling all over as she wept and pleaded. But the bandits were used to committing all kinds of atrocious acts, and when they saw her wailing, they did not feel any pity and instead burst out laughing in unison. They even reached out their hands and made to haul over the child in her arms. Unexpectedly, a hand suddenly reached out from among the crowd of people to stop that blade. Xiao Tianya tossed aside the hem of his robe and grinned, "Killing is one thing, but why humiliate others? It's so annoying to hear all these weeping and wailing. Raise your hand and drop the blade in one swift move, get it done and over with." This bandit exerted his strength, but the blade did not budge the slightest. He bellowed, "Good grief, bro. Let go." Seeing his face flushed with anger, Xiao Tianya took a few steps back, causing the chief to stagger to keep up pace with him. Shun Zechuan, who was standing back, said, "What's the point of making a fool of the others? Xiao Yeye, let go and give it back to him." Xiao Tianya said, "Sure, no problem. I'm letting go. I'm letting go right now." The words had only just left his mouth when Xiao Tianya really did let go. That bandit was forcefully dragged forward in a lunge towards Xiao Tianya. Xiao Tianya stepped aside to dodge him, then lifted his foot and kicked that bandit in the ass, sending him flying into the crowd and landing right in front of Shun Zechuan's feet. As that bandit made to get up, his gaze shifted up along the white robe. Just as it was about to slide up to Shun Zechuan's chest, the tip of Yang Shan Shui's sheath pressed against the center of his hair, bringing the upward trajectory of his head to a stop. Shun Zechuan's expression turned cold, his gaze sharp and fierce as he spoke with righteousness. "Cizhou is here to provide aid relief to the common folks of Chazhou. It's fine if Caiu doesn't allow me into the city, but do you people have to tear down the porridge booth too? Then go ahead and tear them down. Don't hurt anyone." His voice was neither loud nor soft, but it had enraptured those in the surrounding vicinity. Chazhou had suffered greatly at the hands of Caiu and the Yang clan's schemes to increase the price of grain, and the people were presently overwhelmed with sorrow and indignation. As the woman who was rescued cried, quite a number of the others also started to cry. How could the bandit have known that he'd fallen into a trap? All he could remember was the head count the chief had mentioned earlier. Unable to raise his head high due to the humiliation, he braced himself and spat hatefully, "Chazhou is the big boss domain. If he wants to tear it down or kill its people, can you people stop him?" Shun Zechuan very slightly decreased the amount of strength he had been using. These grains, in an instant, the bandit grabbed the blade that had fallen nearby, lifted his arm, and moved to slash Shun Zechuan's chest. Xiao Tianya had already moved, but the bandit was far closer, and that blade went straight for Shun Zechuan. However, it was at this very moment that the bandit saw the composure in Shun Zechuan's eyes, as if he had been waiting just for this. The sheath of Yang Shan Shui made a thump sound as it struck the side of the bandit's blade. However, a few drops of fresh blood followed in the wake of the sound, splattering on Shun Zechuan's sleeve. A man standing alongside Shun Zechuan dropped onto his butt, paralyzed and terrified. "They're killing people." Xiao Tianya had initially thought the blood belonged to someone else, but upon closer inspection, it was actually Shun Zechuan's left hand that was bleeding. Cries of alarm rang out all around. Fei Sheng, who was far away, bellowed with all his might, "Who dares to harm my master?" As soon as he said that, the imperial bodyguards all drew their blades. From the moment Xiao Tianya intercepted the blade, one of the chiefs standing in the back knew that they had encountered someone difficult to deal with. He quietly took a few steps back and commanded, "Do as the big boss says. Hack them all to death." The bandit in front of Shun Zechuan was not dead yet, so Xiao Tianya kicked him from the back, sending the man rolling onto the ground. But, before Xiao Tianya could draw his blade, several people rushed forward from behind Shun Zechuan, swarming towards the bandits as they threw punches and kicks at them. The crowd was roused to action, their anger having reached its peak. The refugees stampeded forth in unison, fearlessly colliding with the bandits without a care for their lives. "Caiu, open up the granaries. You evil bandits must die. Don't hurt our benefactor." Chapter 141, Rain. Chapter 141, Rain. June 19, 2021. How could the bandits have expected that the commoners would rally together and fight back? The deafening sound of trampling feet roared like sudden claps of thunder, while the cacophony of curses and cries blended together and engulfed the bandits like a surge of floodwater. The commoners were already all seeing red as they shouted in the melee, "The evil bandits deserve to be killed." The bandits were not a match for this many people. Stones and broken bowls went flying and smashing all over, causing the bandits to scurry for cover. Seeing as the situation did not bode well, that particular chief intended to flee, but when he looked back, Caiu's trusted aide was already running away. "Son of a bitch!" The chief flew into a rage and took to his heels too. But he was unlucky, and the sharp-eyed Fei Sheng deftly hauled him back. This chief was merely a commoner, and there was no way he could defeat a well-trained imperial bodyguard like Fei Sheng, so he promptly fell into the horde of people who swarmed around him to beat him up while he covered his face and rolled on the ground wailing. The rest of the bandits were thrown into disorientation. Seeing how the commoners outside the city were all acting like man-eating evil spirits as they pummeled the chief, they abandoned the battle and fled back into the city. Caiu was waiting for updates in his residence. The dishes left aside on the table had already gone cold. He suddenly heard a commotion outside and hurriedly got up, but he had only taken a couple of steps when he saw his attendant stumbling his way in. The latter reported in a panic, "Old master, there are plenty of people outside. They have surrounded our mansion." Caiu's main forces had already been dispatched out of the city, and at present, he had no more than 500 people left behind in the city. It immediately dawned on him, and he hissed through clenched teeth, "I've been had." He had no men by his side at present, and this gave the small-time gangs an opening to exploit the situation. Caiu immediately said, "Tell the guards guarding the compound and the remaining men to keep an eye on the various courtyards' gates. Bring my cloak over. I'm going to meet them personally." Caiu draped his cloak over himself and secured his broadsword, then briskly made his way outside with his entourage. The residence's doors were tightly shut. Caiu peered through the gap in the door and saw torches everywhere outside the residence. Even though his heart was heavy, he still faked a laugh and said, "Who do we have here? I'm not hosting a feast today, and there's no joyous event going on either. So why raise such a big hoo-ha coming over to give your congratulations?" Outside, Luo Mu leisurely replied, "I heard elder brother has been haunted by nightmares lately and has trouble sleeping, so I made a special trip to invite the various brothers over tonight to dispel the evil energy in elder brother's residence." Caiu expressed displeasure on hearing Luo Mu's voice. "Mengjing, I married my younger sister off to you, and I treated you well too, and yet you return my kindness with enmity. I'm afraid that's a violation of moral principles." Without batting an eyelid, Luo Mu said, "Caiu, you shut the granaries to sell grain and profit off others' misfortune, and you turn a blind eye to the destitute and displaced commoners outside the city. You are no longer considered a chivalrous bandit who robs the rich to help the poor. As the prefectural prefect of Charzhou, I had no choice but to socialize with you for years in order to make you let down your guard. Now that you've lost the heart of the people, you should surrender without resistance as soon as possible." Caiu had never been one for pretenses. He was instantly beside himself with rage. "What a shameless lad. You were so sincere and earnest in your words when you asked for my younger sister's hand in marriage, and now you're turning against me. You despicable scum." Luo Mu strode a few steps forward, not wanting to engage further with Caiu. "Open the doors quickly and surrender, or we'll break the doors down." Caiu gripped the broadsword at the side of his waist and hollered, "I'll see who dares to force their way in. My blade hasn't aged one bit. I'll kill whoever dares to come forth." But even if Caiu cut an imposing presence, he still would not be able to withstand a siege on all sides. The guards in the Cai's residence were all ordinary people, and they all had the urge to flee when they saw the sinister glints of the broadswords and swords outside. Under the protection of his bodyguards, Caiu avoided the rain of arrows that had been unleashed upon him. "I'll handsomely reward anyone who guarded the compound. My position in Charzhou was personally appointed by the young master, he even calls me Pa. Luo Mu, if you harm even one strand of my hair tonight, the young master will definitely make you pay back twofold in the future." Before Luo Mu could respond, he heard Kong Ling, who was standing next to him, speak, "And who exactly does this Charzhou belong to? It's enough that you're the Yang clan's lackey, Yet you even want the commoners of Charjo to join you and be his lapdogs too? You've played accomplice to a villain and helped him do wrong by the people, causing many innocent commoners to die. Let's not even begin to talk about tonight. We're definitely taking you down. The main gates of the outer courtyard had already been smashed open the moment Kong Ling's words left his mouth. Even as he watched them rush in, Caiu refused to resign to his fate and followed the few remaining men in his residence as they fought and retreated. In under an hour, they had already been forced back to the perimeter of the courtyard in the rear. In the vast expanse of the night, Caiu became a prisoner caught in the trap. He had spent half his life being chivalrous, yet he had fallen, all for the word money. And now, at the sight of his fortune going up in flames, and of his wives and children weeping, he could not help but feel a sense of grief akin to that of a hero reaching the end of his rope. But it was too late for regrets. Feeling contemptuous about Luo Mu's behavior, Caiu was determined to fight back until the very end. It was pandemonium on the streets outside of the Cai residence, with different gangs all joining the fray. Caiu's men were decreasing by the minute. Just as Caiu had completely lost heart and was ready to take his own life, he suddenly heard a cry of Gidge from amidst the chaos. Luo Mu, lamenting the ill-timed arrival, turned back and shouted, "Send the young madam back." Concubine Cai had always been pampered and coddled, and yet, she had run all the way in her haste to hurry over, losing not just her shoes in the process but also falling and injuring her arms. She couldn't care less about her sweat-drenched hair as she pointed at Luo Mu and trembled uncontrollably. For all her shrewish nature, there were now only insuppressible chokes of sobs emitting from her throat. "Luo! Luo Mu! You," she wailed, "you despicable and vile man." Although cognizant of Kong Ling who stood by him, Luo Mu could not help but take 2 steps forward. Concubine Cai's hair was disheveled as she held her head high amidst her panic. She spat at Luo Mu, tears streaming down her face. "I gave my heart to a dog. How could I have been deceived by a bastard like you?" Concubine Cai and Caiu were siblings, with a large age gap between them. Although she was his little sister, Caiu nurtured her like his very own daughter. Brother and sister had both grown up depending on each other and were thus very close to each other. Seeing Caiu completely surrounded, Concubine Cai understood that Caiu would not escape death tonight. So she covered her face and cried out, "It was me who brought harm upon Gidge." When Kong Ling saw Concubine Cai covering her face, he realized things were about to go south and hurriedly said, "Quick, stop her." But it was too late. Concubine Cai made use of the action to pull out a golden hairpin in her hair. In the blink of an eye, blood had already splattered all over the silks and satins she was adorned in. Caiu was overwhelmed with grief at seeing this. Tears streamed down his cheeks as he stood among the crowd, his head tilted back as he shouted in sorrow, "My silly sister, it's clearly I who have ruined you." With that, he severed the idea of brandishing his broadsword to slit his own throat. With a loud bellow, he charged into the group of bandits and hacked away at several people until he eventually died of exhaustion. But even then, he was still shouting before his death, "I am Caiu of Charjo. My time has thus come to an end." When the first glimmer of dawn appeared during the hour of Marrow 1 after a night of chaotic battle, the strife in the city had already ceased. Nearly half of the Cai's residence courtyard walls had collapsed, its prosperous image of yesterday completely evaporated. Attendants and maidservants swept the gold and silver ornaments in the residence into their bundles, taking it along with them as they fled into the night. Kong Ling stood at Concubine Cai's side and watched as the pool of blood stained the hem of his robe. Caiu's entire family lost their lives this night, most of them killed under the bandits' blades. Kong Ling waited for Luo Mu to come and collect Concubine Cai's body for burial, only to hear an attendant say that Luo Mu had gone over to check out the Cai clan's granaries. Kong Ling stood where he was and waited right until late afternoon. But Luo Mu never came. Once Caiu fell, the grain stores in Charjo all came under Luo Mu's charge. He was now not only sitting on Caiu's grains, but also Caiu's wealth. Xijo's grain wagons finally entered the city, but the money he promised Xijo earlier never materialized. The price of grain in the city was still 1 tael for 1 dan of rice, the same price Caiu had set while he had been alive. Fei Sheng said with a sigh in the courtyard. While I was still in the imperial prison in the past, I often heard that son of a bitch Han Cheng talk about how fieldwork isn't easy, and how the local officials are all very shrewd. Their notoriety is truly well-deserved. Their craftiness is much stronger than the officials in the capital. Xiao Tianya pillowed his head on his arms and laid down on a stone bench to bask in the sun. No wonder he could be the prefectural prefect in Chazhou for so many years. He sure is something. Beside them, Kong Ling brewed tea in wordless silence. Shun Zechuan, who had been in the principal room, lifted the curtain and emerged. The three of them made to get up, but Shun Zechuan motioned for them not to. "What time is it now?" Fei Sheng competed to reply. "It's almost noon." Shun Zechuan grasped his folding fan. Seeing as the sun was blinding, he shook open the fan to cover his eyes. "Chazhou has scored a victory, but we still have yet to hold the celebration feast, right? Go send Luo Mu an invitation. Tell him that we'll be having a drink here tonight." Fei Sheng acknowledged the order and added, "Master, but what if he doesn't dare to come?" Shun Zechuan revealed his eyes that had a hint of a smile in them. "If he doesn't, then he's a gutsy one." Fei Sheng could hear his displeasure. He hurriedly retreated out of the room and went over to deliver the invitation. Kong Ling had been drinking and gambling these few days, looking as if he was having so much fun that he forgot all about his home and duties. But he still stood up when he saw Shun Zechuan coming down the stairs. Shun Zechuan said, "I heard it was Mr. Chengfeng who paid for concubine Cai's burial." Kong Ling folded his arms in his sleeves and touched the remaining fried soybeans in his sleeve pocket. "Oh, yes, it was me." Shun Zechuan closed his folding fan and looked at Kong Ling for a moment. Kong Ling thought Shun Zechuan was displeased, but he had no wish to explain further. He did not expect Shun Zechuan to let the matter drop. Instead, Shun Zechuan drank half a cup of tea and probed no further. Kong Ling remembered the wound on Shun Zechuan's left palm that night and felt even more tired. He was conscious of the fact that he had barely done anything this trip, and yet he was even more exhausted than he had been in Xizhou. To Fei Sheng's surprise, Luo Mu not only showed up that night, but he had also come alone. The cook in this residence was new, and his culinary skills were just passable. Shun Zechuan did not nitpick on the food, so even though this was proclaimed a feast, the dishes were only very slightly more exquisite than usual. Refugees were still a common sight in Chazhou at present, and as such, Shun Zechuan ate simply too. The atmosphere between both parties was harmonious by the time they had been through 3 rounds of wine. Fei Sheng noted that whether it was Shun Zechuan or Luo Mu, they were both cordial and amiable, neither one displaying any sign of displeasure over the standstill the last couple of days. Luo Mu made a toast as he spoke. "We are all good to discuss matters about the grain now that everything is in place, but I was just wondering, when is the vice commander planning to return? It will be easier for me to get the advisors in my residence to draft up a charter if I have a date to work with. Cai, you had already been dead for 3 days. This matter had been discussed long before they took action." Luo Mu's refusal now to proceed as per the initial agreement was because he was intentionally trying to stall for time and go around in circles with Shun Zechuan. It was just as he had said to Kong Ling, every increase of grain by 1 do per tael equal to a reduction in profit, and that was all real money at stake there. And now that all this money had landed in his hands, it was simply impossible to expect him to forfeit it the way he used to think. There was a girl and her blinded old man in the hall singing a tune. As Shun Zechuan watched the old man play the erhu too, he tapped his fingers gently on his fan, as though he had not heard Luo Mu. It was only after the tune was finished that Shun Zechuan responded with a smile, "I'm on a tight schedule, it'll be in the next 2 days." Luo Mu looked to be in a spot as he spoke. 2 days is too much of a rush. Can't the vice commander stay for a few more days? Chazhou has many scenic spots that the vice commander has yet to visit. Shun Zechuan's gaze shifted and landed on Luo Mu's face. "My family at home are worried, and I'm anxious to return." Shun Zechuan's answer had been gentle, but Luo Mu unwarrantedly reined in his frivolity. He straightened up in his seat and said with a solemn expression, "That's true. How about this then? The vice commander may return first, and when my side is done drafting up the charter, I'll send someone to bring it over. Chengfeng can stay to supervise and act as a witness. Kong Ling was about to speak up when Shen Zichuan tapped his fan lightly against the edge of the table at the same moment. He then kept his mouth shut and did not speak. Holding onto his fan, Shen Zichuan kept his eyes on Luo Mu even as he spoke to the blind old man. Play another tune, one from Chaozhou. Doesn't Chaozhou have that song 3 to kill a bandit? That blind old man gave a slight nod of his head and shifted a little to get his granddaughter to switch over to the Peeper 4 and start playing. Shen Zichuan did not respond to Luo Mu's words, and Luo Mu, who sat across from him, did not dare to bring up the matter again. Initially, he could still look at Shen Zichuan in the eyes, but as the tune gradually took on a murderously sinister overtone, he began to sweat profusely. Shen Zichuan opened the lid of the teacup. This tea was a gift from Your Excellency. It's good quality tea. Is it from Hezhou? Luo Mu forced out a laugh. We found them from our search of the CAI's residence. I'm not knowledgeable about tea, so it's better to present this to the Vice Commander as a show of my respect. Shen Zichuan smiled and replied, I don't like tea. The girl's fingers slid along the peeper. The clanging of the peeper was just like slashes of blades slicing through the air to perforate into his ears and rupture his eardrums, so intense was it that Luo Mu's back was soaked with sweat. This one song felt unbearably endless to him. That entire table full of dishes had already gone cold, the most striking of which was the lion's head 5 in front of him. By the time Luo Mu left the feast, his legs had already gone numb. Shen Zichuan stood under the eaves and said to Fei Sheng, Send His Excellency back. It's a long journey to make. Luo Mu forced himself to bow, looking over at Kong Ling several times before finally being led out the door by Fei Sheng. In no more than 4 hours on the very same night, the previously agreed-upon documents and money were all delivered to Shen Zichuan's residence. As he lay awake in the middle of the night, Luo Mu could only think of one thing, and it was that Shen Zichuan knew what he had been planning to do. Luo Mu had been stalling for time because he wanted to send off Shen Zichuan and wait for the message from the Yang clan originally meant for Caiu. Caiu was no more, but he had stepped forth. He could also do what Caiu did for the Yang clan. The price of grain offered by Cizhou was indeed low, but that was only from the standpoint of the commoners. There was nothing beneficial in it for Luo Mu at all. He might not even be able to get that small profit he used to get from staying by Caiu's side. He initially thought that Shen Zichuan had not brought that many men along and so would not dare to lay a hand on him. Then, by the time Shen Zichuan returned to Cizhou, Luo Mu would already have been in contact with the Yang clan. When the time came for Cizhou to consider coming back to collect their debt, he would have the backing and confidence to reject Cizhou. However, Shen Zichuan's meaning tonight was clear. He had not fallen for Luo Mu's ploy at all. He was in a rush, and if Luo Mu couldn't get matters settled and placed his hopes on the Yang clan of Hezhou instead, then Shen Zichuan would dare to make his move and kill Luo Mu right away. That song was as clear of a response as ever. Closing his eyes, Luo Mu thought about Shen Zichuan's actions outside the city. A man who even dared to put his own life at stake would not care about the consequences of killing him at all. Before they took action against Caiu, Shen Zichuan had said that they were here to do business. Now that Luo Mu thought about it, he realized that those words had also been an early warning from Shen Zichuan to him. 2 days later, Fei Sheng remained stationed in Chaozhou, where he could keep track and take records of the prices as well as keep an eye on Luo Mu. Cizhou's grain wagons entered the granaries, with the shopkeeper from the cosmetics shop keeping the accounts for them. And so, the grain trade between Cizhou and Chaozhou was decided. The price Shen Zichuan settled on with Zhu Gui and the rest back in Cizhou was 1 tael for 1 dan and 8 dough of rice, but it was now a little higher at 1 tael for 1 dan and 6 dough of rice. This price, though, was already lower than kudu. By buying the grains from Cizhou, Luo Mu not only had to set up booths to hand out porridge, but he also had to think of the most effective way to optimize the money being spent. Chaozhou's problem of utmost priority was re-registration in the census register. He now held the food of the small-time bandits in his hands. He could enlist them in the garrison troops. There were still some issues when it came to the follow-through, but all of these could be discussed again when the large batch of grain arrived from Cizhou. With Fei Sheng here, they could also keep a constant eye on the movements of the Yang clan in Hezhou. Shun Zechuan had successively taken out 2 of the Yang clan's main forces in Zhongbua, and the Yang clan was not one to forget about this debt. They initially had nothing to do with each other before, but now, he had to put his attention on Zhongbua, on Shun Zechuan. Shun Zechuan did not stay for long. He got on the horse carriage that very day and left. Just as they were almost out of Chazhou's territory, they suddenly heard someone in a carriage chasing after them from behind. Qiao Tianya lifted a corner of the curtain and whispered to Shun Zechuan, "It's Luo Mu." Luo Mu was here to see them off, but Qiao Tianya said Shun Zechuan was not feeling well today, so he let that matter drop. He was mainly here to see Kong Ling off, anyway. Both of them got off their carriages and walked for a while along the public road. Luo Mu took out the pastries wrapped in oil paper from his arms and said, "You loved to eat these back at the academy. I saw someone selling them when I stepped out and bought them in passing. Take it with you to eat during the journey." Kong Ling looked at the oil paper. "It was so many years ago, and you still remember it." Luo Mu smiled ruefully. "It's something I ought to remember. Will you come along with the next batch of grain wagons?" Kong Ling took the oil paper and walked a couple of steps. He did not answer. Luo Mu looked at Kong Ling like how he had always done so many years ago. Kong Ling squeezed that bundle of pastries and said inexplicably, "Back then when we left the academy, you asked if I was going to Kudu, and I didn't answer. We later went our separate ways. Have you ever gone back for a look?" Luo Mu said, "When I left the academy, I headed west with my family and lived in Kudu for quite some years." Kong Ling turned his head back and finally looked Luo Mu in the eyes. "Mengzheng." Luo Mu waited for a moment, but Kong Ling did not continue. He could not help but laugh. "Later, while I was in Kudu, I heard that you threw in your lot with Tan Tai Long and worked under his command. He's a good official, and you guys have achieved quite the result there too. Why didn't you marry?" "Why didn't I marry?" Kong Ling silently repeated it to himself and slowly smiled. He was already old, and yet at present, he was giving off an aura of gentleness and composure that he had possessed in his youth. Somehow, there was still will and spirit in this pair of eyes that had already turned cloudy. He grasped that bundle of pastries tightly and merely said, "I should leave now." The wind surfed past the blades of grass. Kong Ling turned around. He did not wait for Luo Mu's answer. Luo Mu stood in the wind and watched as Kong Ling's sleeves and robes fluttered along with the breeze. His throat tightened. He could not help but take a step after him. He even reached out with his hand. The white hair mixed in Kong Ling's bun disappeared in the wind, covered by the dancing leaves. In his trance, Luo Mu saw time as it was many years ago. Kong Ling missed many a number of things in this life of his, but that was not because he never tried to fight for them. He once tossed and turned in bed because of an invitation, but all he got after pacing to and fro as he waited in the academy was a bout of 7th month's rain. He waited in that rain until his eyes were wet. And from then on, he went away to a distant land far from home. Mengzheng was a free-spirited man. This was something Kong Chengfeng came to understand in that rain. Many years later, he waited again, but all he had to show for that endeavor in the end was a robe with a blood-stained hem. No matter which time it was, Luo Mu never came. From then on, Kong Ling and Luo Mu never saw each other again. Chapter 142, Inkling. Chapter 142, Inkling. Who exactly was the young master in white handing out porridge on the outskirts of the city? Countless commoners inside and outside the city were all scrambling over themselves to guess. Some said he was an advisor of Zhu Gui, some said he was a distant nephew of Kong Ling. Rumors flew all over without a single concrete explanation. It was only when Shun Zechuan left the city that his identity as the 8th common son of the Shun clan spread like wildfire and promptly became the talk of the town in Chazhou. Compared to the storm of public opinion in the city, Shun Zechuan's return journey was calm and quiet. It could even be said to be silent. They returned along the public roads, in not that much of a hurry. Because Shun Zechuan had fallen ill once on his way over. Kong Ling and Qiao Tianya went to great pains to make prior arrangements before they embarked on the journey back. They even bought an overcoat from a peddler from Hezhou, just to cope with the sudden turn of cool weather during their journey. Kong Ling, being attentive, told Qiao Tianya, "It'd be better to get a physician to take a look at the vice commander when we return. He can afford to build up his health while he's at home. Otherwise, we're all going to be on tenterhooks if he has to venture out again on business the next time. Qiao Tianya held the bowl of water in his hands and looked at the horse carriage parked under the shade of trees. Where are we going to find a good physician? With the way my master's health is, only a formidable physician would be able to make a diagnosis. As his guards, there is no matter concerning our master that is troublesome. I'm just worried that my master will feel apologetic for inconveniencing us. Kong Ling knew nothing of Shun Zichuan's consumption of medicine in his early years. He always thought that Shun Zichuan was just not in good health. But from the way Qiao Tianya put it, Shun Zichuan used to be in better health back in Kudu than he was now. Qiao Tianya drank a sip of water and made no further mention of this matter. He had been feeling bored during the journey these 2 days, and thus he had repeatedly thought back to that night the bandits went on a rampage to hurt the others. He felt that even if Shun Zichuan wanted to deploy the trick of injuring himself in order to trap the enemy, he should not have been so badly hurt. Once his body was used to reacting swiftly, it would be even tougher for him to control himself from warding off the blow right that very instant. Qiao Tianya had seen Shun Zichuan draw his blade before. To the others, Yang Shan Shui was too long, but because Shun Zichuan was swift enough, it was solely just right for him. Qiao Tianya saw the wound on Shun Zichuan's palm after the incident and found this injury to be unusual. Although Shun Zichuan looked as he always did usually and never revealed a word of it, Qiao Tianya guessed that it was for the sake of concealment that Shun Zichuan did not draw his blade recently. If that was truly the case, then Shun Zichuan might have sensed that his body was no longer what it once was much earlier than the people around him. However, it had not even been 6 months since the day they left Kudu. This matter had to be conveyed to Shefu and the Marquis. As Qiao Tianya thought about it, he splashed away the remaining water, kept away the bowl, and rose to instruct the men around him. It's almost time. Let's hurry on with the journey. The sound of movements outside woke Shun Zichuan up. His neck was sore and aching. Thus he leaned his head to one side to rest it against the wall of the carriage and slowly exhaled. The curtains of the carriage were not lowered, and he was too lazy to move, so he remained in this position and watched the trees along the way shift backwards slowly as the horses started to run. Where are we? Shun Zichuan's voice was slightly hoarse. Qiao Tianya put on his bamboo hat to block out the sunlight and sat outside the curtains to drive the carriage on. We can arrive at Chazhou's borders tonight. Travel for another 2 more days, and we'll be within Xizhou's territory. This public road had fallen into disrepair in the last few years, and traveling along it made for a journey so bumpy that it gave Shun Zichuan a headache. The next time the grains are sent to Chazhou, get Luo Mu to fork out money and hire a repair team to fix it up properly. Qiao Tianya pretended to sigh with emotion. Then what about when we travel to Libei? The roads there are even more difficult to travel on. The tracks in Libei are all bridle paths. Shun Zichuan perked himself up a little as he spoke. They were constructed to be wide and flat to facilitate the passage of the armored cavalry. Be careful not to let the Marquis hear you fabricating stuff up behind his back. Qiao Tianya took down the stalk of grass he had been holding in his mouth. It's fine even if I said it to the Marquis's face. If he comes back this time, you should first make sure he doesn't see that injury of yours. Shun Zichuan raised his left hand. Even though the wound had been bandaged, the wound area was prone to being soaked with sweat due to the hot weather, and the sensation was akin to being bitten by ants. Xiao Xian is currently busy, there's no way he'll be back for a month or so. If you don't mention it, he naturally won't find out. Qiao Tianya bit back down on the stalk of grass. Shun Zichuan asked, are you going to tell on me? Qiao Tianya said as he steered the carriage, later. Let's talk about it later. I can't hear you clearly from here. Shun Zichuan lowered his arm. I'll write him a letter when we get back, and we're considered done with this matter. He thought about it for a moment after saying so, feeling the nape of his neck starting to tingle with itch faintly, then as if remembering the sensation of being bitten by Xiaoer, he emphasized his words, repeating once more, the matter is considered over and done with. Agreeing on the surface, Qiao Tianya pulled at the reins as he thought about it. As expected, telling the Marquis is the best way to handle him. Tried and tested. Shun Zichuan had left for a little less than half a month this time. Gradually, The heat of the 7th month subsided. Due to its proximity to Libé, Tizhou was much colder than Chazhou, with signs of autumn already beginning to show. Zhu Gui had been looking forward to their return, and he started waiting outside the city very early on. Upon seeing the horse carriage approach, he lifted his robes and walked over with a beam. Vice Commander, Cheng Feng, it has been hard on you the entire journey. Please enter the city now. I've already prepared a feast to welcome you back. They paused for a bit outside of the city gates to exchange courtesies before heading in together. Zhu Gui hosted the feast in his own residence, hardly discussing official affairs at the table. He knew that Sun Zichuan had fallen ill during the journey, and so after the meal was over, he personally saw Sun Zichuan out of the residence. He emphasized that there was no urgency regarding the affairs on hand, so there would still be time for a discussion after the vice commander had rested for the night. Even then, Sun Zichuan still had Qiao Tianya remain in the Zhu residence, so that when Zhu Gui and Kong Ling gathered the fellow advisors in the study to discuss the trip to Chazhou, Qiao Tianya could stand by to listen and answer any questions so as to not slow down the proceedings. On the other end, Ji Gang, who had also been waiting for a long time, came over to receive Sun Zichuan when he saw the latter coming from where he stood at the entrance of the alley a distance away. The sky had turned to dusk, and with Sun Zichuan's sleeves hanging down, Ji Gang did not see his injury. He gave Sun Zichuan a once-over, and followed up with a question, "How did you fall sick on the road?" "I even asked Song Yu to prepare a coat in advance, worried that the weather would change while you were traveling." Sun Zichuan lifted his right arm and led his Shifu through the door. "It's just a cold, I'm fine, it's no big deal. Has Shifu taken your meal yet?" "I sat down for a meal earlier in the Zhu residence, but I haven't eaten my fill yet." Ji Gang walked side by side with Sun Zichuan through the door. He still meant to ask about his illness, but Sun Zichuan's "haven't taken my fill" steered him off course, and he happily said, "I've guessed it. I knew you'd arrive home today, so I made a special trip out this morning to choose some plump fishes. What do you want to eat? Shifu will prepare it now for you. They have already been cleaned up, and the ingredients are all prepared and ready, so it'll be ready in no time." Ding Dao came up from behind them and poked out his head. Young master is back." Li Xiong followed suit behind him and shouted young master too. Ding Dao's sparrow leaped onto his shoulder and chirped away. It was merely a few steps from the entrance to the courtyard, and yet it was even more lively than it was outside. The flowers and plants in the courtyard had been tended to with such care that they were in an even better condition than they had been before he left. The hall of the principal room was spacious, and the bamboo blinds had all been lifted. It looked comfortable. Sun Zichuan ate another meal with Ji Gang and asked about Ding Dao's and Li Xiong's progress in their martial arts. Fortunately, it was his left hand that was injured, and he rested it on his knee the entire time during the meal, so Ji Gang did not suspect a thing. The lively vibe in the room kept up until the hour of Z1 when Ji Gang told Sun Zichuan to rest early. As it was Qiao Tianya's turn to be on duty tonight, he took up Ding Dao and Li Xiong away. It was only when the room fell silent that Sun Zichuan breathed a sigh of relief and took off his outer robe. The maidservants let down the curtain and lit the incense. All along, no one was permitted to remain in the room to serve at night, so the maidservants withdrew from the room to the hallway, leaving only Sun Zichuan behind. Sun Zichuan took a bath, changed his clothes, and returned to the room where he put on the outer robe again. Then he lit a lamp and began to write a letter. At the first quarter of the hour of Qiao Tianya returned and set the new book Zhu Gui and the rest had newly drafted up on Sun Zichuan's desk. Sun Zichuan sealed the letter and asked, "What's the latest news in Libei?" Qiao Tianya, who had his coat over his arms, said, "Bad news. It'd be better for master to hear it tomorrow morning so that you can get a good night's sleep tonight." Sun Zichuan flipped through the book. "The worst news I can hear is that those from Bianxia have already fought their way to our threshold. So go ahead and tell me." Qiao Tianya turned the chair over and sat astride it. "Not to that extent. It's the Marquis." The Marquis brought the Imperial Army into Libei territory, but he did not head north back to Beijing to meet with the hereditary prince. Instead, he went to Bianbo camp near Zhongbua. The Marquis stayed in Bianbo camp for a night, then led the troops east the next day to launch an assault on the Shosan camp, thereby scoring a military achievement and distinguishing himself to his lordship the prince. Sun Zichuan lifted his eyes and thought for a moment. He smiled. The Shosan camp is no small achievement. Right. Qiao Tianya picked up the conversation. Such a significant merit ought to be rewarded. On hearing this, Sun Zichuan asked, what did his lordship reward him with? Qiao Tianya stretched out a finger. 1 camp. Sun Zichuan raised his eyebrows slightly. Qiao Tianya continued, the Bianbo camp. His lordship kept the marquis there and handed over the Shosan camp, which the marquis fought to take back, to Guo Weili instead. Does master still remember this person? It's the same dude who previously framed Jiyu Jin for colluding with the enemy. The handover between both parties was not pleasant. The marquis retreated to the back, sandwiched between Shosan camp and the 3 great training divisions of Liuyang. There was completely no sign of him in the battles to the north and east. Sun Zichuan released his fingers and closed the book. The Bianbo camp is a main camp the hereditary prince used as a supply site. By remaining there, Xian would be managing Libei's military supplies and gears. However, there was no shortage of generals of military supplies in the Libei armored cavalry, so why did Xiao Fengshu insist on getting Xiao Qie to do it? All else aside, it was far harder for Xiao Qie to be a general of military supplies than to be a commanding general of Shosan camp. If Xiao Qie were in the Shosan camp, then as long as he led the imperial army to fight successful battles with the Bianxia men and earned military merits to his name, all sorts of rumors and gossip against him would naturally evaporate into thin air. When the time came for him to step into the battlefield in the north, he would have the confidence and credence to engage with the other Libei commanding generals. But as the general of military supplies in Bianbo camp, he would be lower in rank than the other commanding generals. He had to heed the requests assigned to him from the various parties and run all over Libei to deliver supplies. This was not only a hard job to do, but would also make him easily susceptible to being bullied and mistreated. When it came to it, his military achievements would not be up to par as the commanding generals fighting battles ahead of him, and yet the hardships he had to put up with would be no less than the others. After a moment of silence, Qiao Tianya probed tentatively, did his lordship pick up the marquis from somewhere and adopt him? The disparity in his treatment of the marquis and the hereditary prince is really great. Sun Zichuan looked at him and said, seems to me like you're the one who was picked up. Qiao Tianya raised his hands in surrender and shut his mouth. Sun Zichuan passed the sealed letter to Qiao Tianya and said, get someone to deliver it tonight. It's late now, there's no need for you to stand guard outside. Go back to your courtyard and get some rest. Right before Qiao Tianya was about to step out, Sun Zichuan called out to him. When he looked back and saw Sun Zichuan's expression, he said in earnest, I know. I remember it. The part about you getting injured is over and done with. I won't mention it to the marquis. His quip made Sun Zichuan forget what he was about to say, so Sun Zichuan waved his hand at him in speechless silence as an indication for Qiao Yeye to leave. Sun Zichuan did not remain sitting for long after Qiao Tianya left. It was already late at night now. He blew out the lamp and lay on the bed, listening to the croaking of frogs from the courtyard pond. He did not know if it had been Ding Dao or Li Xiong who had caught them and brought those frogs to the pond, but they created such a din that he could not sleep. It was only after an unspecified amount of time later that Sun Zichuan's consciousness started to dim. There was no one beside him except for the refreshing sweetness of the incense for company, but somehow, it turned into the metallic stench of blood in his dreams. The Chashi sinkhole, which had not appeared for a very long time, now lay beneath his feet. Sun Zichuan looked down at it, but there was nothing inside. The faint croaking of the frogs hovered in the air. Sun Zichuan broke into a sweat and subconsciously turned over with his back to the croaking. There was no snowstorm over the Chashi sinkhole tonight. The sun rode high up in the sky, blazing to the point Sun Zichuan felt the stinging pain on his skin and sweated profusely. There was evidently no corpse in this pit, and yet Sun Zichuan felt himself surrounded all around by people he could not see. They smothered him, making it hard for him to breathe. He could not help but pull apart his tightly fastened collar. Drops of sweat dampened both of his eyes as he gasped for breath. He saw a person lying in the sinkhole. It was his own self. A chill suddenly ran down Sun Zichuan's spine. He thought of Qi Hualien. His teacher shouted for him, but his voice was drowned out by the croaking of the frogs. Shun Zichuan never used to be afraid of returning to the Chashi sinkhole again. He had no fear of this place at all. Yet, at this moment in time, he had the urge to flee. Someone approached Shun Zichuan, and Shun Zichuan opened his eyes almost instantly. Xiao Qie had only just partially removed his armor as softly as he could. How could he have expected Shun Zichuan to wake up so suddenly? He promptly froze by the bedside, still with his arm guard in his lifted hand. Both men looked at each other for a moment, sensing something amiss. Xiao Qie tossed the arm guard onto the desk and pulled up a portion of his sweat-drenched, narrow sleeves. He squatted at the side of the bed and cupped Shun Zichuan's cheeks with his palms. "What are you peeking at?" Only then did Shun Zichuan seem to snap back to his senses. Xiao Qie drew closer to him and looked at Shun Zichuan with a sharp, penetrating gaze. His eyes were like stars in the pitch-dark room, so bright and calm that Shun Zichuan's mind gradually cleared. Xiao Qie stroked his slightly damp hair and whispered, "It was such a bumpy ride here. Get Ju Gui to fix the road as soon as possible. He closed off the city. I squatted outside and yelled for half a day." For some inexplicable reason, Shun Zichuan was amused into smiling as he nestled in Xiao Qie's palms. It was then that he woke up from his nightmare. The scene of his own corpse lying at the bottom of the pit was still clearly imprinted in his mind, but in just the twinkling of an eye, he had forgotten it all. Shun Zichuan let out a partial smile before asking dubiously, "Then how did you get in?" Xiao Qie took a deep breath and answered slowly, "I somersaulted over. Lang Dao Shui Jin is still tethered out there."